Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abot ang data!
defeat,
GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abot ang data!
defeat,
GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo. abutan dito!
Defeat.
GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade.
Panggisa!
Pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo. Di abutan dito!
Defeat.
GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade.
Panggisa!
Pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo. Di abutan dito!
Defeat.
GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade.
Panggisa!
Pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap
Defeat.
GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade.
Panggisa!
Pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abot ang data!
Defeat.
GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade.
Panggisa!
Pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Di abot ang data!
Defeat.
GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Pang-marinade.
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade.
Panggisa!
Pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Greensun, Makati.
GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto to plato, sarap panalo. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas Face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no whips, no butts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming bosses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera. HP racing, may reseta. Ba't kakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, beast to the southeast. Taas ang matawa, crowd and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Malakas, Pinas, malakas. Kahit anong tumas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the free stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
The 16th season of MPL Philippines is brought to you by the following sponsors. Infinix, the MPL official tournament phone. Infinite plays, infinite wins. Victories you can count on. Smart, the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. BPI, the official bank partner of MPL Philippines. Mas magandang bukas, buksan sa BPI. Our partner in esports, Clear Men. Power up your dandruff-free scalp. Supercharge with Clear.
And Knorr. Pang-marinade, panggisa at pampasarap, basta may Knorr liquid seasoning, kaya mong iluto yan.
Don't miss any MPL action by following our official Facebook and subscribing to our YouTube channel. Follow MPLPH on TikTok for more content. Experience the lakas ng Pinas of MPLPH Season 16 action live at Green Sun Hotel. Grab your tickets now via the official MPLPH website. MPL Philippines is monitored and supervised by the Games and Amusements Board.
Masasabi ko na ito na ata ang may mga pinakamatitinding mga rookies.
New era of MPL Philippines, dito mo ma-appreciate yung generational players na meron tayo.
Ibang klase ang nakita natin from all of the teams. May mga nagpasiklab.
Hindi rin biro ang ira na dinaanan ng APBR.
Dito talaga nag-start ng new age ng MPL.
Yan ay ang pagdomina ng Pilipinas sa mundo ng MLBB. Maligayang pagbabalik, MPL Superfans. Nandito tayo ulit sa MPL Arena. And my name is Ancillaria.
And this is your very own Odin.
At
and
ito
this is
ang pangalawang linggo ng MPL Philippines Season 16. You know, Odin, based on what we saw, parang ang tagal nung huling beses nating nakita. And I assume marami tayong makikita ngayon.
Sobrang dami nga nating nakita nung week 1 pa lamang at itong linggong ito ay mas lalaliman natin ang pag-uusapan natin tungkol sa eras of the league.
You know, you've mentioned about eras. Maraming mga teams, maraming mga players na pinagdaanan tayo at this point. And honestly, I feel like kailangan pangalanan na lahat ng mga eras na pinagdaanan natin. And I'm sure na malalaman natin at matututunan pa natin yan kasama ang dalawang serye natin para sa araw na ito.
You're definitely right, Hans. At sabi nga natin, unang week pa lamang, napakarami ng teams ang nagpakitang gilas. And right now, marami pa tayong maaring malaman sa looban ng Land of Dawn.
Well, we're about to find out more about these teams, more about the league, and more about the eras dahil oras na to toss it to our casters right away. Kaya oras na rin para saksihan ang Lakas ng Pinas!
Konnichiwa to our friends in Japan and hello to everyone around the world. Quick question, have you met these World Championship franchises? We're reintroducing APBR and ONIC PH in today's opener. Dan Leo Kabang at your service alongside Brigida and Renmar. Welcome to week 2.
I am so excited to see AP Bren headline our first match up against ONIC Philippines. I know they've come from a very, very high momentum in the previous week as compared to, you may all know, their record in the previous season.
Yeah, AP Bren definitely looks so much better this season, and it's going to be a tough test for them against an ONIC Philippines that seem to be owning the fact that they are rediscovering who they are.
We would like to thank our official tournament phone, Infinix, equipped with all-day 120 FPS system. The next-gen Infinix GT30 Pro is the new official tournament phone powering the next seasons of MPL Philippines. Including this one.
Including this one.
It's so fun.
Hey, you're in the commercials for that, right?
Which one?
That was you.
The one with
Yeah.
Edward? Was that one?
No, not the commercial, like the actual poster for. You're one of the poster girls for Infinix, right?
Alongside Edward.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's me? I'm not sure. I'll leave it to you guys to confirm if it's me or not.
It is.
You're trying to gaslight us that it's not you. We know it's you.
It is. Also, one of the folks who make this season possible is, of course, BPI. Will tell you a little bit more about them in just a bit. There's an app that you can download in case you have an account. If you haven't, then download that. Get an account now. We are in for 2 best of 3s today. And this one is a little close to Brigida's heart, given that she witnessed one of them win a world championship in Malaysia last year. And she witnessed the growth of them in the run in the MDL. That's going to be in action here today. But real quick, level up with your game with Vibe by BPI. If you download and sign up your Vibe, you'll get 50 raffle entries.
Yep, this is the app we're all talking about that you guys have to check out because last month, 200 lucky winners actually received 1,250 MLBB diamonds each. So we leveled it up a bit for this month. We've raised the amount for you guys to potentially win up to 50,000 diamonds.
Yeah, and all you need to do is download and sign up for Vibe now. Begin an epic tomorrow with Vibe by BPI.
So now we started with quite the hook because these teams, from how you've known them, and Ranma, even how you and I have known them, they seem to be very different.
Yeah. Yeah, they have changed, they've grown in so many ways, and sometimes some of them have also regressed, but that's just all part of the growth process anyway.
Yeah.
2 steps forward, 1 step back, again and again and again, you'll still be where you need to be. Real quick, you can snap a photo of your favorite pro players with MPL Snap a Pro.
Yep, you can check them out or take pictures of them during very specific moments, like moments where you really want to take note of, or moments you think are really memorable, because this is something where you don't necessarily have to be there.
Yeah.
Like you just need to take a picture of them. So I think that's a common misconception, but
Yeah.
it's really easy to do.
Candid shots, and don't be a creep about it. That's it.
Yep, you can win dias by doing so. Real quick, you can still buy tickets to watch your favorite teams. Just go to the MPLPH website and secure your seats now. All right, we're caught up. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get back to the topic at hand. These two teams, they are holding an interesting record currently. ONIC, back to their winning ways. AP Bren, 1-1 so far.
Yeah, their first, or actually all their series so far, all went to game number 3.
Yeah.
So, you know, there are a bit of things to adjust here and there, and they feel like they have a bit of experiments going on.
Yeah.
I was surprised, especially when they went up against Twisted Minds, because I was expecting to see a bit more of that in Twisted Minds, but it was actually AP Bren who brought out all these things, such as the Lucas.
Yeah.
and all that.
I feel like the Lucas at that moment was quite unwarranted. I understood the vision, but then it just didn't work out. But what I like about AP Brent this season is that a little bit, significantly less times where it feels like I'm forcing myself to find good things about them. Where now it's clearly there, the good things, especially through things like what X-Nova has done in the map as the roamer for AP Brent. And it's unanimous all across the league, from talents to players. They have good things to say about members, the newer players that we have, specifically Twisted Minds.
That's right, Twisted Minds has a majority MDL lineup. 4 out of 5 our players from the last season's MDL champions, ONIC 9 Lives. And here today, we will see some MDL graduates as well. Twisted Minds are not going to be in action tonight, but do note that amongst AP Bren, a lot of MDL talents there. Amongst ONIC PH, I strain to recall, I don't think they have any MDL talents.
For ONIC PH?
ONIC PH.
Yeah, no.
None at all. None
So
at
this is a
all.
good test. This is a great benchmark.
Yeah, I feel like, especially for teams such as Twisted Minds, being able to really defeat Team Falcons, let's say, is already a pretty great benchmark. But for AP Bren, in the past few series that they played, it's but it's been against Smart Omega, it's been against Twisted Minds, and of course we would all like to see them go up against world caliber teams. And this is that exact moment that we're waiting for, or that we're talking about, because this is ONIC Philippines, and despite what you mentioned about them probably having a bit of crisis here and there, we cannot take away the fact that they are still the world champions.
And I think the world champions are close to the top of the standings, given their sweep last weekend. We'll be showing you guys in just a bit exactly what the leaderboards here in MPL Philippines Season 16 looks like. They are second. There you are, the Twisted Minds.
Yeah, they were able to sweep the defending champions of MPL Philippines, Team Liquid Philippines, who are sitting at a 1-1 standing. Of course, Twisted Minds, the plot twist of the season, still continues to grow. A lot of people online unanimously saying that, hey, we see the vision now that Twisted Minds is bringing to the table. AP Bren also, of course, after week 1, looking really good. But I think to get away from the topic just a little bit, as we are looking at the standings, Aurora and TNC have had less than stellar starts to the season.
And Aurora will be in action later on tonight. And boy, oh boy, do they have quite the opposition facing them. It's a doubleheader tonight. It's Friday night, MLBB, ladies and gentlemen. We're opening up again with AP Bren versus ONIC PH. And then we're closing off strong with Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora.
Yeah, I know it's a Friday night and that it is most probably very busy outside in the streets of the Philippines, but I am expecting to see our audience fill this arena once again, because Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora, I feel like this is the best opportunity for Aurora to redeem themselves later on. But of course, we're going to start things off with AP Bren versus ONIC.
Yeah, and again, as mentioned earlier, I'm excited for this because it's a really good litmus test to see where exactly AP Bren is, with ONIC already saying, hey, we have some things to solve, we've acknowledged them, and we've been working on it. It's a good time to see where AP Bren is out of the table. While for Aurora, I hope we get to see an Aurora like fully awake, and I feel like we haven't seen the full potential just yet. They have only had one match, but usually one match is like a good way to see, okay, what needs to be done. And a lot of people online, and all of us here, have agreed that Aurora, it seems like they're still trying to find that chemistry with their new roamer in Light.
Tis a good reality check to get O2'd in your opener. Ladies and gentlemen, these are the players you'll be seeing in action leading their squads. Aqua recently called out of retirement by AP Bren, and Super Prince, the up-and-coming face and team captain of ONIC PH. They both have quite the record in MPL. One of them, a product of the Filipino amateur scene, that's Super Prince, the young Prince Ramirez. And then Aqua, Arvin Resho, amazing at just building himself up through the years. We'll show you stats in just a bit. He had quite the run and still kept a good KDA.
Yeah, I agree. And the fact that we mentioned them being the leaders for their respective squads or their respective teams in this match, it really makes you wonder, like, how does Aqua carry this name or title of being a leader? Because we all know him to be a very quiet person. I think I've been talking to his former team manager when he was also still part of RSG, that he really is someone who's quiet. She honestly can't imagine how he is being the leader right now as part of AP Bren, but we do see or feel just how big of a role this is, because he's guiding sophomores, and they're sophomores, which means that they're not entirely new to this anymore, but it feels as if there's just a lot to address, like chemistry-wise, and in the way they're able to carry out the ideas that they bring out to the table.
There's a reason why they call RV Calderon Dad. Yeah. Even when he was at RSG, they called him Dad. I never got it up until this point.
Yeah, there really is just sometimes that the dads in our lives are usually like the more quiet type, right? And if Aqua's that kind of guy, if you're gonna build a team around a guy like Aqua, then you need good pieces around him, which is why with Aqua being here, it allows X-Nova to shine. But not to take anything away from X-Nova, I feel like from what we've seen from him, we've also seen like great individual plays. But the fact that you have a centerpiece in your squad like Aqua to build around to help lead the team, it again allows everyone else to shine. James Banks has looked even brighter. Lord JM, is my guy, Mr. 50-50. He's looking a little bit more 60-40 as time goes on.
And if Aqua leads him in the right direction and the team follows, maybe 80-20.
Yeah.
Here we are, a closer look at the all-time records, highest average KDA. We are counting players throughout their all-time high career records. Players who have played more than 30 games in the league will be recorded. Look at this. Super Fritz, after his debut since season 10, #1 in the charts. Aqua, I'll tell you now, I lost track of when this man debuted, but look, he played through eras where he played for teams like Signal Ultra, teams like LPE, Eagles, and he's still #2.
This is so nostalgic to see. Even Yuji, like seeing his name here. And I don't know if some of you would recall, but even formerly ONIC, Super Spider Miles. I think that's Spider Miles.
Spider Miles, yeah.
He's a super fam, so
he is super fam, yeah.
He's part of that World Championship lineup.
It's the final evolution of Spider Miles. He becomes super. Yeah, but it just goes to show again, to have that stellar a record after multiple years, even few isn't on that list.
Yeah.
The fact
Even
that
Marco isn't on that list.
Marco isn't on that list. So the fact that Super Friends and Aqua have kept their game up for more than 200 games apiece, it's crazy.
It's amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, we would also like to acknowledge folks watching from the TT Racing home grounds in Cape at Tagpuan in Montalban. That's the Sonic Republic. They have their own little watch party to support ONIC Philippines. And if you want to be part of the next ones, go ahead. Hit them up on these dates. There's one happening tomorrow when they face off against Aurora. So that's home grounds today, and then Capiat Tagpuan.
I think they have them both.
They're both, yeah.
They're
It's
both
just in different parts of the metro.
Yeah.
One in Taguig, the other in Rizal.
Yep, they're bringing it closer to all their fans, at least for now within the metro. Like, I think Montalban is already outside.
It's in the outskirts.
Yeah, the outskirts of the metro, yeah.
So, yeah, for now, if ever you are not able to come to the MPL Arena, or if you're not able to secure your tickets, then these two venues are available for you guys.
Yep, if you want to watch it with like-minded fans or not, you want to, argue about who your favorite players are and who's going to win, you can do that. We have a question for all of y'all watching, though, from at home or on your phones. Is ONIC Philippines going back to their form in Season 14? Yes? No? It depends, and why? Let us know why you answer C. Do we have an answer at the table?
I have very strong opinions about this. No. I don't want to see teams go back to old forms. I want to see them evolve. I want to see them grow. So if they're going to go back to their Season 14 form, it just can't be that. It has to be what they were when they became world champs and carry the experience of that to a newer form. And we're sort of seeing that again with King Kong looking locked in after their first series, but they went through a different hero. Instead of the Joy, it's the Lancelot this time around. That's evolution.
Yeah, I guess I'm going to go with it depends too if it's in a sense of dominance and the way that they're just able to really play a game which makes your opponents feel threatened whenever they're going up against them, because like other than that, I feel like they have to just adapt to what we see evolve in the meta. And we also had a very recent adjustment too, so maybe that's something they can potentially,
That's a hot fix patch. I'll say D, not yet. Share your answers, and we'll get to it. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome these teams making their way on stage. It's AP Bren and ONIC PH.
It's time to kickstart the second week of MPL PH with Lord JM, James Banks, Aqua, X-Nova, and Shizo. Make some noise for AP Bren! The Sonics have swept the defending champions last week, and they carry that momentum in week 2. Kirk, King Kong, Super Friends, Brusco, and Kelra, ONIC Philippines! oversee and uphold the tournament's integrity, our marshals for the match, Juvin, Chico, JJ, and Jeff. And our coaches, not the marshal, it's Coach Jeff and Coach Wynot. MPL Arena, welcome to Week 2, AP Brandon ONIC, let's go!
First up, let's get to know AP Bren. This roster's looking strong after what happened in Season 15. They made a few tweaks here and there, and they called Aqua back.
Yep. You have to remember that they are no longer considered as rookies. They are now sophomores, and this is a new mix of AP Bren that we're seeing in the season. For the past few games that they've played, undeniably, some may feel that a bit iffy about the kinds of playstyles or drafts that they go for, and the way that they're able to utilize this. I could vividly recall, let's say, the Benedetta and all that, but I believe that they're just cooking something that we are yet to see.
Yeah, hopefully we get to see that today because we're gonna see them go up against ONIC Philippines. You know what this lineup brings to the table? They've already acknowledged, again, they've fixed some stuff, relationships on the back end. It seems like we're seeing a rebirth of how Brusco and Kirk like to play the game, how they see the game, how they engage, and hopefully they continue to build around that. They know Kelra's already solid. King Kong looked locked in. So if they continue to focus their developments around Kirk, Brusco, their timings, then that means Super Friends is having the back line just damaging everyone from afar.
So far, these teams have performed swell compared to the others opening up Season 16. Here's their head-to-head. You can see that ONIC stats actually skew the rest of the comparison.
Yeah.
And if there's anything we can say about AP Bren is they have good Lord control.
Yeah.
So now that we have an eye on the mid lane, we've mentioned the improvements for Kirk and Brusco. We also have to put under the magnifying glass the man with a million moves, James Banks. Brigida, you've watched this man grow. You've seen him play through the years. What's he look like in Season 16?
In Season 16, I feel like he's just underwent this arc. If his life was an anime, like there's this arc of where he just decided to expand a lot more than what we know of him. And I'm not just talking about the way he's been more open to using utility heroes, because he goes beyond utility heroes. Again, I mentioned the Lucas, and I think he's been able to adjust so much to how AP Bren wants to adapt their playstyle, but I'm hoping that he doesn't veer too far away from his strong points, because I feel like that's one thing that they really have to bank on.
Yeah, so it's like there was an unseen training arc OVA for James Banks.
How are they going to use James Banks to win? Listen to the howl to figure out these teams' keys to victory.
Welcome to The Howl. This is Wolf presenting you the Infinix Keys to Victory. Ang maglalaban ngayon ay AP Bren kontra sa ONIC Philippines. At ano naman natin na nakakatakot to para sa AP Bren squad. Pero para sa kanila, ang kailangan nilang unang gawin is to force King Kong to play utility junglers. Hindi naman natin sinasabing hindi magaling si King Kong sa utility junglers, pero historically, katulad ng run nila ng MSC, pati na rin sa ibang mga tournaments na panood natin, hindi ganun kalakas ang ONIC Philippines kapag utility junglers ang gamit. Malay natin, ito na ang way para sa AP Bren na manalo sa bakbakan na to. At isa pa dyan, pwede nilang gawin is to get the better late game scaling gold lane heroes. Ano ibig sabihin nito? Siguro mas unahin nilang papikin si Kela, tapos sa kanila tapatan ng gold lane. Kung sakali kuha sila ng Claude, kumuha sila ng mga tipong Moskov, mga hero na siguro sa late game ay kayang sumabay talaga sa ONIC Philippines. Now, for ONIC Philippines, what they have to do is to look at their post-4 approach, yung sa kanila mid lane. So medyo tricky to, pero ganito lang yan. Kapag scaling yung hero ni Aqua or ng AP Bren, kailangan tapatan ng Super Prince. Kapag tempo, ganun din naman. So ibig sabihin, ang ONIC Philippines, what they need to do is to look at the heroes muna ni Aqua, tsaka nila i-counterpick. And also, they have to get the better farm trades in the early game. Nakita natin dun sa laban nila sa TLPH at marami din naman tigil sa gumagawa nito. Kapag fast-paced gaming ang ginagawa ng kalaban nila, ay mas nananalo sila kapag nakakuha sila ng knockout na green camp or mga extra lanes or outer territory shields. Basta mas maganda yung trade na nakuha nila sa mapa, they're gonna have a better mid-game and eventually the late game. Yan ang strengths ng ONIC at yan ang pwede nilang gamitin kontra sa AP Bren. Now, let's get into the game.
Thanks, Wolf. Breaking down the keys to victory in the howl for AP Bren and ONIC PH. Super Prince, he deems, should step up to Aqua when it comes to their mid lane hero matchup. He reckons that they should both be scaling. Do you agree with this, Bring It Up? Because they're both very good damage mid laners. Look, they share the Selena and the Farsa.
Yeah, I feel like that mostly applies especially for ONIC too, because AP Bren, the way that they are right now, it feels as if you're able to take away the lead for them, if they're even able to establish it in the early game, or if you're just able to drag it out long enough to confuse them, then I feel like that's where they could potentially crumble. So this might be a great response from ONIC Philippines if we're talking about especially mid to late game presence or decision making.
Yeah, the good thing about that point though is that in the meta right now, majority of mid laners, like the ones that you're really fighting for, are so good in the early they get going, and they do naturally scale really well. Like for example, you don't usually think of Juicin as like a scaling mid laner, but imagine if that was a Juicin that got a good early game, got Sky Piercer stacks early, so that's another option you have to look at outside of the Selena Farsa trade between Aqua and Super Friends.
And not to mention the whole utility jungler. That still is one of the main coin flip aspects of the game we have in the current metagame. King Kong and James Panks. We just talked about James Panks before the howl began. Going into the draft, is one of these teams, based on how they end up on the sides, blue or red, will one of them try and sneak a cheeky Lancelot or Yusun Shin through? Because that seems to still be one of the main trades in the current metagame. AP Bren on the play, banning on the Fanny and the Selena, while ONIC take out the 1-1 still at large. The aforementioned Yusun Shin Lancelot trade. Arlott still out there. ONIC likes to pick Phoveus here when they open up red. Might that be the reason why they'll let the Arlott through?
Yeah, lots of possibilities. I'm really looking towards the Lancelot getting rushed here by AP Bren. I think unanimously after the results of Liquid versus ONIC last week, people are in ensemble with the idea of just don't give King Kong a chance to play the Lancelot, allow him to play something like the Yi Sun-shin. Of course, because of the hotfix, did get adjusted somewhat. The early game HP that he gets and the mid to late game scaling that he gets isn't as strong as it was in the previous patch environment. So if I'm AP Bren, pick the Lancelot, take it away from King Kong, and force them to go into the Yi Sun-shin as an option, not necessarily meaning that ONIC will pick it right away in Red 1-2.
Yeah, I agree. Even though there was a bit of adjustment, it's so common to see teams not adjusting immediately right after. So I feel like the priorities in a sense, especially in the jungler trades, will still be up there. Probably the Farsa is another thing I'm looking at though, because there have been so many other mid laners that have been buffed too. And if we're talking about Aqua and Super Friends, it'll be so exciting to see them pick something other than the Farsa, since the Selena's already banned.
I think that's a fair trade, because I've seen Yu Sun-shin get snubbed completely in drafts. Not Lancelot though. So if AP Bren goes Lancelot first, and since ONIC have banned out the Baksha, I think it's clear that Coach Why Not, Coach Hayes, they want the Farsa. They want to go Farsa X. I'd reckon Farsa Phoveus, Farsa Granger.
AP Bren could also steal that away. It could also make sense as to why they would take the Fanny. Fanny's been climbing up again in the priorities for the pro scene. So if ever that might be them signaling, okay, maybe we'll pick the Farsa instead, but I would really just want to see them pick the Lancelot right away. Don't consider anything else. Yes, that means Super Prince is going to end up with something like the Farsa, but then you can go ahead and pick up the Moskov if you're AP Bren.
What if AP Bren picks Kalia? What if they go Kalia? No, you pick.
Then that's a Lancelot Farsa.
And then they go Yu Sun-shin. Yu Sun-shin. I feel like that's not worth it. No. Lancelot Farsa is too much.
ONIC's gonna lose that. AP Bren is gonna lose that trade if they end up giving that up.
Maybe ONIC knows that the Lancelot might come out, since they've been banning out heroes that go up well against the Farsa too, so they probably accepted this.
And then ONIC's gonna end up with something like the
Lancelot Kalia.
Lancelot Phoveus also being open, considering that Phoveus can go pick it up here. And then if ever ONIC actually doesn't need to rush, because they could play it around, they could slot in a Hilda a little bit later on actually to put into Kirk's hands if the XP lane matchup favors it. Considering that you don't have to worry about the CC that much anymore, if ever AP Bren end up with something slower in the EXP lane and then ONIC pick up the Hilda, then it's worth it that they gave Lancelot to AP Bren.
I feel like so many people miss seeing Kirk on the Hilda, just doing his own thing. Because so far it's been the Phobius and the Padang for Kirk that he's been playing in the previous games. And we haven't been seeing much of the active roamers. Now we're gonna see it because Brusco gets his hands on the Kalea finally after always using the high loss for the past few games. So this is gonna be a bit different from the previous ONIC.
I'm pretty sure they were gonna get the Farsa. Why are they leaving this open for AP Bren?
I think they're just thinking about that. Because there are some teams that if they have the Kalea, they don't mind that there's a Farsa on the other side. And then you already have a Phobius that can either hold or get backline access. It's already showing though that ONIC Philippines might end up with something like the Joy later on again. It could be an option. Or have another piece in their draft that can easily access the backline. Like a Moskov, maybe even a surprise Claude by Kelra.
Rennie, what if? I don't know if ONIC is gonna drag this out, but what if they're setting up the Kalia Loyi combo?
Oh yeah, I mean they were able to bring Kyrie from Riyadh to Manila with that in,
and they can still do it.
Yeah, they can still do it. They can slot it in later. They're up against a high loss and Juicin, so Loyi and Kalea would actually make sense for them. They get the YSS. Having the Loyi in their side means that they have a strong damage presence and crowd control presence. Yeah, I'm all in on the idea of the low Yi. You still have to consider the Farsa as an option, but I think if you have the choice, pick the low Yi more than the Farsa at this point.
Yeah, so maybe take out some EXP laners that will really pose a threat to the Lu Yi, some dive heroes from AP Bren. There comes the
Okay, yeah, the fact that they banned the Esmeralda, other than it being sort of a nightmare mashup for the Phobius, means that there is a chance that they're already thinking about the Lo Yi. So it's not locked in, but that's one of the potential reasons as to why you ban out an Esmeralda. Again, added to the fact that the Phobius will be sad if it's up against an Esme.
Yeah.
Sneaky, Coach Tony.
I wonder.
ONIC might also just check out the condition of putting a Ruby for Kelra. So AP Bren might want to consider banning that out, as that is one of the things that you need to have to make an Yi Sun Shin jungle have a much easier time, is to have like a fighter in the gold lane. But there are teams who have flexed other ideas besides the Ruby, if I'm not mistaken. There was another, I just can't recall it right now.
Liquid has put a Ruby early.
But that was EXP. It was a bit
that was EXP, yeah.
They flexed it too. So, if that's gonna be the case though, like what are they gonna put in the mid lane too to provide a bit of help for King Kong to farm up? Because I feel like the Yi Sun Shin has been adjusted.
Yeah.
You might need a bit more help in the farm, but the Selina's not there. It's usually paired with the Selena.
Yeah.
If we're talking about that. Not even the Farsa's there anymore. So.
Selena might actually be okay. We did Oh, right, in the first phase. Oh yeah, I mean we did post the low Yi earlier.
Yeah.
So I think we're on that boat.
Yeah. Maybe then I don't know if it's in the books for ONIC, but the newly buffed Lilia has been bubbling up for months now. And here she finally got the shot in the arm she needed for extra spell vamp on her glooms.
Yeah.
Maybe? Because you're good against the... You do a little bit more burst compared to the Zushin. You do get against the lane and the Hylos.
That's annoying against the Hylos.
Right?
Yeah, it would be. Although I'm a little bit more towards the boat that Loyi just gives a little bit more crowd control.
If AP Bren let it through.
If AP Bren let it through.
I'm pretty sure Coach Jeff watched MSC, man.
Eve was also recently buffed, but the fact that there's a high loss and a Juicin on the side of AP Bren, it might not make sense. Oh, he rush picks the Kagura right away.
All right.
If there's no Kalea Bea, then there's a Kalea Kagura that ONIC Philippines can still do.
That's true. Okay, they're going for the strong pick-off combo pairing instead.
That's a team fighting lineup, if ever I've seen one.
Yeah. The only thing I'm seeing, ONIC Philippines seems to have leaned in a little bit more with a very strong fighting lineup that if it doesn't go well for AP Bren, then it's going to snowball out of control. But AP Bren also might just be okay with eating damage while also consistently pushing forward, because that high loss is going to have revitalized for sure.
And mind you, we haven't really seen where that high loss is going.
Yeah,
so maybe there's a room for a Gatot here.
Yeah.
Because we don't also know what Kelra's playing. So it might be a soft gold laner that can just straight up get jumped.
With all of the burst in the field, though, AP Bren might consider picking up a Uranus in the EXP lane, and then they put the high loss in the roam. Considering that, they're all burst-based.
Yeah.
Uranus would be okay with this, but then you don't see the pick yet from Kelra. That if they do go down that route, if Keller goes for something basic attack heavy, then it could... Oh, there it is. Okay.
Yeah.
So it's already locked in.
That's literally a lineup that's okay with tanking so much damage, but...
Blue Knox gold!
Here we go!
Okay, so overload with burst damage. It's like, alright, you have a Uranus, we're okay. We're just gonna go with burst on burst.
And they love the extra HP on those chunky frontliners. And I've asked several pro players in the past week. One such name is Finding Heat of TNC. I asked him, hey, who's the first player you think about when I say Lunox? He says Kelra.
That's gonna be scary.
Oh yeah, he did score Savage in the 7th game of the MPL Philippines Season 7 Grand Finals against then Blacklist International when he was still in execration. So maybe that's why it's iconic for Hito. Lunox equals Kelra.
I mean, that's just so much damage you could expect. The burst from the Kagura and the Lunox. But oh my goodness.
Because of ONIC PH's draft, they have put AP Bren in such a position that they drafted battle spells that are super defensive. Revitalizes, purifies everywhere. All the while, the Super Fam are all rocking flickers. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1, the opener for week number 2. It's AP Bren versus ONIC PH.
Yeah, I like this draft that we're seeing from the side of ONIC Philippines. For AP Bren, they just really need to temper their aggression, not like this, Lord J. And we saw this in MSC. He might get caught out here, he might be able to get away. Nope, not looking good. That's the first blood for Brusco.
Oh my goodness. We were expecting the damage from ONIC, but indeed it will take time. So that was such an aggressive start from AP Bren here, or for ONIC. So now we'll have to be very... So for now, AP Bren, they'll have to be very patient in the next few seconds or minutes of this game.
Again, I hate to be that guy, but I'm pretty sure a lot of people are like that right now in the comment section. Lord James should not have got that late. Again, we already saw that, but no point crying over spilled milk. It's now up to AP Bren to find a way to recover, because now with the Uranus, dying that early means you already lose the strong presence of your lineup. Kurt got a significant amount of damage as well onto the gold turrets, meaning that he has that gold lead. And this Phoveus is an important piece of the ONIC lineup that you're gonna need to find a way to slow down his progress, because if not, then this is gonna be an easy game for ONIC to scale through.
Interesting matchup in mid. Again, we don't get to see it as often since Kagura has just come back into the metagame. She does well against the Zushin. Like, you're not able to really spread out the love, as you will, as the dominant mid laner. Because look, she's at full health all this while. Zushin is at half. Oh, does get the slam on her. She's fine. Rush Umbrella is so good.
It is. The ability to just cleanse yourself out of it, even if you get the stacks though. Although this might not be too good for ONIC, but they're still able to find a way to fight back. X-Nova will be actually the first to fall. Fast execution, it doesn't connect. Brusco will be traded out, however, and still, James Pax, he gets to survive and get away, but they'll have to let go of this turtle, and Kirk is still going for it. Up against two, he still finds the kill on Aqua.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was talking about earlier. Because of that early game start, Kirk is having a great time. He's 2-0-1, and AP Bren need to solve that Phoveus problem right away. If they're not going to answer it directly, they're going to have to trade it in another part of a map. But with how fast ONIC Philippines are rotating so far right now, it seems like they're not going to give AP Bren that opportunity.
Very much represented by that mid lane matchup. AP Bren have a huge problem. Vision. They are so dive heavy that they can't see past 6 feet in front of them. And this is all the more made worse, exacerbated by the fact that ONIC can see the whole map once King Kong says it's go time. AP Bren can't find initiations nor keep themselves safe up top.
And that guy who you could probably expect to get all the information for you is just struggling to even hold his own lane up against Kirk. So even though we were talking about how tanky this lineup of AP Bren could potentially be in soaking up the damage, then the mere fact that they're losing in the EXP lane will make it so hard for them to do that.
And the difficult thing for that is, for AP Bren, even if they decide, okay, what if we go for Keller instead? He does have his ultimate to get away. Like there's a good chance Kellera will be able to get away without giving a kill, and AP Bren will have burned through resources, meaning that ONIC Philippines has time to respond to their potential, what could be eventual gank into Kellera's lane to where the Lunox is. So now, if you're AP Bren, you're then looking at the center of the map. How do you win it? Through an objective team fight. Slowly, surely, is the answer.
But not even the mid laners could do much. Even when they try to get out of their turrets, even for just a bit, there's a threat that Brusco will find a setup on Aqua, or maybe even X-Nova if they have enough damage already. So they're not able to reveal themselves as much because look at this, they're just being constantly poked. But now they'll have a bit of help from Lord JM, but still, that's just gonna allow them to clear this a bit faster and nothing more than that.
Lord JM riding that wave, moving up towards the turtle, starting it up. Brusco pulling it away. They engage, looking for a quick choke on the one. That's nobody found by Aqua. Turtle here at about 5/8 of its health, and there's one foul!
Oh, that's the flicker Tsunami Slam, and it's James Pax who gets taken down first. King Kong also secures the turtle, is looking for another kill, but he will be switching targets. Shizo will be able to trade down Brusco, but then it's a double kill for Kirk, and on the other side of the fight, it's King Kong who will nearly get to take down Aqua, but lacks that one hit to finish off the kill.
Aqua almost brought King Kong closer to get him, but it seems like the Sigma jungler had other thoughts, instead goes for Grand Theft Orange, even making bigger the gold gap between them, almost 3,000.
Dare I say, this is already probably game. Not to say that it's impossible for AP Bren to make a comeback, but you've already lost the major conditions. You had the Uranus die early, the fact that after the second turtle, ONIC Philippines were able to take down the first tower in the gold lane, delaying the farm of Shizo even further. I mean, the good thing is it's only like a 500 gold lead, but that's going to continue to balloon, especially if AP Bren cannot get winning trades leading up to the third turtle, around the third turtle, and the first lord. ONIC Philippines takes the tower up top, meaning that they're just going to continue this. This is just AP Bren now having to turtle it out, play for defense, try to get farm onto Shizo, and see if he could miraculously turn it around through a defense, because they're not going to win it through offense.
Shizo currently at level 7 compared to Kellera's 9. So if gold is looking scarce, what more EXP? The Super Fam are playing this so well. There's a Tsunami Slam!
They're not afraid to send even the tankiest member of AP Bren. X-Nova couldn't even last a few seconds up against this lineup of ONIC whenever Kellera is there as well. It's almost impossible for him to get out alive, and not to mention this 4-0-2 standing from Kirk, but Aqua, he has his eyes set on Super Prince, might actually go for the kill. Shizo will be the one to take it though. The Infernal Pursuit are still coming in. Lord JM already quite tanky enough to tank the damage coming in from Brusco and Kirk, but they don't have the damage dealers, which is why Glorious Pathway as well coming in from X-Nova. There's the knockup coming in from Brusco. Lord JM will fall. Unstoppable for Kirk, and also a double. It's only X-Nova left all alone. Dark Wave connects as well, and he'll have to disengage after losing all his teammates.
Impressive work by X-Nova, finding Kellera as soon as he leaves the darkness and the light, but where was the follow-through? Again, that's where you see the 4K gold difference coming into play.
Yeah, and this is what I was saying earlier. AP Bren, gotta commend them for trying to find something and not just being purely defensive. But once they got that kill onto Super Friends, they should have just backed off, accepted that they got a win, find another win elsewhere. Because, not like that!
I agree. They might need to back off a bit more now, but it seems like they still want to go for a fight. But this is under their turret. They're just...
Vision. ONIC PH straight up set James Banks up for that. They saw that he was alone. They saw that he was going to go for the contest. And then Brusco and Friends caught him. That was a booby trap.
Yeah, at this point, Aqua needs to gather AP Bren together like Thomas Shelby. Just go, no fighting, no fighting, no fighting! And you cannot fight at this point, really. If you are AP Bren, try to play for the defense.
Man, I love Breaking Bad.
There's another mountain shocker too. there's just no escape if you're AP Bren. You're always spotted out by ONIC Philippines.
See, it's not even a fight that they're looking for, but now in comes Kirk.
Glorious pathway up top, but X-Nova, just look at how he gets shredded down. And Kirk gets the last hit. Now he's currently gone like another Dark Wave landing on to Lord JM. Yin Yang overturn catches up to him, but he still survives.
See how slow and telegraphed that fight was, and AP Bren couldn't do anything about it? Nothing about that said, we want to fight. Up until ONIC said, you know what, let's do it. And AP Bren slow rolled the back off. Now the Tsunami Slam on the one.
Super Prince diving in. It's a killing spree for Kellera. And look at just how the stun catches up to James Vance. And King Kong is still able to take the kill.
This is just pure murder that we're seeing right now from ONIC Philippines. And they have all the right in the world to continue this aggression. AP Bren cannot stop them. They completely flubbed in the early game. They lost control of it with that first death up top by Lord JM, significantly losing the battle for the first turtle. This is ONIC Philippines winning their early game, translating that into objectives, into farm, and just pure, utter domination.
From Super Fam to Super Damn. Nothing about ONIC PH's lineup is finesse. It's literally just, we will kill you when we see you, and then take things along the map. They literally have just one piece of reliable CC. It's just Brusco. Everything else is made to follow through on that initiation.
And this is why I started off this game by saying that AP Bren, they should have really just slowed it down early on, get the info, get the vision first, and then allow James Vance and the others to farm. But since they decided to start off aggressively, even fought that first turtle after the Uranus went down early, meaning that Kirk already had a substantial lead. Well, they clearly, that's why they are here in this situation right now. 10,000 with ONIC up, and they got that Lord, the first Lord of the game for free.
These instances of the Hisun Shin winning out the early game instead of the Lancelot that kind of spells out it's really bad.
Interesting stroke of genius here by ONIC. They delayed taking the Lord. So instead of it spawning at 10:15, it spawns at 10:45, possibly when all of the Holy Shields have gotten popped.
It buys them a little bit more time. The minion waves weren't completely set up, and delaying that Lord a little bit more allows them. And here it comes out now, and with the minion waves going out with the Lord and everything else, they'll be able to pop Holy Shields, probably get a turret or two.
Yeah, James Vance denied them of that Holy Shield up top though.
Yeah.
So at least they still have that, but this ONIC, this lineup has all flickers intact. So there is a very high chance that they can go for a very aggressive setup because they have the tools to burst out whoever they want to go for anyway.
Throw bodies.
Here we go, Mount Shocker started up by King Kong. They know where everyone is. They're inside the base, breaking it down in mid.
Oh my goodness, they didn't even have to use any sorts of ground control. They nearly take out Lord JM with just Kellera and the Chaos Assault, and they gain access to the base. It might be actually ending here. AP Bren doing their best just to defend, but their base is a few hits away from being taken down. Now ONIC takes on the fight. Kirk is legendary, and this is looking to be it. The Super Fab takeaway game number 1.
A lightning round by the Super Fam takes the first game in the series. Now, I'm wondering, what was all the Purifies for? Were they all afraid of just the Tsunami Slam?
Well, they respected the fact that the combination between the Kalea and the Kagura is going to be one of the key conditions for ONIC to start building an early lead. But again, they forgot one simple thing. Just don't cut that lane in the EXP lane, man. It's the moment I saw Lord Jane behind enemy lines, it was like, I've already seen this. We saw this in Riyadh. It's not going to work in Manila.
Yeah, it happened too many times in Riyadh. Like, I think it was even for teams like SRG. And the like. So it's just so sad to see it happen again.
Yeah, and it just goes to show how devastating it is to play in the Philippines. One error, you could even say it was a small error, but in the Philippines, it's like small errors are magnified times 20.
It was a good read by the Super Fam, and this lineup that brought damage, wonton damage to the board, had it going in spades, even in the opening minutes of this bout. So that's one way to start the match. Very good for Super Fam. I think trouble also was found in AP Bren's recovery, in their efforts to try and do that, because they were very, very, how do I say, I don't want to say greedy, but they were taking fights and looking for opportunities where they shouldn't have, and they got punished hard by Kirk, because he would love to see you dive deep.
Yeah, and you're gonna have to give all the respect to Kirk. 8-0-5 on Phobius after everything that was thrown at him. After what happened in MSC, his performance in MSC. It's good to see now, for 3 games consistently, Kirk has been an absolute presence for ONIC. Undeniable. It looks like Kirk is 100% back.
And that's all he's gonna do to all the haters. Turn his back, because his eyes are on the prize. Getting Superfam back in shape. Better than ever. Here's some highlights. Look back at this game. That was under what, 12 minutes?
Yeah, it was. I can't recall any member from AP Brand being able to deal with Kirk. Like, even during these moments where it was just Kirk all alone trying to chase after 2 members, there was barely anything they could do, and it's such a huge problem for AP Brand with the lack of decent lockdown as well in their lineup. Because, I mean, even if they did have like a lot of crowd control, then it's just gonna be so much difficult for them to fight after that kill, because ONIC will surely still go for it either way.
It doesn't help that there's literally the 2 cores of AP Brand that trigger Kirk.
And it really looked like AP Brand, even though we mentioned that they're out of their rookie season, them taking that fight heavily in the first turtle felt like a rookie mistake. It looked like a failure to acknowledge what has already been a Phobius with an advantage. Again, he got gold from being able to push into the energy shielding of the first turret in the EXP lane. You know there's an advantage for that Phobius already, who has Festival of Blood, who went for Thrill also, meaning that he'll be able to sustain that fight for a long time. And the Uranus can only do so much.
You'll see here in the item build in the next page how Kirk, still in their winning ways, decided to play it conservatively. When you snowball that hard, usually the response is, yeah, I'm gonna get greedy. I'm gonna build a war axe.
Yep.
I'm gonna build a brute force breastplate. But no, what Kirk did, I'm gonna build a thunderbelt. No, what he did is, I'm gonna play defense. I still need to be the tank because my lineup doesn't have that in spades. We're not a peel lineup, so I need to act as that.
Yeah.
But still, the amount of damage he dealt, impressive.
Yeah, and the amount of damage coming in from his other teammates too were more than reliable to deal with AP Brand. I recall that last siege wherein they barely had to set things up with a Tsunami Slam or an Infernal Pursuit Flicker, which we commonly see in teams who are that much ahead as well. It was just Kelra going in with the Chaos Assault to deal enough damage to Lord JM, and then he had to reposition himself, which allowed ONIC Philippines to get easier access to the other members of AP Brand who were trying to defend. And those were the things, the small things that just literally show you how nearly impossible it was for AP Brand to recover in that situation.
Yeah, and since we're on the topic of that, Lunox, I felt like that was a stroke of genius by ONIC Philippines. AP Brand picked that Uranus with the mindset of, okay, we're gonna end up going up against a jungler and a gold laner that are probably gonna be, what, basic attack damage based? Okay, that's cool, we'll pick up the Uranus. But then suddenly here comes the flex surprise. You put the Lunox in the gold lane. You have the Yi Sun-shin mainly being the only source of continuous damage. But then because of the damage profile style of the Lunox, despite it being ulti-based, that is an ultimate that hurts. That again, if the Uranus loses in the early game, it will struggle. So I gotta commend whoever decided to call the Lunox pick deserves a lot of respect.
Red 5, ONIC PH brought it back into our rotation. Ladies and gentlemen, our BPI rich guy, King Kong, who, despite what Yi Sun-shin has been doing in the past month or months in our metagame, he played it here pretty close to the chest. His Mountain Shockers were one of the reasons why Kelra had such a great go, and how Brusco and Super Friends were able to often find their targets is because vision. All right, go everybody if you need to. And it also tells Kirk how deep he can go because they know where all the members of AP Brand are.
Yeah, I believe the mid to late game damage was the adjustment that we saw also for Yi Sun-shin in the recent patch, but I just think that the quote-unquote late game came a bit too early.
Yeah, exactly.
for ONIC Philippines. So yeah, we haven't really felt the impact of this adjustment to the Yi Sun-shin just yet.
No, I think what the nerf did to Lancel on Yi Sun-shin was to help slow down snowballs. But I think one of the major problems with these heroes is, at least for Yi Sun-shin, is I think Mount Shocker is just too good. The stun is painful, which we saw here now, and in hindsight, maybe that's also what the Purify is used for. So now, back to the question of who are they now? What is the reintroduction to AP Bren and ONIC PH looking like? Because it's clear that ONIC PH are better than ever. They have found their place in Season 16. How about AP Bren? Yeah, let me bring up one possible answer. They have one major change, their leadership. Aqua now calling the shots. Where did that call for Mr. 50-50 to go deep come from?
Yeah, that is the biggest question. And maybe that's something that we'll be able to learn more about through the interviews that they have post-series. Hopefully we do get to find out, because clearly that became such a big... and it's not just us. You could really see it in game. Uranus cut early, died early, meaning that it reduced its presence in the first turtle team fight, allowing Kirk to go crazy because Kirk was able to get farmed. Simple as that. Snowballing into everything else. And AP Bren, what Aqua said here in his quote is that they are hungrier to win and they have a lot more different things to show. Hopefully, it's more good different things, not different things that make us scratch our heads and question why they did that.
Yep, I really love what Super Prince mentioned as well in the quote, because we were constantly on the topic of ONIC rediscovering themselves and trying to figure things out. And the way that he mentioned how they're just trying to be a bit more disciplined compared to before was something we have definitely observed in that previous game. Even just talking about that build which Kirk went by in that Phoveus who was snowballing. So I'm liking how ONIC is seemingly taking things one step at a time.
And one more step towards victory. They're at match point. Ladies and gentlemen, let's check out the ping test, how these teams prepped for the match at hand.
Okay, nasa akin, Mike. Mike, check. Gulo na ng buhok ko, di ko pa naayos eh. James Punks versus King Kong. ONIC versus ONIC. Paano pag nangyari ka kay James Punks? Losing your pre, sabi mo, di ba? Na-burning yung red ka na, pre. Like I'll never know. Losing you will not really love enough. Oh! Oh, yeah, James talaga. Nag-aapoy. Ito na. Paisa nga ya, mga kasonics. Paasi naman mga kasonic. Nag-aapoy. Aray ko. Dito ako. Nagdurugo ang puso. Gagalit kaya. Yan. Yan. Solid ya.
I didn't know that Aqua was a fan of Filipino blues.
Yeah.
We have so many singers.
That's the most I've heard from Aqua in what has been, 4 or 5 years of seeing Aqua play professionally. The most we've heard from him.
That's true. We heard so much from him in this, and I think you guys can also get more data, more GG if you experience the winning power of Smart's Unli 5G and enjoy it with a Smart Digital Prepaid eSIM.
It is the simply reliable telco partner of the MPL. I'm talking about Smart, so victories you can count on through Smart.
So it seems like AP Bren went into this match with high spirits. No pressure on Aqua. So something tells me those new things are things they're taking in stride. Maybe it was just literally the players saying, hey, maybe I can try this, maybe I should do this. And to be honest, we are early on in the season, so maybe they can afford to learn these lessons the hard way.
They're not so down there too in terms of standings.
Yeah,
I guess.
they're literally number 3.
Yeah. So this is something maybe new to AP Bren, especially compared to last season. Although it does feel a bit safer than their previous experiments. So I think that's also a way, or in a way, them respecting ONIC Philippines and their capabilities. It's just that it completely slipped out of their heads to be careful from the first minute onwards. So yeah, maybe they should be a bit more careful about that in the next game.
Yeah, to take the heat away from AP Bren a little bit, looking a little bit more like ONIC, looking a little bit more at ONIC Philippines. Again, it was a good read. The fact that they decided, you know what, once we fast clear the mid lane, as we have mid lane priority, let's go up to the EXP lane, see if maybe we can, give a little bit more difficulty for the Uranus, so that you have the Phoveus Shrining. Actually, looking at how ONIC Philippines played that game, it felt a little bit like I was seeing how ONIC in Indonesia are playing the game, with visiting Lutpi a little bit more in the EXP lane while you're leaving Skylar in the gold lane, which in this scenario, it's Kelra in the gold lane to his own devices. So I think that's something that AP Brand has to look at now for this game number 2. What if we're going to be seeing something that we've already seen in Indonesia, but we're seeing also being replicated here in the Philippines? It's that they're going to actually visit Kirk more in the EXP lane so that you look at a little bit more priority towards the EXP lane matchup.
I love that you brought that up because it's a huge question that a lot of people are asking. When ONIC PH spent a month in Indonesia to prepare for MSC, did they pick up more of ONIC's habits, or did ONIC ID pick up ONIC PH's habits? Where did this rotation style come from, going towards the EXP lane? Because it now makes more sense if you consider that it came from ID first, because Lutpi is a player that in the late game will come in clutch. He will come up from the long lane and then join the fights later on. So that means it begs the logic that in the early game, you make it up to him first. You rotate to him so he has a strong start, so he can become a bigger game changer mid-game to the late. Let's go into game number 2. The draft has begun. It's AP Bren versus ONIC PH. Choosing sides. ONIC decides to go red.
To me. Well, this was where they were able to bring out the surprise earlier too anyway. So, and I feel like there's a bit more leeway for them to be able to do this entire rotation we're talking about, since gaze into the abyss. I feel like they're just so confident in Kelra and his ability to manage the lane. Even though they were forced to pick their gold lane last, or I don't think it was forced even, it was the decent matchup of a Harith and the Lunox. So it brings us back a bit to the past. It's not that bad of a matchup, the Harith Lunox. I think, if I recall, it's even the Lunox slightly winning it.
Yeah, that used to be the old main trade. It was either Alice, Harith, or Lunox in the gold lane for most of the top tier gold laners back then in Season 7. So I like that ONIC actually decided to stay with the red side because it forces AP Bread to grow and adapt and change. So they decided, you know what, maybe let's look at the center of the map instead. Maybe giving the Kalea was one of the reasons as to why we lost that early game and why things got out of hand for AP Brand to handle. I still think they should lean towards a Lancelot rush. I don't want to see them fall into the trap of rushing, maybe taking away the Phoveus, but then with the CC open, maybe that's going to be something they might lean into now that they'll rush pick the CC just so that ONIC will have to struggle a little bit if they do decide to go Phoveus again in the EXP lane.
Yeah, there's an Arlot too, if ever they want to consider that.
Yeah, I think AP Brand picking the Lancelot to start was the right step.
Yes.
So blue 1, Lancelot is safe. Now, does ONIC change up? Maybe they do. They go, because since Kalia's out, they go, Farsa's open now.
They do go to the CC route, but
maybe
I feel like this is telegraphed already.
Yeah.
The fact that ONIC chose the same side, they decided, AP Brand decided to forgo the ban of the CC. ONIC sees this coming. Let's see if AP Brand can pull surprises out of here to throw ONIC out of their game.
What if Lancelot Phoveus or Lancelot or Farsa Phoveus?
I might be leaning towards Lancelot Phoveus.
If I'm ONIC, don't pick Phoveus. Go for something like the Lapu Lapu instead, honestly.
It is open.
To banish all darkness.
Well, I mean, a lot of the XP laners are still open, so...
Magic is my life.
They picked the Harith instead.
Because they know that they can't get punished by the Phoveus. They already have the CC.
Yep. And again, having a gold laner Harith means that you don't need to visit it as much. It should be relatively safe. Going again to the idea that maybe ONIC Philippines are drafting a little bit more towards Kirk. The fact that you already see CC as the mashup and they're saving the EXP laner pick for later, I feel like that's even more evidence towards that idea. So with AP Bren, just pick up the Farsa now, but then accept the fact that you do want to rush the Gacha also. That means you're going to the second phase without your gold laner though. But if I'm AP Bren, just go for the Gacha Farsa now so that you already have those bases covered.
We have a quick audible from King Kong as he stated again in an interview with GMA News Online. When we lost in the grand finals of season 15, I think that was worse than how we felt after losing in MSC. We got more motivated to face the reality that there was a lot more effort that we needed to put into our game and transparency.
For sure, they do want to get a shot at defending their title in the upcoming World Championship. But This is a surprise. It's a Bruno Kagura pickup from AP Bren instead. I'm not so sure if you'd still feel encouraged to pick up a Farsa. Or I mean, against the Bruno, yes.
Yeah.
But against the Kagura,
might not be the best. With the Juicin gone, can't pick Selena either. Let's go. Maybe they'll go Eve.
I will choose
they
my
don't
own
reveal
for
it
later.
yet, yeah.
Okay, so they go for the R-Lot. AP Brent does have enough room in their lineup to go for a tanky fighter jungler, but the R-Lot pick might have just turned off that idea, so they might have to go Assassin. It's still surprising to me that Kagura and Bruno were the picks for AP Bren.
Yep.
However, if you think about it, they needed a gold laner that would match the potential scaling of what the Harith brings to the table. You get that through the Bruno.
Hey.
And then the Kagura is also a response towards that Harith.
Those are my friends, Jimmy and Kring.
How come we never introduced them to us, huh?
Yeah.
They just got in.
Are you ashamed of us?
They just got in. I love that they're enjoying AP Brent vs ONIC. They actually wanted to meet the world champions.
So hopefully your friends do get a chance to meet them later on. Okay, so ONIC also taking away another potential assassin pickup here for James Pass, which I think means AP Bren are going to be forced to go for the tanky fighter jungler. Considering that you are up against an R-Lot and Harith, I'm going to be that guy. Please consider picking up an Akai. But then, if ONIC picks up a Valentina, that's GG.
Hey, the Akai R-Lot.
Then that means AP Brent should just ban the Valentina here.
Yep.
After the Farsa. That's the only good way that they can set that up for James Banks.
Because you're not going to be a slow front to back. It's not like there's a room for an X-Borg in any of these two drafts.
Yeah, what's good as well is if they ban the Valentina, they can also kind of set up the Lucas. Since there's, it's one of their go-to picks anyways.
Try it again.
That sounded like a dare, Brigida.
Okay.
A challenge.
If they want to.
Brigida's challenging you.
Because it's usually the Lucas up against the Fredrin and all that.
That's
And
true.
It's a Lancelot here that they're going up against. So if they want to pick up the Lucas still, then that's going to be, I don't know.
Yeah. And the fact that even if AP Bren go for something like the Joy, that's going to be really greedy considering you're playing up against a Kagura and Bruno. Although with all that burst, there is a chance you might be able to punish an engagement by ONIC early on and then you snowball through that. But that's such a strong dependency on that idea that it might be way too risky.
Is it going to be a Super Prince ban still?
Hope will find a way. Even when
It's been a while since I saw that.
It has been, but this is Coach Jeff acknowledging the buff on Vexana in the recent patch. She now has vision when she hits her second skill, and then her stats on the Eternal Guard is just so much better.
Yeah, excuse me, it's a vision that was taken away.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go, it's removed.
Yeah, it was removed, but yes, it's the Soul Guard that now is optimized to be a little bit less clunky. So the first attack of the Soul Guard coming in comes out faster now once it finally lands, and they optimize the mana cost and enhance the damage potential. So yeah, I still don't know how to feel about the ban though on the Vexana. Yes, acknowledging the buff
and the Bruno Kagrush.
I feel like this just signals that AP Bren is going to go tanky in the jungle, because one of the things you don't want to go up against if you're a tanky jungler is someone that can just instantly just say stop, your crowd control, you get bursted, and then suddenly what your tanky fighter jungler is just sad.
But the high loss pickup seems like a great response to what can potentially be that approach from AP Bren too. So they'll have ways to answer back through their front lines. But if it really is gonna be a tanky jungler for AP Bren, maybe the Akai is gonna come out.
As we mentioned earlier, it could be Akai got the Gacha here, then a Valentina last pick later on for ONIC. But we did also pose the potential of the Joy. This has to be a Gatot Gacha. You need something tanky, but I don't like this. It's way too risky against the high loss, against the Harith, the Lancelot, everything. It demands such perfect execution by AP Bren that whatever you slot in here for ONIC, most likely a Valentina, it's fine, honestly. This is too difficult to draft that AP Bren pulled off. If they do pull it off, you have to commend them.
Now what do they do to just enhance the thread that is already existing in their first 4 picks so far? What could they pair with the... I don't know if the Kimi will still be an option here.
I wouldn't.
But I don't... Yeah.
It's too dangerous. AP Bren can dive you so many ways.
So maybe the likes of... What if they bring out the the lily.
Where there is light.
Oh!
Now there's the low you were asking for earlier.
Okay.
Finally.
No need for fancy tricks like literally kidnapping one of your opponents.
Nah.
They'll just find AP Bren's blindside. Again, this is Redmar, what you were talking about, how it's a very specific approach to this lineup that could make it work. But if ONIC can catch you off guard, again, a simple flank. It's not even like literally a blindside. Yeah. They don't have to take you from the back. They can just take you from the side.
Yep, without demanding the lineup of AP Brennis again, if they manage to eke out this win, it's because someone popped off and played the hell out of this game. Because looking at the lineup of ONIC with the Joy, with what it's up against, I'm seeing this could be a star-making game for James Banks or a I told you so, we shouldn't have picked a Joy moment for AP Bren.
One more look at the lineup by these two squads. Again, it's dire straits for AP Bren in the series because they are one loss away from conceding the series. A sweep over to the Super Fam, who is looking great. Game 2 is upon us. Into the land of Dawn we go. I've yet to see why the Kagura was rushed here by AP Bren. I want this to make sense, and soon.
Yeah, now it slightly does with the presence of Aluyi, since you have a bit more ways to gain vision and info in terms of what their diversion plays might be later on. But other than that, I feel like we were more used to seeing big AoE mid laners to respond up against these kinds of diversion plays, or even the final slashes that can come in from Kirk.
Yeah.
So that might be the problem. Maybe a bit too reliant on the AOGs?
A little bit. However, what I like about the Kagura pick in this regard is, again, as we saw, the Kagura did give the Harith of Shizo in game number 1 a little bit more difficulty to maneuver it, because you throw the umbrella wherever the Zaman force is, and then suddenly, wait, where am I going to dash? Where am I going to dance around? And it does have that built-in Purify that if ever you do get caught out, there's a chance for you to get away, to respond just in case you don't get bursted. You do have a flicker with it as well.
Yeah.
So I'm still holding my opinion on this Kagura pickup. It could come out really good for them, but again, it's such a mechanically demanding lineup that they decided to play.
And both teams seems to be rotating a bit more towards the EXP now. It's not just ONIC doing or going for that plan. Xnova seems to be providing a bit more assistance to Lord JM as well. They absolutely cannot let the same thing happen all over again. And now it might actually be an opening. AP Bren gets first blood, might actually get another one. That's a Phantom Execution coming in from King Kong, but the mid duo are already down. Kirk trying to survive, but it instead becomes a double kill for James Banks.
I'll tell you now, that seemed like AP Bren baited ONIC into the engage more than ONIC making a mistake. ONIC, the coast was clear for all they know, but AP Bren was ready to welcome them with open arms.
Yeah, a great adjustment by AP Bren. That's exactly what we were looking for here. What they needed to get in the early game for that first turtle, they got it. So that's one condition check. Now, because AP Bren were able to do that, it's up to ONIC Philippines to try and find the answer. Because now with Aqua hitting level 4, Brusco Super Friends, they weren't level 4 just yet at that moment. Oh, wait.
JM, Phantom Execution needs just one hit and he won't get away from that. Gets to use the curtain call though, but King Kong just needed to step out.
Yeah, I feel like we saw that exact same rotation by ONIC against Team Liquid last week. I feel like I saw this already with King Kong on the Lancelot. With after the first turtle, once it's open, they go ahead and dive, which last week it was Sanford, now it's Lord JM. Someone put that in a clip for social media to put side by side, and I think it was roughly at around the same time earlier. So still acknowledging the EXP rotation heavy ONIC PH that we're seeing, and we see with the Harith versus Bruno, Shizo's having difficulty.
Shizo forced the flicker back. Xnova to the rescue. Gotta give credit where credit is due. The MDL graduate in Xnova, former RQ Kaito, is doing well to actually set up these lane-to-lane, coast-to-coast rotations. AP Bren able to keep up a 500, 600 gold lead here 3.5 minutes in.
There's a diversion play too, but Lord JM senses it. Will be instead trying to keep himself safe because there's an upcoming objective as well.
Again, very XP heavy rotations. Renmar, you set this up in the pre-game for game number 2. ONIC are still setting it up, and I guess it just is byproduct that the turtle is in the same lane.
Yeah, so put a lot of pressure there. I mean, considering what CEC brings to the table, you do want to pressure it as much as possible. And I think APBREN are going to be giving up the second turtle of the game. They're going to slow things down, meaning that later on they might have to find a win rotation. Oh!
That's a surprise coming in from Kirk, and it's Kellera who will be taking down Shizu. The EXP and the gold lane do something just to take down the Silent Kid, but they might have to let go of this turtle in exchange.
The silence in the EXP lane should have been a clue, but it wasn't as ringing, as glaring, as loud as that rotation in the turtle. I think APBREN could have sworn that ONIC was going to be there, but wait.
Oh, there's another final slash. The vengeance is in for Lord JM, but that's not going to be able to save him. Super Prince picks up the kill.
Kirk's a monster. 4 games in a row now on point. He just used the final slash at the bottom lane. Kellera able to get away just in time from Aqua, and then he was able to join in with the diversion up top, had the final slash again, securing the kill onto Lord JM. The 2 kills we saw around the second turtle spawn, before and after, came from Kirk.
Here we go. Finally, APBREN able to push that tier 1 down bottom. They're making up for lost time. Yes, they did score the turtle, but ONIC PH have been getting big ticket kills on him, mostly in the EXP lane. Looking at these builds so far, King Kong only down about 400, 500 gold. Very respectable. But still, Lord JM, despite what's been happening to him, again, his second death happened about a minute ago, still builds the War Axe first, so he still wants to fight.
Yeah, him acknowledging that he really just needs to get his curtain call up, try to get some damage through the yo-yo blitz, and then you've already done your job as a CC. Let's see what he decides to build into the defense item route. Maybe Athena Shield or Radiant Armor Rush would be good for him at this moment, because you need to survive the burst damage you're going to be getting from that low Yi most likely, who will be poking you down. Even the damage from the high loss once you get spotted out by ONIC.
Lord JM is not giving up. He wants to hold down this EXP lane, set up the final turtle take for his squad. Same spot, 3 turtles in a row. APBREN can go ahead and get this. They still have the gold advantage. Quick rotation down bottom. Again, ONIC can just turn this on a dime. They can get that diversion. Kellera makes himself visible, and here comes a diversion.
They'll just want to get a bit of the turret. HP down, but was close. But so far, it's been APBREN who's just able to take the objectives. Lord JM, though, gets caught by the final slash, but X-Nova in the middle of 5 members gets to land the AOG and allows James Pass to actually secure the retribution. Aqua picks up a kill as well, but Kellera takes down Aqua, and X-Nova left all alone. It's a double kill for Kellera.
100% turtle take rate for the Hive, but ONIC punish and still win fights. Nobody saw that, Kirk. That's fine. You've been doing a good job. I think it was used to zone to be able to keep up the pressure elsewhere. Summon Force dropped in by Kellera. ONIC just can't convert as quickly, though.
Like with all the things in life, you need balance. If you're going to get hella highlights, give us at least one low light to clown on. But yeah, Kirk has been stellar. He's 0-1 and 5. The rotations of ONIC Philippines are sharp around the diversion of the low Yi. And let's look at the CC. Yeah, still at the War. Still going for a BFB. Okay. Already a Husk loss for the Bruno. Shizo not that far off in terms of the gold against Kellera. APBREN are still most definitely in this, but I think they're getting somewhat outplayed by all of the fast rotations that ONIC can do in the map. That even though APBREN can dance with ONIC when it comes into the team fights, into the skirmishes, they're losing the macro game little by little.
Yeah, I think the final slash is disrupting so much for APBREN. And speaking of, once again, we are about to see a pickoff coming in from ONIC as they take down Lord JM and potentially a turret as well, but there's a flicker from Super Prince keeping him safe, and APBREN will try to defend this as much as they can. They don't let go of that tier 1 turret.
ONIC PH wanted to sledgehammer their way through a fight, even without their minions. They send over Brusco, but no one falls. Down bottom, though, great slow push by James Panks, leaving that siege minion. ONIC have to respond. This is such a close game that neither team is clearly the beatdown.
Yeah, We did say that the lineup that AP Bren brought to the table means a lot of legwork is going to come through from James Banks. And it's not just in the team fights, it comes into the macro as well. How much is he pushing the side lanes whenever AP Bren are deciding to commit as 4 towards one side when you don't really see where the other members of ONIC are, so all you can do as James Banks is to actually just push out the side lane, see if you can get some vision from ONIC. Force a response, Kirk again!
There you go again, and the burst damage will it actually make it? Kelra takes the kill, AOG landed by X-Nova and James Banks from behind! Will actually get to spot Kelra! Currently on a killing spree and also picks up a double! Shizu as well takes the kill for himself! That's 3 members taken down from the Super Fam!
Devastating flank by James Banks. He takes the Super Fam from the back. No one saw him coming.
X-Nova with the taunt to set it up, and it was just the perfect timing. I think ONIC Philippines are looking at what AP Bren did there and say, hey, that looks kind of familiar. In the mid lane, though, Super Friends doesn't get to diversion away. He gets caught by James Banks under the tower. We said it, we set it up, and James Banks met this challenge head on and said, I will take it. 5-0-3 for the man with a million moves.
Super Prince was cutting that close. He risked it. He played at the knife's edge and got cut. ONIC now to defend against his lord. It's marching down bottom. King Kong doing just what you could when you're down this bad against a team like AP Bren who found their footing, split pushing. It's not too late. It's not as bad a situation, but James Banks is snowballing out of control.
Yeah, and it's great to see AP Bren just realizing that they can't be as reactive to all these setups that are done by Kirk, because for the most part it's always been the final slash, but once they were able to find their footing and decide that they too can have a decent response, mainly through that backline or that flank by James Banks, things took a completely different turn.
This is easier said than done, Brig, because maybe, let's say, if Kirk switches over and changes his priorities and tries to take down James Banks, or at least answer to him, then that leaves up a huge resource for the Super Fam. Then what do you do with the final slash? Do you use it to sweep away this buzzing little Leonin?
So many questions for them. See how they're going to answer it. I feel like ONIC need to slow down the pace in the regard that they have to save some ultimates for the entry of James Banks now. And so ONIC are trying to see if they can dish it out through macro. It's going to get balanced out up top. Lord JM sees the members, but they actually already committed the diversion to get back into the spot. No clear gold advantage. This game is honestly way too close. It's just a matter of who gets to execute a little bit better. And so far, because of the little things that James Banks, X-Nova, and what even Shizo has been doing in the team fights, it's been AP Bren who's been winning these crucial trades that ONIC Philippines, I think they're surprised by the fact that AP Bren are trading so well around the team fights and have been trading well through macro.
I think it comes down to the fact that AP Bren drafted a better fighting lineup. Again, it was a very specific kind of fighting, how it would flourish in a match against ONIC and how way they drafted, but the fact is, AP Bren have done this thousands of times possibly in scrims, so the fact that they found the needle's eye and threaded that through to get into this dominant position means the Super Fam have to all the more be careful. Oh, but they do set up a great push down bottom, almost even took down that inhibitor.
I think that is them already being a bit more conservative though. Playing more around the macro than trying to take AP Bren head on in terms of the team fights, because we've been putting so much emphasis to the team fight capabilities of AP Bren, but that's not even with Shizo making his presence felt as much yet.
So that means the best is yet to come for AP Bren.
The Bruno hasn't really popped off, but at this point, Shizo has items, so ONIC also need to check the Bruno. You check the Bruno, you check the Joy.
Oh, conceal by Nova.
And don't let X-Nova taunt you.
Okay.
Could have got, he almost got it raw.
Yeah.
Wait, now he gets taunted. King Kong gets taunted, but he has enough damage. Forces the AoE out defensively. And Aqua's already down very, very low. ONIC regained control of the Lord.
Okay, X-Nova played with fire. And he got burned. And now they're sending back 2 of their mid-lane duo. And this is... Oh, they're fighting back.
You have to force it.
They can actually fight back. There's no final slash, but the damage coming in from Kelra and the passive execution to secure the Lord. ONIC win that fight for now, but will AP Bren be able to fight back? Shizo still going on with the free hits, but it's a disengage by AP Bren.
Oh, heartbreaking rookie mistakes. X-Nova
He showed himself too early, took all that damage. Aqua decided to help cover, but then King Kong, who was in the shrub that was unchecked because X-Nova was going to the purple buff, that is anticlimactic and heartbreaking to see from the side of AP Bren. But then you see the veterancy for ONIC, smelling blood in the water right away, responding to it perfectly. The moment they brought down the Gatakacha and the Kagura low, they said, you know what, let's fight for this Lord. Even though AP Bren also looked at Kirk's missed final slash. Another kill, by the way, for ONIC Philippines. They found Lord JM in the middle. AP Bren need to get their marbles back together here because they are falling apart.
I'll tell you now, Renmar, that first check by Nova after the conceal, already something was amiss. King Kong forced to use his whole kit to get away. And now in mid, there's the Glorious Pathway dropped in. Finally, ONIC are in the base, up 4K. There has to be some way AP Bren finds separation between these waves and the rest of the super fam, because I think ONIC see an end angle. AOG!
Two-man final slash set, and Shizu's the first to fall. Now they lose their damage, and it's gonna be a sweep for ONIC Philippines.
2-0 for the super fam, making quick work of AP Bren under 15.
AP Bren drafted the lineup that demanded perfection in micro and macro. And the moment where they slipped in the Lord dance, that's where they got taken out. Great call by ONIC to just say, you know what, let's play that 50-50, even though Kirk missed that final slash.
For a while it was pristine.
Yeah.
For a while it was porcelain. And then it started to show cracks, and I'd hate to say it, but there has to be better communication between the mid trio.
Yeah.
James Banks wasn't ready for it. X-Nova and Aqua, they came back from the retreat and then rushed into a fight that they weren't ready to face. GG well played to AP Bren. The super fam are in great shape.
Yeah, I like how Keller took some even more time there to what seemingly looks like giving a bit more words of encouragement for James Banks. It was a good showing. The errors that AP Bren showed here are definitely fixable. They could have won that game number 2 to force a game number 3, but what happened there in the end, definitely you can work on.
That was such a great showing from AP Bren, despite the struggles we saw, especially in game number 1. They're things that are a bit too evident, but not as bad. You know that they're fixable if you're AP Bren, and we're just hoping to see them regroup and improve from this point onwards.
There was something to behold there, and I'm glad that there was something to watch for the Sonic Republic. Let's go to stage with Hans and Odin.
Starting off week 2 ng season 16 with a strong win. Your winners, ONIC Philippines! Gentlemen, again, I think you still haven't given a single game. What a way to kick things off in S16.
You're right, Hans. And friends, nabanggit mo last time na gusto mong makilala yung ONIC Philippines bilang disciplined team. Ikaw, gusto namin malaman ano ba yung gusto mong ipakita or ipakilala as Super Friends this season 16?
Hindi na maasim.
Hindi na maasim.
Hindi na
maasim sa laro. Pero alam mo, sa sobrang idol kita, naging IGN ko pa yung Super Princess ha. And friends, parang sabi nila, mas gumagwapo ka daw sa paningin namin. Ano masasabi mo sa mga supporters mo?
Ako yun, si Kelra yun.
Si Kelra yun?
Ano daw?
Parang may mga nakakapansin kasi na mas gumagwapo rin si Super Friends ngayon eh.
Oo nga. Parang ibang...
Parang iba yung aura mo ngayon. Ano masasabi mo sa mga supporters mo?
Sa mga sumusuporta sa akin tsaka sa ONIC, thank you.
Wow!
You know, we're talking about...
Ano
daw?
Nag-rosy chick siya.
Oo nga. I like it. You know, the confidence is there, but the humbleness also is. I want to know more about this specific, moment na meron kayo. Sige, friends, you can keep that mic dahil itong tanong na to ay para sa'yo rin. Considering na ito, ang dami ng mga bagong players, bagong teams na nagpapakilala ngayon dito sa MPL Philippines, AP Bren was composed of at least one of those new rookies na pumasok ngayon. What do you think of the new players? What do you think of the season 16 rookies na ngayon nandito sa liga? Do you feel like they're gonna be a major threat to ONIC Philippines? Anong i-expect namin?
Tingin ko sa mga rookies ngayong season matatapang sila
Matatapang sila. And I guess we're gonna keep it at that, right? Because right beside me is the person that I need to ask this time. King Kong, reality-wise, it was such a solid game para sa inyo. Nakita namin yung developments all throughout. You were able to say, sabi nga ni Prince, hindi na siya maasim. Ikaw, ano bang dapat namin nasahan ngayon mula kay King Kong?
Mas hindi maasim kay Super Friends na playstyle.
So patanggalan ng asim to. Sino pinakamaasim sa ONIC PH ngayon?
Si King Kong.
Si King Kong pa
Ikaw
rin.
pa rin.
Alright. So I wonder how, Coach, kasi tinanong ka na ano ba to? Is there, kasi we're talking about like different changes here for this specific team. Is there a specific era ng ONIC Philippines na gusto mong balikan with this form na meron ngayon ang team mo? Or are you trying to build on something else? Something that could potentially be bigger than what you've achieved from before?
Siyempre, something bigger. Pero kung meron man, gusto kong balikan yung prime hate.
Yung prime hate?
Yung support niya lang si Kyrie.
Yung?
Support niya lang si Kyrie. Siya yung carry nun eh.
Siya ang carry ni Kyrie?
Oo nga eh. Mage ni Kyrie.
Oo nga pala. Hate, alika.
Babalikan daw natin yung era na yun.
Din, nandito na. Kailangan nating i-highlight eh. Ang carry ni Kyrie during that
Gushon?
time.
Anong meron sa Gushon mo?
Ano daw meron sa Gushon mo?
Mahina lang yun.
Top 1 Philippines daw?
Nagbaburst yan 3 seconds.
Ano?
Nagbaburst yan ng 3 seconds.
Ano masasabi mo sa Gushon? Ano masasabi mo sa Gushon ni Hate?
Number-burst ng 0.5 seconds.
Ito ba?
Dito to yun.
Winner si Reker ng 0.1 second.
Ano pa?
Sobrang bilis ng kamay.
Ano pa?
Sobrang yummy ng Gushon niya.
Ang dami nilang sinasabi. Odin, tapusin na natin doon. Once again, your winners, ONIC Philippines! The Sonics, Odin, are still undefeated. Makikita kaya natin ang Gushon ni Hate. Malalaman natin sa mga susunod na linggo.
Excited ako dyan, Hans, at talagang sinimula nila ang linggo ng napakagandang laban. Pero bago tayo lumipat sa iba nating mga laban, ibalik muna natin sa ating casters.
Can confirm, King Kong is not wrong. Gushon's hate is hate's Gushon is yummy. For those of you who don't know, there was a time wherein yes, Hate was the jungler and his mage was Kyrie. I can recall as far back as season 7 of MPL Philippines. That was their configuration under ONIC PH. But it's good to hear that the Super Fam are in such high hopes and good spirits that they can joke around like that on stage.
Yeah, that was the Super Fam we all missed seeing. Because when they were kind of going through a slump, it felt like they were a bit more serious and they weren't able to joke around as much. But I feel like Kirk can afford to, laugh a lot more after this.
Yeah.
Like, just be a bit more carefree because he deserves this MVP title.
Yeah, 100% kill participation. This is why we're saying Kirk is 100% back. Missed final slashes aside, you count the things he did right, and he did a lot more things right. He was present for every single kill that ONIC Philippines delivered in this game. And it wasn't just in the moments where it was, okay, it's 5v5 time. It came in the moments early on where it was laning, where it was trying to put more pressure into Lord JM. It was the surprise rotations to the bottom part of the map so that Shizo gets taken out. Yes, that meant that ONIC had to forgo winning objectives, but they were getting kills. This kill came just 20 to 30 seconds after the kill onto the Bruno in the gold lane in the bottom.
Yeah, that was my favorite. When I saw the EXP and the gold lane down bottom.
Yeah.
Just to take that kill up against Shizu. And it almost felt as if Shizu found it difficult to get back in this game. Like, it was so hard for him to find the right opportunities to just keep throwing out the damage without all those disruptions coming in from ONIC Philippines.
I think it's a series-wide problem, more than just in this game, because if I remember, even in the first game, his Harith, that's a signature Harith, by the way, couldn't really do much. Maybe it's also a byproduct of the draft, because look, Kirk went back-to-back MVP, and both heroes were meant to punish whatever Shizu was playing. So the silent really was silenced here. I'm hoping that they can solve that because they got a couple more bouts to go through in this weekend. AP Brand just tonight isn't their night.
Yeah, this could be the game that Kirk finally gets to shut down all the haters and doubters. That's 2 series, 4 games straight where Kirk just looked really good. Again, we talked about it heading into the series where it looks like we're seeing a rebirth of Kirk and Brusco and how they played together, the communication, and it is on point. And add to that another layer. ONIC Philippines are still playing very well around the low yi of Super Friends. So now if you're AP Bren, I feel like what they have to go back to into the drawing board as they set up for their next matches for this week and then for the weeks moving forward is really just iron out a lot of the communication and the timings of when to get vision for Xnova and Lord JM. And those aren't errors that demand so much to fix. You can fix that in a week's worth of scrims.
Yeah, it's just really being more vocal, communicating a bit more, especially when it really matters. And specifically, I'm talking about, I guess, the mid to late game decision making, because I did mention it previously too, that I feel like those are one of the things that AP Bren definitely has to address moving forward. It's the way that they're able to be a bit more decisive in what they want to do, or maybe not even decisive, more connected, I'd say, especially when it comes to those parts of the game, because when it does drag out to that moment, then you see the veterancy of ONIC and whoever they're going up against come into play instead.
And that's what led King Kong to be our BPI rich guy in the efforts of AP Bren to roam the map and set up plays to, push their advantage forward. King Kong was just split pushing. King Kong was just taking care of the long lane, and he was farming up. That's why he got 900 plus gold per minute.
Yep. Also have to commend King Kong for winning that retribution battle in the end, because that was a 50-50. James Pants was there. He was healthy enough to be able to win that retribution battle, but at the end it was King Kong who won it, so also have to commend him for that.
On-point mechanics for the young Cyrix Perez. A lot of conversation online was also talking about how maybe the meta isn't going King Kong's way, but he's proven that if he can get his hands on the Lancelot or the Yi Sun-shin, then the haters can just shove it up their feeds, because it's clear that the super fam are back.
Yeah, not even the hotfix can take away
I think
from...
That's fact. That the hotfix did very little to change Lancelot or Yi Sun-shin. They're still number one.
Yeah, the dynamics of him are still pretty there. I think it was just, instead of it being a straight up nerf, it was more of a rebalancing, and desperately needed rebalancing as well. But I think we're gonna look at the numbers a little bit closer with a week's worth of competitions that we're getting all over the globe, and then maybe just a little bit, we might get another hotfix on top of the hotfix onto Lancelot, because I did not feel that hotfix today. Not at all.
It's all their fault. Like, why we're getting all of these adjustments, it's all their fault. So if you guys love playing these heroes in rank, then you feel the difference, to blame.
I love that Lancelot is back in the metagame. What is it, 2 to 3 months ago, where people were saying, "Oh, Lancelot's not real." It was ONIC who first brought it in the playoffs of season 15.
More than Carl TZ. More than it was always ONIC.
And here it is now, nerfed and still very strong. Let's go ahead and listen to the mic check here of this match to get a little more insight about ONIC's win.
Okay ka lang, Dwayne?
Walang ba yun dyan? Walang kanina.
Okay na, bawi na tayo. Farm lang ni King,
Sige sila. Kalma, hindi ko na-stun. Okay lang.
Rally tayo, Dwayne. Dito, Dwayne. Okay, sasabayan kita lakad, Dwayne. Laban lang.
Kahit mamatay dyan, mamatay.
Harap lang.
Huwag kang garap, pre. Yo, pre. Nastan ko.
Nice, walang tayo. Ito muna.
Bumers na. Ako, Bruno.
Ngayon sa akin.
Walang burst kagura,
Tingin.
Bruno. Nice Kirk.
Nice.
Clean.
That is...
Nice Kirk.
I find it difficult to find the words to describe it, because it's both succinct, descriptive, and just very chill.
Yeah. And I think we may be seeing here a little bit of a glimpse as to what could have been the communication holes for ONIC recently, especially during MSC, is that a lot of the early fights a lot of the clips, we kept hearing the same theme of no one's backing out. Just believe, just fight.
Force it.
Go for it, force it. That was the theme present in every single clip that we saw.
Yeah, it's just always making sure that your teammates know you're there, or that you can still fight, and they also know when to back out, or when it's no longer right for them to proceed with it. So it's nice to see that after all they've been through, they're slowly getting back there, and maybe a bit of a throwback to what we asked before we entered the series.
So,
this is a new version, maybe.
Are we saying that old ONIC, the ones we saw in MSC, were all about fighting? They really liked fighting and forcing things. I wonder where they got that. But now they seem to be clean, and they are found their form. Glad to be part of this, to witness the Season 16 form of ONIC PH in action. Congratulations once more. But for now, let's go ahead and look back at what happened in that best of 3 and revisit the keys to victory and ONIC PH's efforts to check out all the boxes. Here, once more, is the how. We'll be on break after this.
Thank you so much, casters. At isang mabilis mula sa ONIC Philippines. Nakita nating serye na yon. Pero meron tayong dalawang natutunan. Ang pinakauna dyan is, pag nilast week mo yung hero ni Kelra, ito yung Deus Ex Machina ng ONIC. Kung ano nga ba ibig sabihin Deus Ex Machina? Parang ano to, sa anime, ito yung bigla na lalabas yung bida na sobrang lakas na lang niya, or ito yung sa mga superhero movies na meron bilang superpower na mahahanap ang isang team at tatapusin na nga yung kwento. That's what we felt with Kelra being the last pick Lunox para sa side ng ONIC Philippines. Alam natin na si Kelra mismo isa sa mga lagi namang win conditions ng ONIC Philippines, pero iba din talaga pag naka-lane counter niya yung kanyang katapat. For example, Lunox versus Harith, a tale as old as time. Ngayon dahil sa existence ng Yisan Shin, pwede na natin makita ang katulad ng Lunox dun sa may gold lane, kung saan directly na one hit niya yung isang Harith, panalo dito sa lane, at pagdating sa late game, kahit yung high loss ay napapatumba na niya. Ito na nga talaga yung malaking headache sa kahit sinong makakatapat ang ONIC Philippines kapag na last pick yung hero ni Kelra at shoot na shoot sa draft. Ngayon, nakita rin natin na yung map trades ang pwedeng maging bentahe ng ONIC Philippines kapag natatalo sila sa first turtle. This happened in the previous series, and kahit naman dito sa kontra sa APBR, nung natalo sila sa first turtle, nag-farm sila at naghanap sila ng mga maliliit na mga jungle creeps or mga minion waves na bigla na lang sila nakakabaway when it comes to their farm. Tapos dinadali na lang nila sa late game macro, especially with the Slowy pick na master naman talaga ng ONIC Philippines. At for sure, makakakita pa tayo ng maraming beses na ganyan mula sa ONIC Philippines. Tingnan natin kung makakabawi ang APBR sa mga susunod, but for now, ONIC Philippines na ang talagang nasa taas ng ating scoreboard. But apart from that, meron tayong aabangan. It's going to be TLPH going up against Aurora. Nako po, inaabangan na talaga itong matchup na to. So, wag na wag kayong aalis dahil magbabalik ang MPL Philippines Season 16.
GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang zero deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun, Makati.
Okay, nasa akin, Mike. Mike check. Gulo na nga ng buhok ko, di ko pa naayos eh. James Punks versus King Kong. ONIC versus ONIC. Paano pag nagyari ka kay James Punks? Losing your pre, sabi mo, di ba? Na-burning yung red ka na, pre. Like I'll never know. Losing you, not really loving now. Oh! Oh, yeah, James talaga. Nag-aapoy. Ito na. Paisa nga ya, mga kasonic. Paasi naman mga kasonic. Nag-aapoy. Aray ko. Dito ako. Nagdurugo ang puso. Gagalit kaya. Yan. Yan. Solid ya.
Defeat. GG bro! Don't worry. The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang zero deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun, Makati.
Okay, nasa akin, Mike. Mike check. Gulo na nga ng buhok ko eh, di ko pa naayos eh. James Punks versus King Kong. ONIC versus ONIC. Paano pag nagyari ka kay James Punks? Losing your pre, sabi mo, di ba? Na-burning yung red ka na, pre. Like I'll never know. Losing you, talk with love enough. Oh! Oh, yeah, James talaga. Nag-aapoy. Ito na. Paisa nga ya, mga kasonics. Paasi naman mga kasonic. Nag-aapoy. Aray ko. Dito ako. Nagdurugo ang puso. Gagalit kaya. Yan. Yan. Solid ya.
Defeat GG Bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap.
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
Mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang zero deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Greensan, Makati.
Okay, nasa akin, Mike. Mike check. Gulo na nga ng buhok ko eh, di ko pa naayos eh. James Punks versus King Kong. ONIC versus ONIC. Paano pag nagyari ka kay James Punks? Losing your pre, sabi mo, di ba? Na-burning yung red ka na, pre. Like I'll never know. Losing you, talk with love enough. Oh! Oh, yeah, James talaga. Nag-aapoy. Ito na. Paisa nga ya, mga kasonics. Paasi naman mga kasonic. Nag-aapoy. Aray ko. Dito ako. Nagdurugo ang puso. Gagalit kaya. Yan. Yan. Solid ya.
only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10K Gold Lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang zero deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10K Gold Lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun Makati.
Okay, nasa akin, Mike. Mike, check. Gulo na ka ng buhok ko eh, di ko pa naayos eh. James Punks versus King Kong. ONIC versus ONIC. Para pagyari ka kay James Punks. Losing your pre, sabi mo di ba? Na-burning yung red ka na pre. Like I'll never know. Losing you, dark, really never know. Oh! Kuya James talaga. Nag-aapoy. Ito na. Paisa nga ya, mga kasonic. Paasi naman mga kasonic. Nag-aapoy. Aray ko. Dito ako. Nagdurugo ang puso. Gagalit kaya. Yan. Yan. Solid ya.
Di abot ang data! GG bro! Don't worry! The only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun Makati.
Di abutan dito! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun Makati.
Di abutan dito! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun, Makati.
Di abutan dito!
Defeat.
GG bro! Don't worry, the Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun, Makati.
worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun Makati.
Di abot ang data! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon Falcon ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket at magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun Makati.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10k gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket at magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun Makati.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharged with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun Makati.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa!
pampasarap,
Ang daming ititimpla!
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang 0 deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10K gold lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun Makati.
Di abutan dito! Defeat! GG bro! Don't worry! The Only with Smart Power All 99. Hindi bitin with 10 gig data to power your games plus only Facebook or only TikTok. Load now!
Enemy alert. Your scalp gets 1.5 times greasier, causing dandruff.
Get triple anti-dandruff power. Supercharge with Clear.
Pang-marinade,
Panggisa,
pampasarap,
ang daming ititimpla.
Luto mo yan with Knorr Liquid Seasoning.
mula luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, sarap panalo. Luto tong plato, panalo ang luto mo.
Sunod-sunod na comeback ang nasaksihan natin ngayong week. Ako nga pala si Bentings, ang maghahatid sa inyo ng MPL Hot News. Unahin na natin ang 10K Gold Lead ng Aurora. Naka-panel strat kasi sila dito, kung saan itong lineup na to ay may expiration kapag hindi mo agad natapos yung game. At dahil nga tumagal na yung game, nakaipon na ng nakaipon ang Team Falcon. At kung makikita nyo nga si Super Marco, halos wala nang aabot sa kanya. Patunay na din to sa kanyang zero deaths. Bulletproof talaga. Kaya ang nangyari, nakambak pa ng Team Falcon ang 10K Gold Lead ng Aurora. At ang sumunod naman, itong Team Liquid. Sobrang lamang na ng TNC. Dahil sa tapang ni Carl TC na ituloy lahat ng Lord na nabawasan na ng TNC, nagawa pa nila na baliktarin yung game. At dahilan yun para masarado nila yung series ng 2-0. At yun lang, kung gusto nyo mapanood yung MPL ng live na live, huwag nyo kalimutan bumili ng ticket. At magkita-kita tayo sa Green Sun Makati.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts. Winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level. Nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas, para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi to atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas, para sa Pinas. surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawag, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko man yung bakas, kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas, kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas, kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Lakas, Pinas, malakas, kahit anong tumas. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we unite, we the stars. Ang lakas ng Pinas, we the stars.
These athletes and Filipino MLBB greatness have one thing in common. Both are timeless. You're tuned in to MPL Philippines Season 16. Welcome to week 2, day number 1. The closer features Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora Gaming. At your service, my name is Leo, joined by Brigida and Renmar Santa Cruz. It's a best of 3 match to close off tonight's bout.
This is something that the RORAs, or the Northern Lights, are definitely looking forward to after only being able to see their team fight for one series last week. And they're hoping that something good will come out of it, because it was a very unfortunate loss that they had to go through in week number 1.
Yep. I'm kind of worried we might be seeing another sweep here today, but I hope Aurora, especially Light, got to adjust with the rest of the team in terms of getting a little bit more aggression. While for Team Liquid, they did get to bounce back after their loss against ONIC with a 2-0 sweep win against TNC Pro Team. Hopefully we get to see the run in form continue.
We don't hold our punches here. We only speak the truth, and Aurora are walking into quite a difficult situation, facing off against defending champions. Real quick, an update in case you missed the first match of tonight. ONIC, the Super Fam, are back to their winning ways, sweeping APBR. Both games happened in quite a fast fashion.
Yeah, one 12-minute game and another, I think, 15? Nothing more than that.
Around that, yeah.
So it was really, really fast for the first series. I wonder what will happen for the second series, though.
There was plenty for both Sonics and members of the Hive to watch. In case you wanted to be one of them, you could be featured as the next MPLPH Super Fan of the Month. All you need to do is join the MPL Philippines official group, engage with the community, and just keep those interactions positive.
Share any MPL-related news and updates in the group for your chance to be named as the MPLPH Super Fan of the Month. That's so special. It sounds so special because it's of the month.
Yeah, it's like your employee of the month, but you don't really need to work for it, and there is no salary involved, but you will get recognized, which sometimes I feel like we severely lack in having in our lives.
I do plenty of posts in said official group. Where's my chance to be super fan?
We already work here, so I don't think we can be.
Maybe we can't be qualified or something.
That's one way to put it.
Yeah. Sadly.
All right. Real quick, an update on this next match. As y'all mentioned, Liquid has their win on the board. Aurora played only one game last week, so there's a lot of catching up to do here tonight. And is it safe to say that it's on Light to catch up to his team? It's on Light to reintegrate with MPLPH, because guess who we're talking about? We're talking about Season 9 champion Light from RSG. We're talking about MSC 2022 Light from RSG. We're talking about homecoming King, homecoming hero, Light, who recently played for MPL ID, is it really on him?
I think there is, to some extent, a responsibility that has to be filled when it comes to us talking about Light, because I feel like for the way, or based on how we saw him play in their first series, you know he's there. Like, signature Light is there, but we don't see it blend in as well yet.
He made his debut in the start of the Age of the Crown, and it takes so much to shine in that era, even as Unravel when he first made his way in the MPL under Work Osterforce. Renmer, your thoughts on the whole situation for Aurora?
Yeah, definitely it has to be on Light's shoulders here, because there were, looking back at the matches, or the match that they had against Falcons Philippines, there were times where he definitely could have been a little bit more aggressive. I had a talk with Wolf and Midnight about this, where it feels like a little bit of the old Panda mental system is too ingrained in Light, wherein we know when we were starting off here in the Green San Makati, there were times where they were vocal about how Light should have been a little bit more aggressive at times. He was too aggressive at times.
Yeah.
And I feel like those things are something that it's hard to shake off when you go under the rule and coaching style of Coach Panda. Now, the eras have changed in this more global era of the game, where aggression and actually the lack of hesitation is extremely rewarded. The moment if you just go for it, you can actually find a chance to turn things around. It's much more needed. Instead of looking for that picture-perfect start, you really just have to go for it if you are the roamer of a team who has aggressive junglers. Demon Kite's there, dude. Trust that Demon Kite and Edward and Yue and Dominic Kite will be able to back you off if you're aggro.
Yeah, and that's where you expect the connection to come from the most. It's between Light and Demon Kite, because they've been former teammates. They supposedly know each other well enough, but I do agree that there tends to be a lot of miscalculations, because, for instance, Signature Light, the way he just comes all the way from the back and just surprises everyone with the setup, it's there, but I don't think that's what's working for Aurora now.
It sounds like it doesn't get the benefit or the payoff that the setup requires.
Yeah.
And maybe that's why in the spotlight of today's bout, it's Edward and Demon Kite instead of Light and Demon Kite. Ladies and gentlemen, these are timeless champions. These players have won across different eras of MPL Philippines history, and still they stand here today as one of the best in the league, if not the world.
Yeah, I mean, JP, Carl TZ, Edward, Oheb, Light, Demon Kite. There's so many of them who just shined in multiple eras of the league. Of course, JP, one of the first ever back-to-back MPLPH champions. Carl TZ from becoming a Season 6 champion to his run to becoming a world champion. Blacklist International, they missed out on that golden road, but they did get 7, 8, and the world championship. RSG in their run with a longer-haired Light and a much skinnier Demon Kite.
A leaner Demon Kite.
I'm thrown off, honestly, with how different Demon Kite looks, and even
different dude.
Oheb.
Even Oheb, yeah.
Even Oheb looks very different. Sanji and Sanford still look like children. They've been at this for quite some time.
Yeah, the latest addition to all of these names would probably be Sanji from Echo, but these players you see in front of your screens, they've just all been transferring teams and still remaining champions. Even for JP, I think we've thrown out a couple of fun facts about him whenever he heads into a grand finals, whenever he goes up against a team that's under the banner of ONIC, whenever he's in a grand final. So it's still there. You know that they're these champions.
And at the center of it all, the face of the goddamn game, Carl TZ, the GOAT, stands before us. He started playing in Season 2. He won his first championship in Season 6. Believe it or not, it took him that long to get here. And look, it's like a day didn't pass. He still loves the game as much as he did the first time he picked up a phone.
The way he looks.
He just needs to wear some jeans, and he's really starting to look more like Magnus Carlsen as the days go on. Fellow Team Liquid member, Magnus Carlsen. But yeah, he shined in multiple eras of the league. Brawl era from Season 1 to 3, the Age of Dreamers starting from 4 to 6, the Age of the Crown when Blacklist International RSG rose, the triangle of power between Bren, Blacklist, and Echo/Liquid, and then now where we are at the global era, where the game has taken completely different new heights with how much it shines in the EWC.
And all of these people are watching not just for Carl TZ, They're also watching how their team will try to take down the Titan, take down the GOAT, because we have watch parties happening, organized by the RORAs, happening right now at Street Kohi in Maginhawa. All right, it's also happening tomorrow as they face off against, wow, look, another World Championship franchise in ONIC PH.
And that's fun because ONIC, I think, has a watch party of their own as well. So you could check it out. But tomorrow we have a lot of watch parties going on, even outside the MPL arena. So if you're not able to secure your tickets, then this is so fun to see how our teams are bringing it closer to everyone out there.
Yeah, Street Coffee, by the way, is a great coffee shop in that area. So check it out.
I think I'm going to need a good cup of coffee if I was going to support my team go up against the GOAT.
Yep. You're gonna need it. Again, especially with everything that we've discussed for Aurora. I mean, what I like about Aurora, though, is the shades of what they could be are already evident, even in that only series that we've seen them.
Yeah.
The loss against Team Falcons PH. That, as much as I am scared that this is just gonna end up becoming a really quick sweep in favor of Team Liquid Philippines, because as much as possible, I want to see Game 3s when we're covering MPL PH. But Maybe that 1 week between last week and this week was more than enough to really reintegrate Light much better back into MPLPH.
Yeah, a sweeping loss is quite the reality check. That should have been enough. And I get why you want to see Game 3s, because a 2-0 and a 2-1 give you the same score. Just 1 point on the board.
Yeah, and hopefully so, because I think we've also decided to highlight Edward as one of the key players in this matchup. And based on what we saw from him last week, he's slowly coming back, like the Edward we used to know on the Lapu-Lapus and all those aggressive XP laners. And I feel like if they've been already able to check at least that part of their game plan, then it's the others that maybe need a bit of revisiting.
You know what? Brigida, you're right. The heroes that Edward love, and we have had reps on him win championships with these heroes in the meta, more of them are present than heroes that Sanford loves.
Yeah.
Because when you say Sanford, you're looking for Yu Zhong too.
Yeah.
Yu Zhong is not even a shadow of this half dragon, half man hero is in our metagame, but you've seen some signs of Paquito show up. So that's why Edward should be poised to win. Now, we're throwing out a question to everyone watching. What is your favorite era? Were you a fan of the Brawl era, the Age of Dreamers, the Age of the Crown, you know what it is? And of course, others like the newer ages of the MPL PH. Are you a new fan? Let us know.
Yep, season 10 to 13, just in case you're curious about it. We call that the Triangle of Power, wherein was Blacklist, AP, Bren, Brand Falcons, so many. And I'm missing out one more. Not RSG. Liquid / Echo.
Yeah.
They're mostly just Echo. And then the current global era, starting from season 14 onwards. So if those are your choices, you can put in D and then just type those in. Again, Triangle of Power and Global Era are the other two options. Not available there.
If it were me, I would be putting D, because I feel like I've been most part of the era during these times.
So you're biased.
And I mean,
because you're a Liquid girly.
That's understandable. That's understandable. That's okay
true.
too.
No, you get it. And as a Falcons guy, you choose what?
Yeah. Falcons guys, basically Falcons was
Because like there's a lot of
you could say it started Triangle Power.
There was something special about the Triangle of Power, honestly. Because that was even the chance where... That was the time where we saw RSGPH and then Echo put on some absolutely crazy playoffs games.
One of the best lower bracket finals I've seen in my career.
Punching.
That's right.
Okay.
I would personally say Brawl era, because that's where my love affair with MLBB started. That's where I first laid eyes on the stage in Circuit Makati and said, one day I want to be part of that. And here we are. Tell us. Go into the comment section and let us know what is your favorite era of MPL PH. And in just a bit, folks, the match will begin. About 3.5 minutes until Liquid and Aurora go at it. Again, a lot of us are expecting a sweep in favor of Liquid. But wouldn't it be nice if Aurora flipped it on its head? Before we begin, let's go ahead and throw it on all access. I think the fan base will be cheering for the squads.
Match 2 na agad at paiinitin natin ang MPL Arena kasama ang ating mga timeless champions, Team Liquid Philippines! Jericho! Jericho, we need your energy para naman ma-energize ang ating mga players. Can we hear it from the cavalry?
Let's go, Liquid! Let's go, Liquid! Let's go, Liquid!
maganda ang simula nyo, Jericho, ha? Ano kaya ang ipapalag sa inyo ng Aurora Gaming Hands? Can we hear it from your side?
Maganda.
Wala nang intro.
Oh, ano yan? Oh, saan punta?
Hoy!
Oh, yan. Oh, sige. Hawa mo nga sa tenga, hawa mo sa tenga. Oh, okay na.
Ganon,
I like that. Aurora, buhay ba tayo? Buhay ang Aurora! Simulan mo na, pare.
Lights within! Lights within!
Oy, ano? I like that, ha? Gusto ko yun, ha? Men, wala nang intro. Nakita nyo naman. Harapan mo yung camera. Harapan mo. Angasa mo. Oh, sige, dyan ka lang. Sige, tapat mo lang. Oh, hindi ba kayo nai-intimidate? Are you not threatened, Odin and Jericho?
Alam mo, Hans, parang sabi ni Jericho, isang beses pa na kailangan nila magtapat. Magtinginan daw kayo mata sa mata. Hans, walang palitan ng player, Hans, ha? Halika na, kuya. Magtinginan daw kayo mata sa mata. Kailangan pantay. Yan. Okay. Jericho, more energy daw. Parang kailangan pa ng more energy ng The Cavalry. The Cavalry, mag-ingay! Oh. Let's go, Liquid!
Let's go, Liquid! Let's go, Liquid! Let's go, Liquid!
Mukhang alam na namin kung sino ang mas malakas mag-cheer. Mas malakas ka ba, Jericho?
Oo, syempre naman.
Syempre naman daw. And we can't wait kung ano na nga ba ang makikita nating labanan sa loob ng Land of Dawn. Pumunta tayo sa ating mga casters.
I am afraid of Aurora's community leader. He put the fear of God in me. What is that?
He literally went up to like TLPH's representative and
It's like a little pit bull.
Yeah, he told the host of MPL Philippines, Hans, no, we're not doing it your way, you're doing it my way now. And we are going to cross over here and we're going to go to the other side.
This is my chant off.
Man terrifies me.
And I hope that empowers Aurora going into this bout because, again, in case you were listening to the prior discussion leading up to said chant-off, Aurora are underdogs. Aurora had one hell of an opener, got swept by Falcons. Falcons got swept elsewhere, if you know what we're talking about. But tonight, they're facing off against one of the Titans of MLBB, the defending champions of MPL Philippines. This is going to be one hell of a best of three. I've gotten word that the teams are just about to walk in on stage. Did you get a sight of what Liquid is like? As a Liquid girlie, what do they look like stepping into the bout?
I actually feel a bit worried myself, like, not gonna lie. I know we have so much expectations about this entire potential sweep, but there's a part of me, it's maybe a gut feeling, but I also feel slightly worried that this might not go exactly the way we expect.
I'm gonna say this now, as the true Liquid girlie on the table. 2-0 Team Liquid. No, I'm kidding. No, I'm feeling what she's feeling. However, my brain just keeps telling me, based on what we've seen so far from that first week, it's looking like it's Team Liquid favored for this one.
Yeah, but maybe not a sweep. Because again, Liquid got swept in their opener too.
Yeah, gotta acknowledge that.
So y'all heard it from from TLG, Renmar, and
the two of us.
ALG. You're all Liquid girlie. He's the Liquid girlie. I still hold hopes that maybe Aurora will put on a show. Because again, you don't get Light back from MPLID and put him back together with Demon Kai for nothing. The expectation is still there. I don't know why the discussion online isn't as hot, but maybe that's just the Northern Lights being patient with their squad. And speaking of which, here they are. Let's welcome Aurora Gaming and Liquid into the MPL arena.
Here the stampede of the cavalry. Sanford, Carl, TZ, Sanji, JP, and Oheb. It's Team Liquid Philippines. On the other side, the light that refuses to fade, Edward, Demon Kite, Yue, Light, and Domin Kite, it's Aurora! welcome to the stage our marshals for this marquee matchup. It's Joshua, JJ, Patrick, and Jeff. And the coaches, Coach RC and Coach Master the Basics. All right, MPL Arena, you know what to do. Make some noise!
In case you didn't know, these are our defending champions. Team Liquid Philippines. Brigida, do the thing.
Team Liquid Philippines, even though it wasn't that great of a start, they were immediately able to bounce back with a sweep up against TNC. And in that particular series, they've shown us that they too have been exploring some things here and there and have been trying to introduce a bit more of a surprise factor, especially, I'd say, in terms of the Ruby Flex, the EXP Ruby that Sanford was able to bring out. But could they be potentially showing us something other than that template that they've been doing in terms of draft? That's something I'm looking forward to see in this series.
They also seem to be introducing old picks like JP's Jawhead.
Yeah.
How will Aurora answer to that, given that they also have an old friend joining the lineup? Once again, let's welcome back Light.
Let Mr. Consistent be one of your main focal points to shine alongside the Light that you introduced to the Northern Lights for this season. Edward has been straight up carrying Aurora in the game, in the 2 games that we've seen them. He's been shining. So if Light isn't going to be as aggressive as we want him to be, then play around Edward. Allow Light to be the guy who plays a little bit more back, protecting Dominkite, protecting Yue, and play around your EXP laner so that he can shine and the whole team.
Control and First Blood. Maybe, just maybe, lean hard on that aggression. Draw First Blood, fight until your opponent is blinded with options what to do next, and then win the First Lord. Go from there. Again, what best way to stop a Stampede than just to cut them off at their ankles?
Yeah, because for the first few minutes, the stats seem to be favoring Aurora really, really well. But I think it's important to also look at how even the turtle rate is, the turtle take rate is, because that's something that once you get to establish the lead, don't let it get out of your hands.
You know what? Let's get our good friend Kay Samuels Nopuera to tell us exactly how these two teams want to win. Here are the keys to victory featured in The Howl.
Welcome to The Howl. This is Wolf at may Tagalog na ang Infinix keys to victory. It's going to be TLPH going up against Aurora at alam natin para sa TLPH what they need to do is to take it to the late game. Ano ibig sabihin yan? Nakita natin na Aurora na nagsastruggle sa late game. Hindi dahil sa decision making nila o hindi dahil sa kanilang pagpindot mismo, pero naturally lang talaga na outplay sila ng kanilang mga kalaban at mukhang hindi sila ganun kakomportable pag tumatagal ang mga bakbakan. At alam natin para sa TLPH, mas sanay sila sa ganitong scenario. Napakatagal nilang magkakasama sa liga at mas eksperyensado na sila, mas alam nila yung kailangan gawin sa mga late game scenarios. And also, para sa kanila, they have to win in the mid-duo lane prio. Ano ibig sabihin yan? Yung roam at mid lane para sa side ng TLPH ay kailangan lang lamang sa pag-wave clear o pag-control ng mismong river. Mas komportable ng TLPH ng ganitong laruan dahil mas nakaikot sila sa mapa. Para naman sa Aurora, they just have to last pick or get the lane-winning matchup dun sa may gold date. For example, meron kang isang Moskov, dapat hindi siya Moskov nakatapat. Tatapatan nila yun ng mga tipong Bruno para mas lamang either dun sa laning stage o kaya naman dun sa mismong pag-siege ng mga tore, or kung sakali man nakahanap sila ng opening para sa isang carry at pasok na pasok yung carry, dapat yun ang kunin nila. Basta dapat mas maganda yung lane matchup niya sa kanyang mga katapat. And now, they also have to get a third option in terms of damage source pagdating sa late game. Kung sakaling meron silang utility jungler plus hard-hitting marksman, hindi magiging enough yan. Kailangan may damage pa rin mula sa kanilang mid lane na nag-scale o kaya naman mula sa XP kay Edward kung saan pwede rin siyang bumuhat ng laro in terms of damage in the late game. Yan ang kailangan gawin ng Aurora, pati na rin ng TLPH. Let's get into the game.
Thanks, Wolf. The Howl brought to light one major flaw in Aurora's game plan. They have recently sucked in the late game. How is that happening, and how does Liquid gun for that?
Well, Liquid, considering that they are focusing on the mid to duo lane prio, there's a chance you might not even get to the late game if you're Aurora. But then if you're Aurora, you're really gonna have to, again, set the tempo and the aggression and maybe change things up. If in the last series, we saw ONIC frequently rotating more to the EXP lane to help Kirk. What did they switch things around? Have so much faith in Edward to just dominate and win the EXP lane that you help Doming Kite more and activate him quicker.
Which is a sound plan, because looking at the head-to-head, this is Edward versus Sanford, Mr. Consistent versus the Apex Predator. Edward has a better KDA, so I'm with it. I wonder if Master of the Basics and Coach Dexstar will allow for that. Brig, they also talked about how the gold lane should be a winning draft. What's it looking like in that head-to-head between the Filipino sniper and Doming Kite?
I feel like we have to expect more, see more from Doming Kite, not just in terms of what he's able to play, because it's only been the Ruby and the Moskov so far, but I think in overall aggression in the laning phase. From the very beginning, if they don't want it to extend much to the late game, then he has to be at least reliable too, in a sense, when it comes to the laning phase. I do get where the entire provide a little bit more of assistance to Doming Kite is coming from, but that'll be great if they also don't just let Oheb outperform him in the lane, because I think that's a trend.
Yeah, 100%. Doming Kite needs to set the standard for what the dueling will be in the gold lane for this series. He can't be passive. He has to take it to Oheb, show to him that, hey, you think you're going to be able to get away with this easily? No, I'm going to give you difficulty, force your team to rotate here so that all the focus is on the gold lane, meaning that Edward could get unlocked.
Which fortunately is one of Oheb's best traits. It has happened ad nauseum. Discussions, nay, arguments online of how Oheb ranks in one of the all-time greats, not just in the gold lane, but as a player, as an athlete for MLBB Esports. He is able to make his team work for him. He's able to use that to his advantage and win championship after championship after championship. How does one Doming Kite take that into consideration? One hell of a bout we're going to see here. Again, timeless champions in action. And for the players in this best of three that haven't won a championship quite yet across the different eras of MPLPH history, what a treat to be them. What an awesome experience it is to be amongst the greats of this esport that we play. And it's just so weird to be in the middle of all that as Yue, because he is such a great player. He just comes this close, folks. I'm putting about 2 millimeters with my fingers. My thumb and my pointer fingers is 2 millimeters thick.
If only you could see.
Because I'm pretty sure Yue, in a different time, with a different team, in a different place, could have won multiple championships.
There have been countless people who commended Yue, his mechanics, and his overall game IQ. So in the previous times and instances we've seen him compete, even internationally, it's always been there, but Aurora just seems to be always lacking a certain thing for them to fully unlock their potential, which hopefully they get to do here in this series.
Going into game number one, Liquid on the plate, chooses blue side, bans out the Fanny, the Zushin, the CC, while Aurora take out the one in the Baksha. Still at large, the Lancelot and the Yisun Shin.
Payback.
Okay, with the Farsa taken out, I think this has to be an easy take for the Lancelot. Or sometimes YSS, they even just pick it up right away. But nah, you already saw how strong the Lancelot is as a rush pick. So go ahead. Let's see if Aurora, what they're going to end up with in terms of the hero picks that could disrupt the jungling pattern of the Lancelot. Are they going to go high invade through the EXP or through the roam? I wouldn't be surprised though if they just settle in with the idea of just picking up something along the lines of maybe a high loss or even a badang for light later on. But I would want to see a Hilda considered for Rora, or just steal the focus away from Sanford now.
There's the Yisun Shin. I was actually arguing it myself if they were going to pick it here or save it for Red 3 because they didn't have to rush that. But there it is, Redmar. You mentioned the high loss. He's slowly become such a high priority in the early phase of the draft.
Yeah. I'm wondering if Team Liquid also, if JP would be considering the Kalea, which is still available, because I think he's been a bit more on the high losses in their previous matches too. Like, if not mostly on Sanford, the setups would be generally from him, but they do go for the focus Gatot though.
Yeah.
So.
Team Liquid Philippines might want to consider banning out a glue later on. I think we might be poised to seeing a glue focus matchup in the EXP lane later. I think they pick up their gold laner. Oh no, actually no, they have time. They have time. Even though you don't see the gold laner yet for Team Liquid Philippines, they can go into the second phase without a gold laner yet. Just pick up a mid laner now and then whittle out the options of Sanji. You can't go Selena considering you see the Phobos and Gato Kacha. But yeah, it's not the mid. It's actually the EXP that they go for. So it's a Lapu Phobius matchup we'll see instead. Interesting.
So the Lapu high loss is gonna be the front for Aurora. We still don't know where the damage is gonna come from aside from the Yisun Shin, but now they could probably make sure that they get the winning gold lane matchup if they're gonna be picking next. And if they're able to ban out the heroes they don't want to go up against here.
Yep, they can protect Red 5 all they want and maybe even finesse in a weird pick like we saw in the first series of the night. The Lunox in the gold lane. If it has to come down to that, Lo Yi is taken out of the equation. Here's what we're waiting for. Mid laners from both sides. In the...
into the abyss.
Oh, wow. IESF broadcast happening this week. Team Indonesia started to bring back Aurora in mid. Aurora the hero. Are we going to have to come down to that? Especially against Aurora Gaming. Look, that's a very dive-heavy comp. An Aurora would be great to put a stop to that.
Sorry, an Aurora for Aurora?
No, an Aurora for Liquid.
For Liquid?
Stop the high...
It's telegraphed, like how deep Aurora can go. So, to put up a frigid breath in front of that.
Yeah, that'd be great, but I'm leaning a little bit more towards if they're gonna go for something niche, well, pick up the Valir instead with a Lapu Lapu and Hylos there. Although I do see the vision of the Aurora.
Ice and Fire.
Considering that you do have the passive as well to burn out anything that, let's say, Edward goes in a little bit early, commits a Bravest Fighter, the passive of the Aurora gets popped, the Aurora gets away, you kind of waste also the efforts of Edward for trying to take down Sanji. But there's still a lot of top tier mid laners available on the board. The recently buffed Vexana that we saw get banned earlier is also an option later on for Team Liquid Philippines that could stop the high loss and the Lapu Lapu from getting closer.
The Eve as well.
And the Eve.
The Eve puts up a great kill box that Aurora's lineup has to go through the hard way or out of the hard way. One more ban for Team Liquid. That's a lot of mid laners, man. Why the Valentina? Are they telegraphing something?
There it is. They banned the Eve Valentina.
We don't even get to see Zetyan anymore.
Yeah, now she's gone. I think RORA can still consider a Kagura. And then that will make Liquid think twice about picking something like the Harith in their gold lane. Because they have the Fulvius, Gatot, Lancelot. They can afford to go Harith. They can afford to go full dive. I think a Kagura might actually block that option for Liquid if they go for... if Aurora goes for that in the mid.
And they get to save whatever gold lane pick too they want for last.
Yep.
But is Yue feeling the Kagura though? Or does he want to complement their lineup with a bit more or other sources of AoE?
Reporting for duty.
Okay.
The Traction Pulse will be one. And it provides a bit more DPS for Aurora.
And they have a good front line to allow for her to just keep on firing. How does Liquid respond? Because MTB actually went deep in banning the Lo Yi, and we still don't know exactly why he banned the Valentina. There isn't a clear answer as to why. And let's not forget, maybe the Kimmy might get flexed into the gold. There's a Kagura. Liquid picks it up. What do they give to Oheb?
Yeah, honestly, they could go Harith. If they're not going to go basic attack.
It's our show.
Oh, they go Claude. Well. Okay. So they need mobility, strong basic attack sources, and they can't go for something a little bit slower and that you really need to play around. They need something that goes along with the dive entry of the Lancelot, Gatot, and Phoebus as well instead of playing all back. So the Harith was an option in terms of dive, but Claude can do the same thing.
What if this is another Ruby for Aurora, for Dominkite? Although I don't think people would agree that it has been a great Ruby game for Dominkite, but the lineup might just be okay.
And it's difficult to Ruby here because where do you find the most beneficial I'm offended? That there isn't a good catch.
I think maybe just consider Bruno or... Okay, no, they go for the Harith instead. So good old Claude, Harith in the lane. You have the Harith paired up with the high loss. Kimmy as well. So I like it. They have multiple sources of damage. That was one of the conditions for Aurora during the Howl, where it's not just one or two main sources, have a potential third damage source, and they even have four, depending on how well Edward does in the early game and if they can snowball through him.
You can say that again. Aurora's damage profile is a thing of beauty. There's so much going on for them. It's just a matter of how they can get it to hit, to land its mark. Looking at the lineups once more in just a wee bit, this is what Liquid and Aurora have ended up with. We were expecting some spicy picks, but no. Liquid drafted relatively close to the chest, even bringing back an old favorite in the Claude. Despite the Granger and the Moskov still being on the board. This is what they chose. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to game number 1. What a pleasure it is to see these timeless champions, true icons of MLBB esports in action here to open up game number 1.
We're going to be looking closely at how they're going to start things off, especially the trade around the Phoveus and the Lapu-Lapu, and who's going to be fighting better by Turtle 1, or if there is going to fight and Team Liquid Philippines decide to slow things down and just trade it out. So mid Prio right now looks leaning a little bit more towards RORA. They take a fair brunt of damage, but with light in the front, it's easy clear in the mid for Yue. TZ and Demon Kite both starting purple. But yeah, early on it's difficult to trade against the Kagura if you get hit by the umbrella. It's a good chunk of damage against that Kimmy.
Yeah, there's also the Rupture there that Sanji could rely a bit more on in terms of providing some early sources of damage. So I'm liking it so far, even though we're expecting how it would turn out with a Kimmy in the mid lane. They're really fighting back. They're not letting Aurora just completely overpower them in the mid lane.
Sanji's got knives in that umbrella. He's about to send Yue home. That's a technical knockout. RORA have to time this recall very well, lest Yue miss out on very important golden XP.
Yeah. They're freezing it.
Yeah, we're really seeing here why Kagura has risen up the ranks. She's just a menace in terms of handling the trading in the center of the map. Oheb takes a brunt of damage from Demon Kite, but he's able to get away. That does apply pressure on him though. As Demon Kite, we did mention he needed to have a pick that wins in the matchup or can just afford to be aggressive and doesn't call for a lot of help to be needed.
So we're seeing that at least being done by Aurora for now. Demon Kite seems to be getting the hang of at least dominating the lane.
Yeah, great wave management. Oheb struggling to get close to the final siege minion, but he'll be able to get it.
Whoop, that's a duel pending in the Turtle though. Liquid's already started. Turtle at half health.
Okay, Sanford goes in, Infernal Pursuits. Oh, gets stunned by the Mountain Shocker. Flickers out though. Carl TZ really secures the Turtle at the expense of Sanji's life. Edward still trying to fight. Traction Pulse also lands onto Sanford. They give over a double kill to Edward.
That is expensive. Aurora make Liquid pay 2 lives for the Turtle.
Well, that's what I was talking about earlier. We should really look closely at what happens in the first Turtle, and Edward walks away with a double kill. That's one of their multiple early game conditions checked, alongside the fact that Dominica is dominating Oheb in lane as of this moment. Aurora is controlling the early game very well, despite the difficulty in trading around the center of the map for Yue going up against that Kagura, who now has 1 death under his belt after that loss in the first Turtle fight.
Yeah, at least Carl TZ is almost 2 levels ahead of Demon Kite.
Yeah.
That's that, and they got the Turtle, but that's about it. Because Aurora, they are the ones leading right now in terms of gold, and they got 2 kills who went into the hands of the XP laner.
But a majority of this gold is elsewhere. If you're looking at Liquid, their cores are doing good.
Yeah.
Oheb and Carl TZ, baby cakes, are actually fine. Looking at the items that they're going for this right now, Oheb, as long as he gets JP on him, and if Sanji can visit him too, this whole bullying by Dominkite should come to a halt. And Carl TZ, he's still farming non-stop.
Yeah.
And I asked him last week, Carl, throughout your career, you've had so many different heroes to highlight you. JP should be okay here.
Yeah.
What's your favorite? He still says it's still Lancelot, man.
Even despite all of the junglers he's been through, the Fredrin eras.
After Akai, Fredrin, Baksha, he's still a Lancelot main.
Look at Aurora now though, giving a lot of difficulty for Carl TZ to farm, constantly invading, getting at least 1 camp, getting that golem. Sanford having difficulty in lane against the Lapu-Lapu. So right now, Team Liquid Philippines needs to start showing some aggression towards the side lanes because they're not winning anywhere else. This could be a turnaround for them though, if they can get it. But so far, it looks like Aurora might be able to get this without that much of a problem.
Turtle at half health gets your soft reset. Sanford gets spotted out by Light. Mountain Shocker set up. Aurora, they're crossing the threshold.
JP has the AOG, but is he gonna go for it? Light seems to have found a target first, though. They're trying to pin down Sanford. Edward goes in as well with the Bravest Fighter. AOG in the back by JP. Sanford still trying to jump onto Edward, but he's just doing so much damage. There's the Thorn Growth to try to immune himself, but JP will not get to escape. But the blazing duet coming in from OM still won't be able to dish out enough damage, though. Just the right amount to let Aurora walk away.
Not just yet. Oheb doesn't have enough farm to make that blazing duet hurt. Aurora might go for this.
Go!
The steal by the GOAT!
He takes it away! Even despite what happened in the previous team fight. And Aurora were somehow ready to answer back, but he was just too quick.
Damn, Carl. Damn. What a steal. But right now, Team Liquid Philippines needs to start respecting that Lapu-Lapu and start having answers for it. So JP decided to dive into the back line to put pressure onto Demon Kite to force the attention away from the Lapu-Lapu so that Team Liquid Philippines will be able to take him down or increase the chances of taking him down. But they couldn't. He was way too tanky. So now Team Liquid Philippines go for up top.
Oh, how tanky is Light this time, though. Thanks to the glorious pathway, he seems to be tanky enough. That was multiple resources, or the yin-yang overturn even committed from TLPH, but he still survives.
So Liquid, despite that slobber knocker of a team fight underneath the Turtle and that close call up top, find a way to shrink the gold lead. Prior, this was about 1,000 and change. Now it's just 500. Oh, look at this. Demon Kite able to buy time in the bottom part of the map.
Yep.
Sanford and Sanji, Sansanduo looking to clean house, but it's too late. I think that's a push turret down bot.
Yeah, they just tried to look for the kill because they knew that tower's going to be a lost cause anyway. So with how RORA has been fighting, seems like they picked the suggestion that we put up earlier, wherein Light would get vision, but the main aggressor and frontliner is actually this Lapu-Lapu, who is holding. He built for the War Axe. He has the belt with him. Did get the tough boots though, so that's one of the reasons why he's able to fight a little bit better and a little bit smoother because of that extra little bit of crowd control reduction that he has.
Call it a carry Lapu-Lapu. Damage XP laners have been on the up and up in recent weeks of this metagame. How can RORA ride this into a winning position? How can they avoid the late game entirely so that they can secure a win in game one? Turtle spawning in just a couple of seconds. Upper part of the map. Light here looking to buy some space for the Northern Lights. And RORA still sets up amazing push here up top.
Yep.
Gonna get quelled by Liquid.
I just want to say I really appreciate how Demon Cat has been playing this game. He's been non-stop rotating. He's always present for macro and micro.
Yeah, the objectives are definitely gonna be the factor here for Aurora, but then it seems like the one who gets bursted down first is Edward. They respond immediately to what needs to be done, and Carl seems to secure the on both sides. Amazing duet coming in from Oheb, potentially taking down Light. JP AOG doesn't land, and somehow they still get to walk away. Just uses the taunt onto you instead, and the follow-up from Sanji is gonna be enough.
The moment the formation breaks, Edward, again, it was supposed to be Light first, let Edward follow up later. It got broken, and the next thing you know, Edward is the one who gets taken out first, and Team Liquid Philippines win a team fight with the Lapu-Lapu going down quick. In the middle, there was a big trade between JP and Dominkite, but JP able to survive it.
The chef truly is JP's son. Oh my god, he just stood there waiting. The communication between this mid-duo is unbreakable. Liquid now up by almost 1,000. Carl TZ dashing on through 3, through 4. Ooh. Carl, what are you doing?
He tried to take on everyone, but will he get to escape this though?
Yep.
There's nothing left to dash on, but he's still alive.
And he's still back to split pushing that minion wave up top.
He sent the 4 of them back. That is a maestro in action. Carl TZ, for the better part of a decade, has mastered this hero. He's fallen in love with Lancelot, and still to this day in his career, plays it like it's the first day he's ever touched this hero in the jungle. 700 gold now, almost 1,000. Liquid are up. What happened to that lead by Aurora?
Well, we saw as long as their formation gets broken down real quick, if it's Edward the one who's going down first, alongside Light going down quickly, it's not good.
Okay, there's a conceal from JP. The taunt doesn't land, so Dominkite might survive this. And he will! There's the Glorious Pathway as well. AOG out, coming in from JP. Sanford might be in a very dangerous spot, and he gets punished instead. The sidestep from Edward. He gets the stun OHEB, and now they take him down as well.
That's way too many resources spent by Liquid to try and pick up Dominkite, and he gets away with it. The punish by RORA, 2 down.
Oh my goodness, Carl Teasy still wants to go for it, but he might just get taken down as well by Dominkite. Oh my gosh.
Overheat.
Now RORA make it straight through to the Lord. What a response.
Edward, man, that sidestep land shaker stun onto OHEB to predict where he would be to secure the kill onto that Claude. And the miscommunication by Sanford to go in when Team Liquid were already on the way out. He wanted to get that kill on Dominkite, but at that point, Light with the perfect save, committing the ultimate and the revitalize to make sure that Dominkite got away.
RORA put Liquid in a defensive position now. Liquid have to clean the house. There's a Lord marching up top, waves down, bot mid. The only real place where Liquid could say that's at equilibrium. We don't even have to commit much to that. But that's what RORA is taking advantage of. They're synchronizing these waves. Massive push by the Northern Lights. They're taking down this tier 2 up top. Liquid have to really get farm on OHEB. He's not quite as powerful just yet. Is he? At least on his... Wow, not yet his third item!
Yeah, doesn't have the full Trinity just yet. Went for the DHS Golden Staff. Didn't go for the Corrosion sides just yet. Decided to go for DHS first so that he has a little bit more sustain. And with all of the HP scaling on the side of Aurora, it was the right decision. JP already has the Blade Armor, so that might come in the clutch, especially up against what Demonkite can bring to the table in terms of damage.
All right. If OHEB, there you go, locks in the Swift Trinity, then maybe that's enough of a power spike for Liquid to try and find something else. Because again, this is just sub 2,000 ahead.
Even more so, to add to that, Sanford just needs to communicate better with the team if he's going to go or not. And if the team decides to back, he needs to back as well. He cannot tell the team, hey, we fight because I want to fight.
Yeah, Carl Teasy already used his Retribution. Might just actually get the kill on Edward first again, though. But could they accomplish that? Because it seems like Sanford is struggling to tank the damage. Yue just going in for the free hits, but the Blazing Duet, it already has the damage we're looking for now. JP also trying to go for the zone, and Sanford doing a great job at zoning out Yue. But JP gets punished, and Dominkite finds Sanford. Sanji and OHEB will just try to look for another kill, but Yue flickers in and will pick up a double!
Kiel falls! Carl Teasy was too low. He decided to go for his purple first and missed out on a majority of that fight. Liquid bit off more than they could chew.
You are popping off in this game, and this is what you get when you have a lineup that has multiple options for carries versus a lineup that is waiting for one carry to be online. Even though they could get kills on the Lapu-Lapu, on the Harith, you still have the YSS and the Kimi to deal with. So this is the difficult spot that TLPH is at now. Sanford, yes, he's jumping on people's heads, but he's not doing a lot of damage. He's sustaining and holding on to the team fights. The presence of Light now with the Revitalize, who has the anti-Karas, reducing the extra damage that Sanford can dish out as the Phoveus, has become a massive pain in the Apex Predator side.
Yeah, the damage from Aurora is just too spread out.
Yeah, you have too many things to deal with if you're Team Liquid that even though this drags on, Aurora's fine with it.
Best said in the song by the recently engaged Taylor Swift featuring Boys Like Girls, 2 is better than 1. They're waiting for OHEB. He can only do so much. You have Demonkite and Dominkite. The Kite brothers are calling the shots. Given Dominkite died, you still have Yue to answer back, picking up that concentrated energy. I'm surprised that this is still a dance. I'm surprised that Aurora aren't steamrolling through Liquid, who should have been shook by that engagement down bottom.
It's really tough for OHEB too, because every time he goes in and uses the Blazing Duet, there's someone waiting for him. Edward is waiting on a land shaker. He's worried that he's gonna get stunned immediately the moment Light gets close enough to that Claude when he decides to enter. And when that Claude gets stunned, that's it. You're done. And your Wind of Nature can barely do anything here because you're mainly up against magic damage dealers in the OHEB, the Harith. Whoa!
Oh, they get to bring Sanford down to half HP though. Edward already goes in, might just actually go for the kill. Thornroy's just too immune, but the Yin Yang overturn committed won't deal enough damage. AOG just to get out to safety, but could this be the disengage for TLPH? Because Sanford still goes in! He decides to go in the fight because the Blazing Dude and then provides a follow-up, but Dominkite answers right back. Carl Teasy gets to find Edward, but that's gonna be about it. It's a triple kill for Doming, and JP's down as well. Sanji only left alone, but Dominkite won't let him go. It's a maniac.
The chef got cooked. They overloaded the Kagura with options, and they wiped them out. Aurora in the base.
That's it. This is Aurora for game 1.
Redmar, you might be right. A week of hard work in the boot camp might have been enough to get Aurora back on track. They draw first blood in this best of 3.
All the conditions we asked for Aurora, they checked perfectly. Early game, it was a bit here or there, but they overloaded Team Liquid with options to deal with. That every time Liquid would find a win, it seems like it wasn't actually a win. They had 2 more pieces to deal with, 2 more damage dealers to deal with, and the entry of OHEB every time. That last sequence, that big blazing duet, was stopped immediately by Light going, nope.
Yeah.
And then he gets popped.
And the burst damage from Dominkite. Like, he couldn't last 2 or 3 basic attacks from Dominkite. So that's when you know the damage is too spread out. The options for damage are just too much for Aurora. They did not feel the least bit limited in terms of what they could do, in terms of how they could approach the team fights. But Team Liquid, it felt like they always had to accomplish this sequence for them to win the fight.
I hate to be that one Liquid fan who has a tin hat, but should that Claude have been something else? Because something tells me if it was a hero with a little better range, OHEB could have done better to buy back or at least crawl through and force a late game initiation. Because as you mentioned, getting caught by the Hylos once, stopping that blazing duet, that's a non-starter. It's too difficult to be a mid-range marksman like the Claude, and Dominkite punished him hard for that, the MVP of game 1.
Yeah, one of the alternate options I was thinking of potentially for Team Liquid Philippines would be something alongside the Beatrix. It has a strong basic attack, and you have multiple options as well if you want to go for mid-range, long-range. You have big AoE as well with the Nibiru and Bennett combo that they usually go for. But with Aurora deciding to commit into the Harith as the last pick, it ticked that final condition. You now have a gold laner. That means that you can either 1, leave Dominkite alone and help Edward instead. Or the inverse, if you decide to help Dominkite in lane, that pushes the lead even further. Aurora decided to balance it out. They saw they were winning both side lanes already. Because of the early double kill that Edward got, it meant that Dominkite didn't need to worry much. Because Liquid was now stuck in their own jungle, just making sure, wait, we need to make sure that Carl TZ gets farm and he's fine, so that we can eventually decide to help the side lanes, which Dominkite said, thank you, you're delaying your help for OHEB, I get to take over early.
Yeah, and this is Aurora rushing things because they know that they cannot let this extend any longer. This is something mentioned in the Howl, but this was also something TLPH was banking on because of OHEB. And it's all because they're relying on OHEB. But I feel like that's going to be a problem even though it did drag to the long game because there's just too much on OHEB that it's the only thing Aurora needs to pay attention to, even if we do get to the late game.
Yeah, and what I like about this is that with the Harith set up for success, that means Dominkite can be absolutely fearless. If he commits a mistake, that's fine. You have 3 other dudes to help you out. The Kimi, the YSS, and even the Lapu Lapu to help cover for you if Edward is still able to survive that long. So now for Team Liquid, who decided to go for a lineup that is a little bit too focused onto one major piece getting farm. Now on the other side, you have Aurora who said, you know what, no pressure at all. If one of us fall, there's someone else to cover.
Yeah, and they, I think, individually had their own highlights, like the 3 damage dealers of Aurora, the flicker in from Yue, that kill from Dominkite in the last sequence.
And this will rarely happen because in a metagame and in a league such as MPL Philippines, you can't just type in greed is good. You have to balance out the amount of XP and gold you put on your lineup. But as you can see, Aurora are not subject to the same rules. They're ending the game under 15. They ended with about a 5,000 gold lead off of the back of a singular wipeout in a Lord dance. And they put enough gold on their main cores that even Yue was eating good. Yue was able to build that concentrated energy in the nick of time and force these fights to last long enough that Liquid, when they saw that Carl TZ was put down low, had to get the purple, come back, Aurora knew that that's a sign of weakness. We should go for the finish.
Yeah, I think another thing that really allowed Aurora to perform this way is the fact that since their damage is so spread out, if ever they find themselves forced to fight at any given moment or at any given part of the map, they have at least one reliable damage source to deal with it or to answer back to Team Liquid Philippines, which I don't think is the same case for them because they needed to have at least 2 or 3 members together for them to be confident enough to go in for the engage. But Aurora just felt like they were ready at any given moment, and TLPH were the ones struggling to find a way around that.
It's impressive how Demon Kite is still the BPI rich guy, given what Domin Kite did in this game.
Yeah, I think eventually just hit the point of, okay, it's not that high, but then with everything that happened, the fact that it was a back and forth at some point where they were trading leads, Liquid were getting turtles, but then Aurora would find ways to crawl back. It makes sense why eventually Demon Kite would end up becoming the BPI rich guy. And again, it's spread out. The focus on the farm for Aurora, it's not all just on the Harith alone, it's on multiple dudes. It's on the YSS, the Kimi, and the Harith.
That's what makes Demon Kite's farm all the more impressive. He was literally a tycoon during the Depression.
Yeah.
So he made the economy work. So now that puts us in a spot where it's Liquid who is in danger. Because again, Aurora at match point. Brigada, is this what you were feeling? Your instinct, your
my gut feeling.
Your gut feel that maybe something is amiss.
Yeah, as much as their last win was convincing, there's just a part of me that thinks, even for the recent MSC champions, even in that short amount of time they had before this season, there's already some catching up to do.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's just me, but for other teams, let's say even the newcomers, they just seem so prepared and equipped for the season, but I don't know.
We'll talk about how Liquid can bounce back. Real quick, let me remind you that you can showcase your esports skills and passion for gaming by organizing your own local tournament through esports for everyone. That's the E Project.
Yep, participants in this program will be provided with special access to tournament modes, in-game items, dias, and more.
Yeah, all you need to do is visit the MPLPH website for more information and how to apply. You see a little bit there on your screens already, but visit the MPLPH website for more info.
All right, so more on what you were saying. Liquid, they need to bounce back.
Yeah. The way that we saw them perform in MSC was really, really dominant. But for some reason, in that 2-week break we had before this season, why does it feel like everyone just caught up?
Well, they acknowledge as well that they haven't had a break themselves.
Yeah.
And a lot of teams were already preparing for the season during MSC.
That's true.
Maybe they should take a snapshot of what happened at MSC and just keep that as a memory.
That's true. By the way, you guys should take a photo of any MPLPH player during any specific moments while inside the venue, because with this, you get a chance to win diamonds.
Use this graphic right now on your screen as a guide, and you only have until September 8th to submit your snaps. Make sure you use the hashtags on your screen that you see. If you need to take a snapshot of this, do it.
So, again, up until just about next week or another week after, September 8th, that is the deadline for MPL Snap Up Pro. Take a snap out of game number 1, because that's how Aurora should be winning. I wonder if they can replicate that and if Liquid will fall for it again. Just in case you or your friends are looking to watch MPL Philippines live, you can still buy your tickets to watch your favorite teams. Just go to the MPLPH website and secure your seats now. We are a capacity crowd here tonight on a Friday night watching these two teams in action. You can still get tickets to tomorrow and on Sunday's matches. Once again, visit the MPLPH website. Aurora, they did great. Liquid, what are some things that they can do to tweak this? Because they played a very Liquid lineup.
Yeah, it's a strong Liquid lineup, but then I think with what Aurora brought to the table, as skilled as you are, as championship field winning team that you are, when a team shows up with multiple carry options and they play it in such a diabolical way, there's barely anything that you can do. Again, the fact that you're letting Light get the vision and then Edward eventually trading places with Light, the revitalize for Light coming in clutch, diabolical.
We have some time before they go back into action. For now, to catch a breath, let's check out this All Access.
Ang favorite meta ko po is yung Ubi strat po ng Blacklist kasi for 3 seasons is dalawang teams lang po yung naka-fully stop sa kanila is yung Execration and yung Echo Express po.
Kay Blacklist po, yung Ube sustain na meta.
Nung sa Blacklist, nung Season 7 ba yun? Season 8, yung parang tank meta pa lang. Yung parang nagagawan sila lagi sa Fredrin saka Akai. Kasi parang nakikita mo dun yung parang mechanics ng game na hindi siya parang pindot lang ng pindot kapag assassin compare sa kapag tank meta parang uutaka mo muna yung kalaban mas lalo na doon sa Lord Dance saka Turtle fight.
Ang favorite meta ko sa MPL is Echo Express po dahil po sa aggressiveness po ng Echo napapakita po nila yung galing nila at skills nila sa loob.
Ano po, Echo Express po. Kasi po dahil kay Yawi, aggressive din po yung tune niya na maglaro.
Dati yung chemistry nila and then naging brain sport sila and then pinaka-idol ko talaga doon si Carl Easy nung nasa brain sport pa siya dati.
Ang favorite meta ko yung last lineup ng Omega dati. Tapos ngayon si Chuck nung nasa TNC na siya, so nandito ako para sa kanila. Kasi parang siya, unpredictable, ganun.
I like that our super fans actually named their favorite era alongside the play style that was relevant at the time.
Yeah, we heard all sorts of playstyle from the Ube Express to the I mixed it.
The Ube strat
and the Echo Express.
Yeah.
So those were like a lot of what was mentioned. I'm surprised to see one who really went all the way back though to the era of
the Brawl era.
Pain, and Coco and all that. It's been such a long time since then.
Yeah, the game has really grown and changed, and look how quickly it has grown and changed as well. Although we have already seen shades of what Aurora has brought to the table with a multiple carry. At that point, it was double carry. Now it's a triple carry setup that they bring to the table. That, yes, when you just have so many options to deal with as the opposing team to that lineup, there's really only so much you can do, man. Especially if the roamer is dropping down revitalizes at the perfect time. Even though Light was just there going like, sandbag, I poke this Claude, I heal you guys, stand around me. Dude, he did his job perfectly.
Even the Echo Express that was mentioned there, a playstyle that even Indonesians fell in love with. You can see remnants of that in Aurora's playstyle. And the originator of that, the OGs of this Liquid lineup, how do they do that against them now? Because they can't answer to that face-to-face. This is the conundrum Liquid has. Real quick, let's see how they prep for this match with the ping test.
Light, tagal na natin din nakalaban sa Light tala. GP against Light. Who will be at the top? Nung last year, kampi kasi OEB. Huwag kayong lumipat. Okay. I got all I need, you know, nothing else can beat. Oroy. Pagupit, ma'am, may pagupit. Yun, buzzcut. Buzzcut tayo 5. Buzzcut. What do you think? What do you think, Kelwan? Are you down, bro? Are you for real, guys? Ako masabi.
Oy, yan. Kaya mo na yan, Brad.
Meron komenta rito. Ano lutoan ka? Lutoan gwapo, sarap panalo. Dubi-dubi-du, bidu-bidu. Pwede yata Ay, gagi, walang kape si Dad. Paano to? Alipin ng kape. Wala akong pake pag wala akong kape. Yun! Sarap gisado. Nagluto ang gwapo.
Edward spoke a record 2 words in Filipino, while Sanford went as far as paying tribute to popular Filipino musicians Apay Society. Like, that's how much Sanford walked in energy with this match.
That was the Doobie Doobie Doo song. I don't even know the title.
That's the title.
The Doobie Doobie Doo? What's the title?
That's the title of that song.
Okay, so you guys can search it if you want to check out whatever song he was singing, because he sang, I think, 2 or 3 songs.
Yeah.
One was K-pop, one was that, and then another I could not identify anymore.
TikTok song, maybe.
Yeah, well, Edward straight up admitted, I got nothing to say. I mean, I'm sorry, I got nothing to say. That's what he said.
But he's letting his actions speak louder, though.
Yep.
That game he played on the Lapu Lapu.
Yeah.
Now I get why Coach Tic Tac, a couple seasons back, said, "Hey, when I say Lapu Lapu, who do you think of?" He didn't say Sanford. He said Edward.
No, I get why it's prioritized.
Yeah, that's something you always have to watch out for in a Lapu-Lapu Phobius matchup. Who gets the better start around Turtle 1? If not Turtle 1, Turtle 2. Because if you get a double kill or kills early on for those two, and then you can see their impact right away, then it will translate for the next 5 to 6 minutes of the game. Something that Aurora was able to do significantly better. And then just play around. So if Liquid are really are hard set on taking those early fights, and Edward has a pick like a Lapu Lapu, they're gonna have to respect it and be careful. If they go all in and give a double kill early to Edward again, they're not gonna go far, man.
Here's game number 2. Aurora decides to play. They're on blue side. They ban on the Arlet and the Farsa, while Team Liquid from red take out the 1-1 and the CC. So the Lapu Lapu, I wonder how high of a priority it's going to be in blue this time around, because I don't think it's blue 1.
Or does Aurora already accept the fact that it might go into TLPH? I'm wondering why the Farsa ban. Specifically, if they're looking to prioritize the Lapu Lapu as well.
Yeah, they're taking away options from Sanji. So they're taking away the 2 best picks that was traded. Well, not really traded. Sanji played an entire Grand Finals in MSC as Jun Sin, and then Stormy was the Farsa. So now that forces Sanji in a different pick. Again, he might just play the Kagura or the Selena if it's going to be available for him. But if they go down that route, oh man, yeah, I'm starting to really feel, after seeing it, even feel more so now that the entire script that we thought would be like heading into the series has just changed. Aurora might walk away with a sweep win here.
Should petals fall?
If they go for... Okay, let's say they go YSS. The Team Liquid Philippines, they can afford to go for the fighter style, fighter tank jungler. They don't necessarily need to go assassin. It's gonna be full dive. They can go Fred later. Or no, they might be stuck with a Joy, but they might end up with a really greedy combo again. Tough. Oh man, Aurora has really done their homework.
Because I saved my nation from falling
But I think here we do get the first pick, Lee Sun Shin, at least up to this point. It's probably something both sides have already telegraphed.
Take the Lapu Lapu away.
Yeah.
Do it now.
Yeah, from Edward would be your best bet. But then you're going to have to watch out again what we mentioned earlier. Lunox is a gold possibility now. You can end up with a multiple carry. Are you going to take away the Kimmy? Because it looks like Aurora might just pick up with the Kimmy in the first phase already.
Or the Selena? Do they take it for themselves? Because this might be another Selena YSS combination.
For the first time in today's broadcast, we might actually see a Selena. It wasn't banned out. There's the Baksha for Liquid. Still a flex, and they finally take away the Lapu Lapu.
Not a flex. Almost still a flex, maybe. Yeah.
Okay, so they pick up the Baksha instead of taking the Kimmy, so that the Baksha is your answer to the Kimmy already. He's just going to stay in front of that. I wouldn't be surprised if Aurora still decide to pick it up though.
The Kimmy?
Yes.
Or the Selena? Although this is a Baksha Lapu, so they might want more sources of damage again.
Yeah, you need something chunkier. Light also doesn't need to go high loss again, considering that your Vitalize is gonna get negated a bit by the mark of the Baksha.
Yep. And the Baksha can just stand in front of you with the Poisons and Revitalize of its own.
Yeah, he doesn't care. He'll just be like, so what now, Light?
Yeah, it's a wash. And now Aurora bring up a recently reworked and buffed hero in Brock. Lost an early Valentina. What's going on?
I could remember and recall the number of times I saw my co-casters react to an early Valentina pick, but...
Yeah. Historically not that great, but considering that RORA have taken away the Farsa, Jusin, and the Valentina's options for Sanji, he's going to be stuck with like a Kagura or a Selena. And they're more willing to play into that. Considering that there is a Grok on the other side, yeah, you're okay.
you can check shrubs and set off traps, take away traps without that much of a problem.
So that means Aurora is investing more on the snowball of a Valentina than its kit.
Yeah.
Than what it could steal, which again, it has two okay picks right now. More like one if you're just looking at Bravest Fighter.
Okay.
They confirmed the gold lane in the Granger. All right, Liquid closes up their first phase.
At least now we get to see the range come in for Team Liquid. We're not entirely sure about the mid lane though, but that's something they definitely will be considering a bit more since again there's a Valentina, so maybe not too much on the ultimate dependent mages. But I feel like that's what works with the Granger too.
Yeah, Liquid's gonna need to start taking away some options from Edward. You can still take away the Phoveus. Hell, at this point, just take out the glue also. Just make sure that Edward ends up with something that'll give difficulty. He'll end up having to pick niche picks such as the... No, okay. He still has options. They did decide to take away the Harith instead, which is good, considering that it does pair up very well with the Ascension, and you are going to need a hard carry gold laner that... starting to think of the Dominkite hero pool.
They want Dominkite on a hero like Claude, because the Claude did not have a good game in game 1. So with a Baksha and a Lapu Lapu, they would eat that Claude up. So if they can, guide Doming towards making that call.
Maybe the Moskov ban here.
Yeah, if you're really gonna want to take away some of the best options that Dominkite's gonna be left with, so they'll force him into like a Matrix, a Bruno.
Harry's still there also.
Gary. Yeah, and considering that you take away a lot of the top... Oh wait, if they take away the Matilda and the Eve's open for Sanji, they can just pick up the Eve. However, with the Valentina and the Grok there, it's so telegraphed by RORA.
Just like how they're forcing these easy to catch and DPS based marksmen for Dominkite, they're also doing the same on the other end. They're forcing Sanji on a losing matchup.
I am vengeance.
And what if this becomes another Sanji ban too?
Just to mess with him, just to really piss him off.
Yeah.
Okay.
It happened once to JP and now it's...
Yeah, we know you want we want you on something, and it's something that's not gonna have a good time.
So if they're considering that...
I think we're just gonna end up with a Joy for Carl TZ in this scenario. You can't even go Hayabusa here because everyone in... Okay, they take away the Hayabusa. Oh, Aurora want Carl TZ to pick up the Joy. If they go Grok Batang, that Joy's gonna struggle.
Oh no!
My gosh!
And it now makes sense. If that is the long haul play, the chess man gets checkmated. The Valentina automatically has electrifying beats.
Yeah, maybe not fall for that trap if you're Team Liquid, but if you're not gonna pick up the Joy, then who else is gonna be there? Okay, they're saving it for last. Sanji gets the Kimmy.
And if Carl TZ ends up picking the Joy, that's gonna be a very greedy lineup. I think depending on what the EXP laner here is for Aura, they can make a sudden swerve and go for like an export jungle for Carl TZ if it's gonna be like a slow frontliner. Yeah. But then with the Valentina,
I was also thinking about the Akai, but there's a Valentina again.
Yeah, you can't go Akai.
Everything is just okay.
Yep. Fred ain't very good with a Grok on the other side.
Yep.
It's hard to cross those ramparts. So, an amazing work here by Coach Master the Basics and Dexstar to force Coach RC to draft this way.
Or could the Baksha be the jungle instead? If you're TLPH.
Oh my goodness, whatever Liquid ends up with is gonna be a struggle.
Yeah.
Oh, honestly, the lineup of Aurora's near perfect.
Yep, Liquid is compromised. What do they put on the GOAT?
If it's not the Baksha that they're considering,
you can't even go like something weird like a Lucas. Joy will struggle. If you put the Baksha in the jungle, it will struggle.
Oh.
They still go for the Fred. At that point, they just have to double down on the idea of, okay, you play around for the Kimmy and the Granger. Oh, but this could be such a huge struggle for Liquid. Similarly to what we saw for APBR in game number 2 against ONIC Philippines. They decided to pick into a strategy that, on paper, they will really struggle. But if they pull this off, you're going to have to give them respect for it.
Yeah.
Aurora have forced Liquid to box on their weight class. From game 1, where multiple carries took over, Liquid now have to pivot. we're about to see the draft one more time in case you guys weren't sure where these heroes were going. Lineup rating through the roof for Aurora compared to Liquid, who struggled to pick this Fredrin late into the draft.
It was just one of those instances where it felt like there was no other choice for Carl TZ. So many conditions have to be met for Team Liquid Philippines to be able to make this lineup successful. And
Welcome
Aurora,
to
after that
Mobile
win
Legends.
on the momentum, this is gonna be scary.
Into the land of dawn we go, the possibly final game in this best of three, because Aurora have our defending champions up against the ropes. Match point for the Northern Lights. The Cavalry struggle to get the stampede going.
Let's look how the early mid trades will happen. So the Kimmy decided to help out the Fredrin in the jungle, while JP starts off the orange buff to help leisure Carl TZ so that he can go for a faster clear. Sanji just got displaced a bit, but again, you're a Kimmy at this point, you can afford to be this aggro in terms of the early trading. So they're expediting the farming process for Carl TZ by helping him out, double leash in his buffs.
Yeah. And the way that Edward's managing the EXP lane on the glue, it's looking really good for Aurora so far as well. Because even in the Howl, it was mentioned that one of the most important things TLPH needs to accomplish is the winning mid duo.
Yeah.
But so far, with the Valentina Grok, the wave clear is just so fast as well.
Aurora can just make plays elsewhere faster. Luckily, Liquid has Daddy JP on the Baksha. So he has rotational speed, he can answer the fights. But again, it's a very reactive approach to a game wherein your opponent wants to go fast.
So far, since good rotation by JP to decide to help out Sanford, to help him get the XP from the crab. Considering that you don't really need to stick to Carl TZ so much when he's going into the opposite side of the jungle. Now you can stick together. As the first turtle should be spawning soon enough. And yeah, they're going for aggressive positioning here. And this is the right call by Liquid if they want to increase their chances of winning this game.
They refuse to be reactive. Liquid are barreling through the turtle, approaching half health. How does Aurora respond?
Okay, that's level 4 for Sanford. He immediately goes in, but Yue has a bravest fighter of his own.
Edward.
Traction Pulse also committed, and that's going to be a turtle for Team Liquid Philippines with a flicker from Edward to respond. He gets to grab someone. That's going to be JP, someone tanky enough to sustain the damage, and so TLPH might be able to walk away unscathed. But Edward, will he survive this though? He's trying to run away, gets taunted, and that's first blood for TLPH.
JP still looking for more. Pops the Puissance rolling around, compromising the jungle of Aurora. And now Liquid are looking to commit Craft Theft Orange.
Yeah, all the little things that Liquid decided to do eventually turned into a big investment. As Edward was struggling to hit level 4 for that turtle, he ended up just going for the late entry to try and get a trade through kills post-objective. The decisions that Liquid did, the double leash for Carl, the rotate of JP to make sure Sanford can hit level 4 first, now building a lead over Edward, eventually it led to this lead right now, 1.2k to 1.3k for Liquid.
Rennie, that was all Cavalry. They got the turtle, they got first blood, they stole away DK's orange, and Carl TZ is up almost 2 full levels.
Yeah, it's quite weird to see that there's this much support and assistance for a Fredrin, but they just really want to speed things up, I feel, and it's all worth it.
And that's something I overlooked when thinking about this lineup. The fact that they can actually do that, they expedite the process here for this Fredrin, and it has worked wonders. Let's see if Aurora will be able to find a way to turn things around, though, because so far OM's been undisturbed and he is hurting. My goodness.
That's Light, who barely got to walk away with a decent amount of HP left. Oh wait, but does he know Domingkite's there? Oh, okay, they're not gonna exchange flows or anything, but this is gonna be another potential objective for Team Liquid Philippines.
Yeah, Kel1 was aware that DK or Domingkite was hiding up there. They just wanted the waves, and they knew that they were gonna fast rotate towards the turtle. Oh, Liquid are blitzing this.
Edward's all alone, but he's gonna still start a fight. Light goes for the tectonic charge, but Carl TZ got enough time to secure the turtle once again. Bravest fighter coming in from Sanford, he gets to stun Light, and the rest of the members are just trying to catch up, but they will be able to return under the turret and keep themselves alive.
Tech charge may have come out too soon.
Yeah, and good call there by OHEB to join in the fight. They can now make progress in the map. Okatizi still forward!
Oh, they put a wall, but look at the damage from Sanji and the rage from OHEB, who again decided to join the fight. Luckily now they're able to get a kill.
They cracked that Grok in half, and I think Aurora see the opportunity. They allow Dominkai to farm up, but doesn't even get to break the turret. Carl Teasy crossing through tier 2.
Oh, there's a Bravest Fighter, IMU from UWeb, but Carl Teasy is just too tanky. At least Aurora for now get to trade a turret up top, but so far in the fights it's been TLPH and them winning.
Yep, the tankiness, the fact that the Aurora lineup needs time. Demon Cat is now 2 levels behind in Carl TZ, who has been farming comfortably. He's been aggro. He's exchanged roam roles with JP. So Carl TZ is playing the Swiss Army Fredrin at this point, where you're forced to do multiple things. Get farm, get objectives, frontline, get vision and all that. But again, since they helped out this Fredrin so well, he now has a 1,000 gold lead over the Season Shin.
Yeah.
Carl TZ can afford to do it.
He's 2 levels ahead too. Again. Against Demon Kite on the Fredrin. So they're really able to play around this utility jungler if they wanted to. And there's a potential target that they are able to find. What's a placement for the Earthen Rampart? But it just brings him closer to Demon Kite, but he still survives. Tectonic Charge also denying them of the chase. And Edward trying to disrupt the backlines. JP doing the same. But Aurora, once again, they're just also able to walk to safety.
Liquid have put Aurora up against the ropes. Yes, Aurora did not suffer any casualties in that rotation, but they kicked them out of contention. Final Turtle has Liquid written all over it.
Let's see how well the Aurora lineup will fare at this point of the game, because Team Liquid can continue the aggression. The question is, does Dominkite have enough farm, who is also 2 levels behind? He doesn't get the orange buff. He gets another steal. Liquid have been rotating and playing this game perfectly.
Oh, they're going for Dominkite and he can't survive that. Carl TZ blocking the path, but Appraiser's route. Edward gets to dodge it, but Light does not. Another turret for the cavalry and the kill going into the hands of OHEB.
They have angered Baby Cakes as Liquid have gone full stampede all over Aurora's side of the map. Another stolen buff by Carl TZ. Call him Superman. He is the man of steel.
Team Liquid, we said it at the end of the draft. Does Aurora look great on paper? Yes. But if Liquid can pull it off, give them all the respect, the perfect rotations, the perfect decisions to lead to this. The last time Light used Grok in MPLPH was actually May 3, 2024, MPLPH Season 13 here at Greenstone.
Almost a year and a half ago. We're going full circle. The promise of the newly reworked Grok is there. You see how useful it is in practice, but Liquid seems to have faced this kind of threat in scrims. Like, they don't care about these walls Light's putting up.
Yeah.
And the funny thing is, Light couldn't even build the Radiant armor just yet. That's why Sanji's poking him down real quickly. He needed to go for the Dreadnought armor first. And the fact that he cannot get farm means that he cannot get enough items and gold quickly enough to build that Radiant armor so that he can start fronting better.
Oh, Liquid engages, JP jumps onto them, and there's Edward looking for a mount.
They do their best to dodge everything being thrown at them, but Edward, there's a flicker, but he doesn't get to dodge the Death Sonata. Once they knew that there was no Tectonic Charge from Light, TLPH, there was nothing holding them back.
KL1 found another one. Multiple stacks, at least 3 on his Skypiercer now. 8.5 minutes in. They're approaching the 8K gold lead. And so far, this Lord, it's got Liquid. It's got a Liquid jersey on it. Like, I don't think Aurora is in any shape to contest.
The mid trio played this perfectly. Sanji spots out Dominkite. Dominkite's going to be able to get away, but JP, Sanji, and Carl TZ have definitely set the tone for this game number 2. The rotations that they made, the aggression that Sanji's been showing at the right time, the little things that JP does that fly under the radar of most people, we acknowledge them now. And it's led to all of this. No kills yet for Aurora. And Demon Kite might get killed by Sanford.
It's a one-on-one, but there's the Traceless.
Smooth.
He's able to escape the threat of a kill from 40, but there's a Lord. There are multiple waves that are marching towards their base.
That was a close call. Both of those athletes debuted in the same season, Season 8 of MPL Philippines, and they've both gone their own ways, achieved worldwide success, but in that moment, I could have sworn Sanford was going to get DK.
Oh man, concentrated energy for this Kimmy, and it's gonna hurt even more. Team Liquid, they just need to not slip. They can keep this up and end the game before 15 minutes.
Tier 2 in mid falls, pick themselves up.
There are no holy shields for this bottom lane turret. Traction pulls already landed. There's the counter IMU traction pulls as well. But TLPH gets to touch it. Now Sanford goes in with the Bravest Fighter. Briefly gets stunned, but it's enough time for them to take the turret and the kill onto Edward. OHEB now unstoppable on this Granger. The Lord is still up and they get the mid lane turret too.
Top lane might be next.
Carltz working on it, and Dominkai doing his best to defend. They slowly gain access to the base. The damage from the Rhapsodies are no joke, but they're waiting for the waves to sync up. This could be it for Aurora. Doom and stun from Sanford, and now this is definitely gonna be a game number 3. Team Liquid Philippines charge their way forward and hand over a game 3.
There's only so much you can do when you're underneath your own base and your opponent still hits just as hard. That's what you get when you have a 12k gold lead on you. Liquid force us to go all the way.
They drafted a lineup that demanded the perfect game, and Team Liquid got the perfect game. And you saw it all happen in motion. The first rotation set the tempo, how they handled the first objective, the fact that Edward was delayed, and how they handled Edward's attempt to try and force a trade. They ended up winning that. They continued with more invades and aggression, which completely stopped the scaling of that Isan Shin early.
Just because Aurora seemed to be dictating the pace in the draft doesn't mean Liquid was being backed up in a corner. Liquid still drafted the heroes that they knew how to work with, and what's more important is they played a game that they were comfortable with.
Yeah, this was the perfect example of sometimes it really just boils down to the execution. As cliche as it sounds, Liquid proved that. Again, on paper, looked fantastic for Aurora, but they executed significantly better. Carltz, the Swiss Army Fredrin.
Even though we were so scared for the Fredrin when it appeared as their last pick, the plan was totally different. It wasn't him trying to set things up or look for openings for his teammates. They made sure that he was the one who got to secure his farm first before anything else. It really makes me want to look back on how the rotations went for JP, because this is so surprising.
Again, it's so funny. One of the suggestions we brought up that could have struggled even more was the Joy. So JP decided, you know what? I'm going to treat this Fredrin as if it's a Joy. Let me leash your orange buff for you, speed up your farm, let me run quick to the EXP lane, give a level lead for Sanford, and let's ride it on through there.
I think this is the response that Aurora expected the least.
Yeah.
That Liquid would lean into this and give him a fight, because given what happened in game 1, mentally you would assume that these players, they will be conservative. These players, they will try to protect what footing they have and farm up and play it safe. Not Liquid, not the cavalry, not these stallions who face everything with but one response: high octane MLBB. Under 11 minutes is how Liquid got that win, and all it took was one Lord. It ended with that same Lord that pushed in bottom.
I was surprised to see that even the holy shields down bottom were already dealt with before the Lord even got to that place. So it was just so much easier for Team Liquid Philippines to force their way through in the base of Aurora.
Yeah, OHEB did a fantastic job of handling Dominkite in lane as well. His decision to join the second or third turtle, if I'm not mistaken, to force the lead, to get more farm and push towards the lower half of the map, was a great call by Liquid overall. The itemization here of Carltz to go from Radiant to the Dreadnought and then skipping the anti-caress full build, deciding to go for the Blade Armor instead so that the damage output of Demonkite is even less. And even when Dominkite finally has a Trinity, we know it's not a crit build, but at the same time, you're thinking twice if you're the carry. Wait, should I really poke down this Fredrin? I'm just gonna get hurt even more.
Which is exacerbated by the fact that Light's Grok really didn't do much, save for maybe 1 or 2 saves in the game that allowed for the rest of Aurora to back off, which comes in not completely as his fault, because Liquid, the way they drafted, makes this Grok think twice of, should I put this wall here? Should I stay? Is this tech charge worth it here? Because looking at Liquid, if you decide to pick a fight, they can say, no, this is our kill box now.
Yeah.
In comes Sanford, Sanji raining down the artillery fire, and Daddy JP making any part of the battlefield his with the puissance and the revitalize.
Yeah. Light did feel a bit too hesitant when it comes to using the tectonic charge, but you understand why.
Yeah.
Because like the first few people you see aren't the ones you want to use the tectonic charge on. And it's so hard to find those people you want to land the tectonic charge on.
There's a saying online that you shouldn't believe everything you hear, but when people say that Oheb is a rich guy, according to BPI, he is in this game. 923, he was straight up farming heroes.
Yeah, with his team getting all the objectives, it gave a lot of space for Oheb to farm in the lane. And again, besides that, he just managed the laning phase against Dominkite incredibly well. Now that he has a much more favorable mashup, the range, now it became like a huge inverse, because now with Team Liquid with multiple options for carries, well, mainly this time 2, but then technically with how Carl TZ was playing, he played it like a carry because it was such a demanding role for him as at Fredrin to swap with JP as the roam, to also be the jungle, the back and forth between that. It just goes to show how well Oheb handled that.
So the matchup in the gold lane, and whoever gets the Lapu so far,
oh yeah,
the trend, I think you're seeing a bit of that. So I'm wondering if that could be banned, or I don't think it's a, because I don't think Lapu really gets banned.
I don't know what happened in the lane, because even Arlet is completely snubbed. Arlet used to hold this spot that Lapu Lapu has now.
Yeah.
So what is the answer? Because if not banned and left out, automatically whoever gets it wins. That seems to be the story of this series. Ladies and gentlemen, before we go to our decider match, let's take a breather and check out this All Access.
Si Ogwen. Si Ogwen. Parang Sanford? Same lang.
Ogwen, Flap, Sanford, Shizu.
Ogwen, ako, tsaka si Shizu. Ogwen.
Si Nets.
Sanford.
Sanford yan eh.
Daddy JP. Ay, Shizu.
Ako, Heb.
Oh, di ba? Perfect. Ako, isa lang one. Si Aqua. Si Birds yan, pre. Si Nets.
Lance, si Yoshi, Nets.
Ako, Lansu, Ferds, tsaka Carl TZ.
Lansu.
Lansu yun?
Sensui.
Wala pa nga ako eh. Si Nets. Si Jamie Pongs. Si Flap.
Piu, Yoshi, Marco.
Yoshi.
Uy, gaya ka lang. Falcon niya.
Yung dalawa, isa lang yung lalakot.
Kera pala. Wala mo lang tayo tumawa. First time mali.
Lansu.
Sino yun?
Uy!
Hindi mo lang.
Sinaso mo yun doon. Wala na tama.
Ay, wala.
Kenra.
Sino yun?
Ganun.
Ganon?
Si Yoshi.
Si Kirk.
Si Kyle.
Ikaw, si Sean.
Ako yan!
Demon Kite. Si Carl. Carl. Pew.
Ito, Carl TC. Pew.
Carl TC Piu. O ano? Carl TC Piu din ako doon. Hindi ko kalala.
Demon Kite. Carl TZ. Pew.
Sure ako si Yoshi. Tapos di si Carl yan. Edited yan si
Oheb.
Oheb. Kasi ito,
Di si Pew. Si Flap.
si Flap.
Ano, wala? Walang tumama. Sabi ko si Carl.
Hindi, sabi mo
Si Kyle ba? Si Kyle. Sorry.
Di mo kahit tawa.
Diba? Perfect.
Ito, Yoshi. Marco.
Manalo na ako. Ako to.
Tsaka, hindi ko yun. Si Yoshi yun, si Yoshi.
Rosco.
Chobi.
Si Marco.
Si Marco.
Si Hate. Ako ganun.
Si Marco.
For Shiloh.
Si Rowo.
Oo, si
No. 50.
Easy win.
Oo, si James. So, Excel ba? Okay.
Pinagbigyan ko lang yung kampi ko.
If there's anything I learned about our players in that little All Access, it's that Nosh has one hell of a laugh.
Yeah.
It's
I'm not gonna replicate.
It's very contagious.
The what?
the laugh.
Oh, okay. Thank goodness.
Why? But yeah, it was fun. Although JP didn't get any correct answers. I think he was the only one.
Got zero?
Yeah, got zero.
He got stomped by Sanford. 0-6.
No, even the Twisted Mind players.
Sean Hadnan. Sean Hadnan.
He's been here for since when? Why didn't he get any?
Well, to be fair, JP has seen so many media days.
That's true.
That at some point,
They
I think
blur.
he wanted to say like, is that Yuji? Or
They just blur.
Yeah.
is that my old teammate Kel VJ?
It's been so long. So yeah.
Is that Chico? Is that
Yeah, just blurting all of the oldest names. Like, JP, we said season 16.
Is that Pain?
Yeah.
You go way back.
Yeah.
Back to the matchup right now, about a minute and change before we go into the rubber match in this best of three. Liquid straight up stomped Aurora when we all thought that Aurora were drafting them into a corner. What can Aurora do now? Should they just let go of this whole we control you in the draft situation? Because one thing is for sure, they can't do that. Not against Liquid. Not like this.
I wonder what side they're gonna be on though. To do that.
It should be Liquid's choice.
I think one thing, even though the Valentina pick also added to a lot of our doubts for the Liquid draft, I think they leaned way too hard into just making sure Sanji doesn't get anything comfortable. Because even in MSC, I remembered early Valentina's blind Valentina picks actually don't end up faring well for teams.
That's something that they should teach kids in school.
Yeah.
All right, look both ways when you're crossing the street. Don't talk to strangers and don't pick Valentina early. Don't pick Valentina blind.
I would go to that school again.
It's a good school.
Yeah.
It's Savior's School for Gifted Youngsters.
Yeah, at that point, all he saw was the Baksha and Lapu-Lapu, and they decided, you know what, we'll pick up a Valentina with that.
Like, what? That was unwarranted.
Yeah, again, it covered a lot of the potential options that Liquid could come out with, and it even made us think twice about like, oh wait, if Liquid picks this, you know, there's a Valentina to deal with. But imagine how different it would have been if it was a Kimmy instead that was paired up with a Grok, right? Now they go back to their triple carry ideas. It's not just that if the YSS and the carry have a hard time, you also have the Kimmy to help cover for you.
I get it. By picking the Valentina, Aurora basically gave Liquid an early warning device, an orange cone, and saying, all right, y'all better not do these or else we win. And indeed they did it. They didn't pick heroes that feed into the Valentina, and that ended up with giving Yue a hero that did a good amount of nothing.
Yeah.
And then, again, they got out-executed. There's only so much you can do. You can't even tell Aurora to make sure that JP doesn't end up with the Baksha. Maybe if they end up with that same scenario, they could consider picking it as the first pick. Instead of the YSS being your priority, you go for the Baksha first and then just think if Liquid's gonna end up with a YSS, then that's okay because Aurora's gonna end up with a roam pick that can set the tempo with aggression. Something that we also saw in MSC.
Yeah, I also think that's one of the biggest learnings they got from their first series. I think ever since that sweep against ONIC, it's been a trend for them to maybe prioritize JP or at least get a flex pick that won't entirely leave him out of options. So it started with the high loss being prioritized for Team Liquid, and then now that we see it being prioritized by Aurora too, then they switch it up and instead go for the Baksha. So it's in a way also making sure that it's partially checking that one key to victory mentioned in the HAL, which is at least, if not a completely winning mid duo, one that's comfortable or one that they can play around in terms of the rotations that they want to do. And truly enough, the way that JP was able to change things up with the Baksha was just so fitting for how TLPH wanted to approach this match.
Draft is going to begin in just a bit, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pretty sure the side is something that the coaches have decided on with conviction. So how does Coach RC choose going into game number 3 here? Because that definitely will give us an idea of how much of a priority Lapu-Lapu is going to be. Liquid decides to go blue. All right. So we're back to square one with the knowledge of how important the Lapu-Lapu is in this matchup.
Yeah. So now Aurora decides to ban out the Baksha as well.
No, warranted. Because Liquid could have served and just picked up the Baksha, and then they acknowledge what JP did for them in that game number 2.
So that's a bit of adjustment there, which I think will allow for a lot more mid lane options to go through. Maybe not the Kimmy though, but the Jushins, the Farsas, they're still up there if ever TLPH wants to also consider that. But maybe in terms of priorities, still the Lancelot, Yi Sun Shin.
Yeah. So then, is Liquid looking at this as from a jungle trade or a mid trade?
Unless it's really the Jushin they want though, because it's a Sanji thing.
Exactly. You could either go Jushin or Farsa, or Lancelot or YSS. Considering that the Basha is gone also as an option for Aurora. You might even consider leaning towards the EXP lane route, but it's rare to see the Phobius rush. So Rora turned off the trade now for the mid lane. Now Liquid just decides, are we getting the Lance, are we getting the Farsa, or are we gonna suddenly swerve and pick up like a first pick Lapu? But that's like the crazier option.
Yeah.
I'm not against it. If you first pick Lapu, you still end up with either a side of the coin in the Yusunshin or the Lancelot.
Wait.
Yep.
Which is true for both in the argument, plus the Phobius and Arla too.
Yeah.
Like all of these are still options, so that's why they went for the remaining tight lane that is mid.
Yeah. So Liquid decided to accept the gambit of Aurora. With the Farsa there, it's an easy rush for the Lancelot and Hylos. So now Liquid, do they end up with the Glue or the Fredrin? They can even decide to go for the Phobius, considering that there are a lot of dashes that can help trigger, enhance the barrier for your enhanced basic attack. But I'd like to see them consider the Lapu-Lapu or the Glue more, considering that you're up against a Hylos and a Lance.
Yeah, I mean the gold laners have been always saved for second phase anyway, so maybe that's something we'll be seeing later on in the draft.
They call me a hero,
but they
because I saved my
no love for Kalia
falling apart.
Now we haven't been seeing Kalea at all in the series.
Right.
It's the Arlot.
Okay, yeah, so if ever Aurora decides to go all dive in, you're gonna have to watch out for the final slash if it's not the Arlot that you find first. Most likely going to the hands of Sanford, as we've seen more of in EWC MSC, with JP ending up probably with a significantly harder tank. Maybe a Gatakacha, someone with a revitalized as well.
Yeah. Or, I mean, they don't need to rush it necessarily too, so
need more range. I think you either go Moscow or Granger here. I'd understand a Harith, considering that you are with the high loss and you do get the winning lane as a pick later on for Dominkite. So they already pick up the Lapu-Lapu so that they worry about the EXP lane trade. Oh wait, no, that is the trade. Yeah, it is the Arlot Lapu-Lapu.
Rora went straight primal.
Yeah.
They decided that, hey, we can't beat the facts. We win with Lapu-Lapu. And we gotta pick it here, lest we get it banned in the second phase. And, you know, prioritize something in the mid or something with range in the gold. So Aurora, they would do best to ban out those gold laners now so that they end up with a winning matchup, at least hero-wise, for Dominkite.
There's so much pressure on Sanji now. On this Farsa.
Muscle of iron.
They banned the Gatakacha, so JP's gonna end up with something like a Minotaur probably.
wait. What else is left actually for JP? Here we go again. This is the only thing I mentioned before the game, but then TLPH find themselves in a spot where they don't have a JP pick again.
They should ban the Matilda.
Yeah, the interplay
There's
for
a
the
Kalea
Matilda.
still though.
Yeah.
And a Kalia.
I think the Kalea might be banned out by Aurora if that's the case. They're probably thinking that as the last best option.
Yeah, because the fact that they have the Lapu, who can immune himself, like, even though there's a threat of a punish in the dives because of the final slash, the bravest fighter doesn't really care. So, Kalea, I haven't been seeing much Badangs either.
Yeah.
Is that Aurora? Yeah, Aurora banned the Matilda last game.
Yeah.
So they know how important it is.
The hunt begins.
Oh, they banned the Ruby instead. Oh.
Whoa.
So they're still considering. Yeah, okay.
There's a Kag ban.
Trying to look at the hero pool of JP from MSC. He had a wide pool. He's got Takasha was undefeated, Matilda 2. Yeah, it might just end up becoming a Kalea. Well, you have the Kalea and Farsa together. Then Oheb is gonna end up with...
Yeah, because it's a Kagura band too.
Yeah. So with the Harith picked on the other side, you either go Moskov or Granger here. Unless you really want to go so much burst in AoE and you go Beatrix paired up with the Kalea and Farsa. So you have multiple options there for the burst pickoff.
It's gonna take a bit more time though.
But with Harith, I'm leaning towards the Minotaur really for JP.
I like that. Like, I've been wanting to see the Minotaur for so long. But...
Its potential to really take over a game is reliant on how big ticket ults land.
Yeah, I'm just worried that it might take a bit more time. Like, it's not like off the bat aggressive type of roamer.
Okay. Whoa! So burst now. It feels like it's been ages since I last saw Oheb pick up a Lunox.
So
it's Oheb's turn.
What? It's the second Lunox Harith matchup for today.
Yeah.
Lunox is so back in the gold, man.
We're so back.
I get it. The high HPs on the Lapu Lapu and the Hylos. This is how you punish it.
Okay, you win.
Let's go.
Go for.
It's either Valentina Eve as I'm thinking of. Trying to think if there's any surprise picks that they can go for. Not Kadita.
Not Louis.
Not the Louis.
I think Eve is a little too much. There you go. This is still range.
Okay.
Without
the vision.
Without fully committing, without going all in. So Aurora are keeping some chips to their chest here. Picking the Novaria.
All right. Bigger hitboxes for all the abilities here. You get good poke damage from afar. You get vision. You get scouting.
And it's a core compared to an Eve.
Yeah.
It's more core damage than utility that an Eve brings.
Yeah, and that was one of the usual things that we saw in MSC, wherein if there's a YSS on one side and you don't have a mid laner yet, most teams just ended up picking the Novaria at the center of the map. It increases your chances of either taking a buff away with a really good Meteor, or it's really just there to help equalize with the vision provided by the YSS, using your, what we call the magic carpet. That's what I call.
Here we go, game number 3. We went all the way, ladies and gentlemen. We all felt that it would coming, and here we are, the conclusion in the best of 3 between Team Liquid Philippines and Aurora. It all comes down to this.
The late game, Novaria does really sound like a threat that can go up against this lineup even from afar, but if TLPH decides to go all in, then that's gonna be an equally massive problem for Aurora, and they seem to be really starting it this way. Even the concussive blast landed onto Light, so he's now half HP. Demon Kite joining the fight early on will just force the wings by wings, but it's been a very aggressive start for JP and Sanji.
It's gonna be okay. Lethal Wonder secured there by Aurora. Okay, it's the Festival of Blood Spell Vamp Lunox.
That's a lot of festivals.
Yeah.
And that's a lot of blood.
It's a lot of that across the board. Good trade there.
Such an aggressive start for even the EXP lane of TLPH.
Yeah.
The early game presence is really being felt here.
Yeah, I think both of these teams know that they have a lineup that can snowball out of control as early as post-Turtle 1. Depending on how well they get to fight that out. That I would be surprised if any one of them actually decides to not go for a full commit into the first Turtle. Like if they try to even it out. At this point, go all in. Both just go big fight. Oh, up top!
Wait!
Oh! What a rotate by Demon Kite, and that will set the tempo in favor of Aurora. Let's see how Liquid will be able to answer through the first Turtle.
Even worse, Kill 1 committed the flicker, and he found himself underneath tier 1, yet still DK takes him down. This puts up Aurora about 500 gold going into the first Turtle.
was such a small movement, but now it's so
echo.
big for Aurora. There's the flicker coming in from Edward, but the response as well from Sanford to not get caught in the land shaker. They might actually get a shot at securing this turtle, but it's Edward who gets the last hit. TLPH still trying to fight. Final slash coming in from Sanford, but JP is the first to fall, and now Sanford's next. It's a double kill for Light as he lays down the glorious pathway.
Massive CC opportunities for Liquid to run through Aurora, but they couldn't. They just don't have the damage just yet.
Yeah, Sanford decided to commit into the back line, but Team Liquid were not in a healthy spot there to fight. Edward's gonna get a lot of progress in the tower down bottom. Lots of gold for him. And it is now early game secured for Aurora. We talked about it. Turtle 1. They can go absolute crazy snowball here and they can continue this. If Liquid doesn't win the second turtle or doesn't find a good trade, this is Aurora gonna ride away with it very quickly.
It seems like the first blood drawn, that solo kill on Oheb, rocked not just the Filipino sniper, but the rest of Liquid. It seems to have thrown off the communications and the early game trajectory of the cavalry and put Aurora up 2,000 gold. This is a lead unforeseen. This is a lead that is the biggest it's ever been all series long, this early on.
Yeah, it kind of reminds me of what happened earlier, but JP gets to use the title strike away, but still doesn't get to dodge the damage from Dominkite. Even Dominkite has his early kills, and this is not looking too good for the cavalry. Sanji flies away with the wings by wings too. They're literally forcing them out of their turrets. Oheb with the immune. But okay, that was so close. The Star Shatter nearly landed, but Carl TZ was there to block it.
This is going out of hand now. Aurora, their recipe of success of get the high loss on Light with a Revitalize, get Dominkite on a Harith, and get Edward on the Lapu Lapu works very well for them. And then you just change out the pieces around Demonkite and Yue to help supplement that as well. They're very comfortable playing into this. Oheb forced to use his ultimate again.
No Light ultimate for Oheb.
Brilliance out.
For this upcoming turtle. So Aurora, they definitely will be the ones in control.
Turtle now getting blitzed by Aurora. It's not like there's much Liquid could do. Demonkite secures all this while. Liquid are just getting by, taking scraps of what the map can give them. Carl TZ pushing down bottom. Meteor shots thrown over to Liquid. And they've spent so much time and effort to protect Oheb.
This is a much reactive response from TLPH. They sent out so many bodies up top, and there's not much that they could even do because the most important brushes are being held down by Aurora, and much to their surprise, Sanford already gets poked down really, really low. This is not looking too good. A very dangerous spot for Oheb. Needs to be wary of wherever he decides to walk through.
This is not the Apex Predator's natural habitat. He literally walked into a new ecosystem and said, yeah, you're not on top of the food chain right now.
So let's see where Liquid will be able to find the turnaround. It's not going to be through Sanford fronting. JP can only take so much damage. He's melting very quickly. I'm struggling to farm. All the pressure on him.
Okay, Brilliance out. And they will just try to force this tower, but Sanji flies to provide some respo. Does still get to defend the turret, but they're doing so much just to do that. Not even Oheb can manage this on his own, even as the Lunok. Tsunami Slab committed though with the Veteran Airstrike. There might just be enough damage, and the final slash 2 coming in from Sanford to catch Yue. 2 members taken out.
Oh, JP, Sanji, and Carl suddenly find an opening.
Liquid caught Rora slipping. Again, apparently the burst from Liquid's cores at this point was enough to take down even the chunkiest members of Aurora. Where did that come from?
Yeah, despite the losses of Liquid and Carl TZ has actually been keeping the level in the farm with Demonkite very close. Before that sequence, Carl TZ was just, what, 300, 400 gold shy? Not too crazy. And the damage from Sanji, the fact that he already had a glowing wand built up, I like that Liquid, the moment they saw, okay, Sanji has his first item, let's try to commit a play, let's try to turn things around.
Yeah,
and they found it.
Perfect. Because I think Edward also tried to help Light, but they just all got caught in the Veteran Airstrike, and now they block Light in his path. Nearly wanted to go for the engage, siege, but they decide to set things up again with a final slash. It's a killing spree for Carl TZ. My goodness, they're still in the game.
Max range displacement for Light. I don't think he even saw that angle coming. Sanford feeds over the big high loss into a few salvos of the Fed airstrike. Demon Kite, the Kite Brothers is still on top of the gold leaderboard, brought to us by BPI. The Kite Brothers have been eating good, but up until what point? Because Liquid are slowly closing up the gap here. They put it down to under 3K.
Again, Liquid also has multiple damage cores. They have the Farsa, good spot there by Yue. You have the Farsa, the YSS, and they have the Lunox.
Oh, there's the Astral Echo too. There's once on the Tsunami Slam, but Edward goes in with the Bravest Fighter. A beautiful layering of their skills. And what a shot coming in from Yue. Sanford will just try his best to sustain, but it won't be enough. The star shatters from Yue. They're doing too much.
You can only bully your big brother for so long till he decides to clap back. This is Aurora flexing their 3K gold lead. This is when Aurora says, enough is enough. You've been doing this for the past couple of minutes. We will finally fight back, and boy did they fight back. Liquid could not put a finger on him.
OHEB decided to go forward and fight. Edward just smacked him in the face with the Land Shaker, getting a stun on him, locking down the Lunox, and bursted down by Yue. So still we're not seeing OHEB in a comfortable spot for fighting. The instant stun onto that. See here? Yep, stunned right away by Edward. Perfect timing there.
Yeah. It feels as if it's so hard to position yourself as a Lunox.
Oh yeah.
Against this lineup of Aurora with multiple dashes coming in from Demon Kite and Doming Kite, and then Edward just being prepared to stun with a Land Shaker.
If Aurora were standing still and allowing Liquid to get ground, then yes, the Lunox will do good. But not like this. Tsunami Slap!
Two-man stun and the final slash. This could be an opening. But Doming Kite still dancing through. Will be trying to take down OHEB next, but there's the flicker. Also gets to dodge the Thorn Rose, and Sanford still goes in. Carl TZ catching up, trying to dish out damage, but a Traceless to save him because the damage was too much. And Sanford goes down. A 2-for-2 trade.
The burst from the Lancelot stopped all of Team Liquid's hopes for a turnaround fight, leaving Sanford in the dust, and Aurora will be able to get the first Lord of the game free for them. Let's see how else they can build their lead from here.
Oh, Carl TZ read the situation. He knew that he could not contest the Lord, but instead of going straight for the orange, Demon Kite here, get thrown with the Mountain Shocker!
Oh, but Edward was there to block his path. He could have went in for the kill, but all because of Edward. Demon Kite survives.
Oh, Edward on this Lapu-Lapu, tale as old as time, has won championships for club and country. Now let's see how Team Liquid will be able. They're trying to play around JP and Sanji. Sanji a little bit too deep. Try to find a flank angle. They're going to have to play through the defense. They do have... they are playing around the Yisan Shin and a Farsa. So defenses here for... or sieges for Aurora are not going to be as straightforward. They're really going to have to play around the Astral Echo of the Novaria to make sieging for them a little bit easier.
Not to mention Liquid has great high ground potential. They have a Farsa. They have a Lunox. They have Yisan Shin. So they even know how deep Aurora is into forcing these sieges. And they have a tier 2 in mid. So Liquid should be fine despite the huge gold lead, 6,000 and approaching.
Yeah, they'd want to minimize this though. At least not had any holy shields over to Aurora, although there's just only a minute left before they let go of this fully. A lot of damage coming in from Doming Kite. JP starting to feel it too. They lose the holy shields up top. And there's a conceal. Could they actually try to go for something? JP finds the target! He actually gets to land the Tsunami Slam on Demon Kite, but he gets to Phantom Execution his way out, and JP gets punished instead. Sanford only needs one hit. The Star Shatter doesn't land, but Doming Kite goes in. There's just too much damage coming in from Aurora.
But they don't have a wave. They have to stop their forward momentum. Instead moves over to top lane push.
Okay, Puncture and Thorn Rose already committed by Demon Kite, but Doming Kite this time uses the Zaman Force as well. They'll respect TLPH for now, and they'll get away with a single base turret.
Too much burst. This Lunox can't even get the ball rolling in terms of the farm. Still only up to a Holy Crystal. Had to get the Silent Robe as well, just so that he could reduce a little bit of the magic damage getting tossed at him. There's only so much the YSS and the Farsa can do in terms of their damage output. They couldn't even get what was a fantastic catch by JP, suddenly swerving and finding Demon Kite in the center of the map.
Gold is so scarce for Team Liquid. And it's made even worse by the fact that RORA don't have to really do as much as lift a finger to even flush them out of their own jungle.
Yeah.
And that single stun from Light, together with the damage from Doming Kite and that single Star Shutter from Yue, was already enough to burst down JP.
That was just a gut check, dude.
Sanford missed the final slash onto Light. If they were able to displace that high loss, it would have been a different story, but at this point, we're seeing why the Novaria is coming in big time for them. It also gives vision for Aurora in terms of where JP is.
All right.
Gets it again, and that's going to be another free Lord here for Aurora.
Clean blitz. Liquid know that they shouldn't contest. This is self-awareness coming in from the Cavalry. They know that they have a lane to take care of. They know that free farm will be coming in shortly. Again, not that it's their choice that these minions are coming in through their bases, but 8K. Aurora are literally steamrolling through Liquid through firepower alone.
Yep. Divine Glaive already for this Lunox, so that might be the turnaround angle if Oheb can even find an angle, because every time he gets close, he gets bursted down. One Thorned Rose, one dash and a basic attack from Dominican, and that Lunox is already forced to Brilliance out.
Yeah, the Better Air Strike's already used here by Sanji as well, and they focus all their resources on taking down the Lord for now. The damage from the Star Shutter is no joke, but Aurora seem to be waiting for the waves. They don't want to engage this yet, but this might be an opening. The conceal is denied from that angle of the Astral Echo.
That was a work of art. The angle at which it came in. Light coming through. Glorious pathway.
All the damage dealers are down very, very low, and Edward gets to land the Land Shakers. Dominic Kite follows through with the damage. Edward already punished. The Mountain Shockers already unleashed as well, and it's a 1-for-1 trade so far. But Aurora, they still might want to attempt this. They have another wave of coming in mid. Will they actually go for it? Another Astral Echo lands onto everyone. Sanford doing his best, but he will get bursted down too. Gets to escape and barely dodge the Star Shatter. And Oheb goes in as well with an attempt to scare off Aurora, but they're chasing after 40!
Run, 40, run! Oh, he finally gets stopped in his tracks, but he bought so much time!
Yeah, he gets taken out. Oh my god, he finds Demon Kite. Are they going to complain to this? You can't. It's way too risky, Carl. Sanford's efforts, it actually dragged the minion waves away from going to the base. Way to pick!
Oh, they burst Demon Kite! They get another kill! An important kill for TLPH!
That is a long-term trade. Sanford for Dominic 7 days a week. Any day of the month is a good trade in my books.
6,200 lead for Rora. No more turrets for Liquid. But maybe, just maybe, they have it in the bank to completely turn the game around. There is still so much damage to deal with, though, if you're Liquid. They are holding on by the skin of their teeth. JP is playing out of his mind!
Now they decide to burst down Light. Astral Echo also lands onto 3, but it's gonna be the disengage for now for Demon. No, for Light. They don't want to risk it for now. I'm surprised TLPH are extending this far from the base.
Yeah, and I'm surprised Carl TZ has not died. He's 6-0-1.
Carl TZ is playing this Yi Sun Shin very close to the chest. It's utility Yi Sun Shin for now.
Yeah.
Up until he says it's go time, and I think go time is close by. He just picked up his bladed spare and is looking to contest. He's hiding in this long brush. Lord getting blitzed by Aurora. Mount Shocker to start it up.
Now they know where everyone's hiding. Dominic trying to burst out JP though, and the Bravest Fighter coming in from Edward doesn't get stunned by the Mountain Shocker, and that's a quick Lord for Aurora.
Too much zone out, still too much damage. Liquid might just be delaying the inevitable. They need heroics from their stars, heroics from the GOAT, because Aurora have just
been playing this so fundamentally. Even Demon Kite has not died yet. 3-0 and 7. It's a high damage utility Lancelot in the sense of I just send out my Thorn Rose, I do my job, I'm okay. Yue has been a menace. Can this be the sudden turnaround?
Oh, JP, he gets to find Yue, and they burst him down through Oheb. They try to walk away and walk back towards their base, but Dom and Kite has different plans. They have to defend for now. The Salmon force is intact, but they'll wait for the Lord.
Feather strike by Sanji. They burst down one. No, Dom and Kite gets away.
They get to dodge the final slash too, and I feel like with that they buy enough time. They get to defend this game once more.
Wow, Liquid. Again, JP is playing out of his mind right now. The sudden call, the conceal by the team to get that pick onto Yue. The fact that he was able to pull away just a little bit of attention, recall back in time, and then back in base, Dom and Kite gets spotted out, gets bursted down, which meant that RORA couldn't continue the siege. Liquid has one more shot at this, one more try, and if Aurora can't end it here, this game is gonna keep on going. Look at that perfect flicker.
Yeah.
Second skill, Tsunami Slam. Yue flickered away, but he was already caught by the animation.
And even Liquid's exit plan was well coordinated. You saw Light drop the Glorious Pathway. He tried to stop Liquid from getting away with it, but the cavalry knew. Apparently, a stampede goes both ways, inside and out. They've closed the gap. They cut the gold lead in half, just about 3,000, 4,000 in. And what's important is the cores have settled themselves. Even Oheb, who has been having one hell of a game, the bad way, finally has a full arsenal.
Yeah. They'll have a lot more damage to rely on if ever they do find themselves in another team fight. That 8k gold lead we were talking about, which was in the hands of Aurora, is now down to only 3k, and it doesn't even matter at this point because, as you mentioned, Oheb already has all his items complete.
Yeah.
So they just need to work on that one decision, that one pickoff that will really matter for this game.
Look at Carl.
Oh my goodness.
He is setting the tempo. And Sanji with the feathered.
Okay. They want to make their presence felt this time.
Yeah, they know that these ults will be off of cooldown when the Lord comes, and that's what's important. Liquid is sending a message to Aurora. We're ready to box. You want to fight? We fight now. And if Aurora responds in the wrong way, Liquid will punish. Here we go. Lord spawns lower quarter. Top lane, the long lane was taken care of. Last rotation by Liquid. They're sending Yue over there. I think Aurora knows that Yue is a huge part of their win here. If they're able to protect Yue and they're able to get Yue to land the echo of all echoes, then maybe Liquid will finally fold.
Yeah.
Aurora needs to leverage their macro control, which they are doing through the minion wave up top. Slow push through the minion wave in mid. They're allowing the bottom minion wave to push. They have the advantage. They can afford to lose towers and a bit of minions, and now they're going to blitz this.
Right, Lord now.
JP has info, but Light sees Sanford. He gets to use his vengeance out. Lord already nearing half HP. Star Shatter doesn't land.
Yeah.
They find Oheb up top though.
Lord gets a reset. This is straight up turning into a dance.
Ooh, the damage is slowly coming in. Light is getting bursted down. Immortality already popped. JP trying to escape, but uses the Tsunami Slam instead onto Edward, and he gets bursted down. This time around, a flicker in from Oheb. Nearly gets to finish off the kill, but there's a flicker intact for Edward as well. Uses the Light ultimate. They're now
Minion
trying to go
waves.
for Dom and Kite, and it's gonna be a kill. But the base!
They played it perfectly, Liquid. They knew the minion waves would respawn.
Now Sanford's able to defend for now. Better air strike, but Demon Kite gets to touch everything. Sanford needs to work on the base, and now it's only 3 members of TLPH fighting up against Aurora. It's not over yet.
Aurora have to make a decision here. Do we go for the Lord? Do we go for the base? Do we try to keep attacking Liquid's waves? And both teams just let off of the dance. Sanford still working on that wave.
Mountain Shocker already committed. Star Shatter doesn't land. Light slowly approaching the members of TLPH alongside Demon Kite. A Twilight Armor pickup for Edward as well. But Sanford's still not part of this.
Neither is Dom and Kite. JP also out of commission for maybe 10 more seconds. Oh no, Aurora have quite the hold on this Lord.
What a placement of the Veteran Airstrike. Demon Kite is very low. He cannot contest actually risk it. There's the immortality pickup. He gets to regain some of his HP through the revitalize. And the TLPH backs off again.
Astral Echo single-handedly send away baby cakes, and Aurora able to hold their ground. Oh, it's just a matter of the waves and the map being against Liquid. That is what's keeping Aurora in this dance.
Yeah, they're doing everything they can to manage, but Aurora, they are not letting go. They know they have the advantage through the minion waves, and it's making Liquid struggle every moment and every sequence in this Lord dance.
Yeah. Demon Kite picked up rapid boots.
Okay. He knows that he has to keep moving in and out, weaving between this Lord, between the waves, between a team fight. Liquid now have a lead, 1,000 gold. Not that it means much, and the Lord has evolved. This is a evolved Lord, 22 and a half minutes and counting.
Right positioning right now for Liquid. I think it's an all-in for Aurora now. They have to. They know Sanji's playing back. They don't see where the Lunox and the Arlot are though.
Oh, conceal. Already used.
Liquid can fight.
The Mountain Shocker's there as well. They burst out.
Too early.
He doesn't have the immortality, and now he gets punished. The Tsunami Slap onto Yue from JP. There's a knockup from the Lord. Sanford follows up with the beautiful final slash. And now TLPH are in control of the Lord. But Demon Kite, he punctures his way through. He tries to contest, but this Lord is going into the hands of the cavalry.
The goat gets it. No, OHEB pushing Demon Kite out. DK has to retreat. It all went sideways for Aurora. Liquid score their first Lord.
Never underestimate the heart of a multi-time international champion. Just when we thought Aurora had it, Liquid found the opening, because in a split moment, Aurora had no minion waves to push anymore. Team Liquid could afford to go and fight, and they did. Light was too early, Yue got picked, and Sanji held his feathered airstrike in front of Demon Kite to stop him from getting close to the Lord.
Liquid never lost track of the big picture, and now they're calling the shots. JP with the conceal places himself in this bush. Yue flushes him out, but he was out there a second too late. Liquid are looking to make some ground here. Compared to Aurora, Aurora might not be able to take care of waves the way Liquid did.
Yeah, they have Yue, but it's just Yue who can really provide that wave clear from afar. They're syncing up the waves. They want to make the most out of this. They want to balance out the map, and this 8-0-3 performance that we're seeing from Carl TZ is no joke.
On the other side, Demon Kite is 3-0-7. Both junglers have not died for their two teams. They are both the final condition for their respective squads. And now Liquid have finally made it to the base of Aurora. How will Aurora defend? They do have a great high ground defense.
There's the Lord. This is evolved, dealing extra damage.
Great echo.
Massive echoes, spots 5. But it's gonna time out. In comes JP!
It's Edward. They actually tried to go after, and they burst him down immediately. But the response from Aurora, the response from Demon Kite, they work their way through. Demon Kite tries to survive.
Winter Ground.
His immortality gets popped, however, but he has the Winter Ground. The Lord is already down, but so is Demon Kite.
The first death on the Lancelot. Is that it? Liquid still have a lot of work to do because Demon Kite is damaging so much.
Another Echo's keeping the Liquid squad in check. Now goes Sanji!
Sanford! He's trying to fight. He has OHEB alongside him, but Edward's blocking every single one. Carl TZ trying to walk away, but this is not looking too good for the cavalry.
Run, Carl, run! OHEB already falls off camera. Traded out for Edward. Demon Kite makes the trade beneficial for the Northern Lights, 2-3.
And Sanford survived the 2v1 against Edward and Yue. He actually got to take Edward down too. What a game! Friday night MLBB brought to you by MPL PH.
And we have another Lord that's up for Aurora potentially and the taking.
26 minutes. This is a Lord that has stopped scaling. And I think Aurora smelled blood in the water. They're not going to wait for Sanji to come back. This is 15 good seconds that Liquid only has 2 to defend. Sanford and Carl.
A 3v2. Astral Echo lands. Final slash already used to just clear the minions. Demon Kite trying to dance around Sanford and Carl TZ, but they somehow still manage to work on the minions. But it's the base they're after, and Aurora takes the win.
It almost took half an hour for us to name a victor. But at the end of the day, the Northern Lights shine brighter. Liquid have fallen. Aurora take the series 2-1.
What a statement by Aurora. You cannot count them out. Early on, they have delivered the second loss for Liquid in this season, and they did so in an absolutely iconic fashion.
I'll tell you now, that scramble in that very last Lord spawned now, but neither team fought for it. I thought that was the end for Aurora.
Yeah.
I could have sworn Liquid was going to end from that push down bottom. But Aurora never said never. Aurora kept going, and even if it's Carl we're talking about, a 2v3 defense like that, you need a miracle. You need your opponents to make mistakes for that to have been possible.
Yeah, they really tried to take things one step at a time, work on the minions first. They knew what had to be done, but they had only 2 members working on that defense. It was only Sanford and Carl Teasy who could have prolonged that game for them up against those 3 members of Aurora who just wanted to end it then and there.
Great call by Aurora. They read the map and they acknowledged, you know what? Let's just end it. 3v2 against an Arlot and a YSS, they can handle it. And Aurora eventually got the win.
GG well played to our defending champions. They played one hell of a game, one hell of a series. And they made all of us sweat. But at the end of the day, Aurora knew how to win. Aurora knew that they had it. And we'll be throwing over to them on stage for the winner's interview. They got Hans and Odin asking them the questions. I wonder how they feel.
Roras, I want to hear you. Lights within. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners, Aurora Gaming! That was one of the matches that we would call absolute cinema. Nakita natin, Odin, balikan ang nakita ang laban between these two teams.
Definitely. And Hans, gusto kong tanungin, wala pa bang playoffs? Kasi parang grabe yung pinakita nila. Week 2 pa lamang. Demon Kite, we wanna hear from you. Grabe yung laban na yon. Gusto namin malaman ano ba yung nagiging comms nyo during that final game. Kasi kita namin na talagang sobrang lumamang kayo in the early game. Pumalag ang TLPH and you were able to win that match.
Ano lang po patience lang po. Kumbaga minamaximize namin yung lamang namin sa game. Tapos naglo-Lord Dance lang din kami. Medyo off lang siguro yung timing ng mga Lord Dance pero na-pull off naman namin.
At nailaban nila Hans hanggang sa dulo.
Yeah, I mean, yun yung nakita natin for week number 2 and this is a very good start for your team. I was able to talk to you even last week. Sabi mo na meron bang complications, tila hirap pa. What changed in week 2? Ano bang nagbago ngayon para sa Aurora?
Siguro mas naging in detailed kami sa mga review namin sa tulong ng mga coaches. Parang napupuli din nila yung yung performance namin.
So more or less attention to detail ang nakita natin, right? You have to give it to Demon Kite. And of course, making his way back into the Philippines. Light! You can't say the Northern Lights without Light, right? Light, we're so happy. A lot of the Roras, your fans are very happy to see you here. How does it feel na naglalaro ka na ulit dito sa Pilipinas and you got your first win in Season 16?
Happy naman kasi parang nagwe-wait na din ka na magiging momentum namin tapos sa tail pa namin yung nakuha. So malaking factor yun para sa amin. Tapos ayun, sana maabot namin yung final na best form ng Aurora na kasama ka sila.
And hindi bago sa paningin natin na magkasama si Demon Kite and Light. How do you guys feel na magka-team na kayo ulit? Like being you na pinakabagong addition to the Aurora?
Wala lang, masaya lang kasi alam ko na yung mga nasa isip niya na gagawin sa game So hindi na siya madaling basahin kumbaga sa chemistry.
Light, na-miss mo si Demon Kite?
Na-miss mo ba?
Na-miss ko.
Pwede bang yakapin mo pwede mo i-hug si...
Hug daw,
pwedeng kiss
hug.
daw, kiss. Kiss mo? Hug na lang. O yan, hug na lang. Huwag kayong mag-alala guys. Over the season, tatry natin ulit. Tatry natin ulit. Pero, Commissioner, given na ito na yon, this is your moment. Ikaw pa rin naman ang pinapanood namin, Yue. Sino? Asan?
Parang Sino nga ulit ang hinahanap natin?
Tinawag ka na nila, men. Wala ka na ng choice. Saan pa ba namin makikita ang Aurora? Kasi ngayon nakikita na nila. But on the other hand, where else can we find Aurora? May mga gusto ka ba bang i-promote na alam mo naman, di ba? Ito, gusto mo basahin? Pero,
Parang alam ko may nagaganap din bukod dito sa MPL Arena.
Oo nga eh. Saan
Tama,
pa ba yun?
Yue?
Sa watch party po, makita nyo po yung details sa RORA Gaming PH, naka-page namin.
alright.
Parang
There we
meron
finally-
bumubulong sa likod.
Medyo nanibago pa si Yue. Pero huwag ka mag-alala, Yue. Mapapractice mo yan all throughout the season if you keep winning just like this. Once again, your winners, Aurora Gaming! The Northern Lights have taken it over the defending champions, and what a moment it is for them. Huwag kayong mag-alala, boys. You can make your way over there. And that was absolute cinema, Odin.
Definitely, Hans. Grabe, halos hindi makahinga yung mga tao dito sa MPL Arena. Ramdam na ramdam natin ang dalawang fandoms na nag-cheer para sa kanilang mga teams.
With that being said, I think it's time to toss it right back to our casters to tell more about what happened in that game. So casters, back to you.
If you have a problem with momentum, what a way to repair that than with taking down the defending champions. Good on Aurora.
Yep, and I am now a believer that when it's these two teams going up against each other, the Lapu-Lapu has to be a priority for both.
100%! 100%. Lapu-Lapu, even the Harith for Dominkite. I think that's one of the draft anchors alongside the high loss. We discussed it. High loss for Light, the Lapu-Lapu for Edward, and then the Harith for Dominkite, and then just slot in wherever there. It's Light on this high loss. Yes, the Novaria ultimate came in big time with the Astral Echo that allowed Aurora to fight into the Liquid retreat. However, it was Light with this glorious pathway and him actually separating Carl TZ from the rest of the fight. He chased after Carl TZ there in the end. And that's why Liquid lacked damage in the center to fight into what was the chase of Yue, Edward, and Dominkite.
Yeah, and this ring of punishment and the way it's just constantly there to annoy Team Liquid Philippines is also another added factor, I guess, to how they just struggle overall to position themselves well enough in a fight, particularly considering that their gold laner needs to go a bit more upfront. And I think for a huge majority of this game, OHEB struggled to find the right positioning whenever there was a team fight. And even in the moments where they were able to pick up some kills here and there, it was mostly on the back of a setup from JP that was, in a way, too surprising for Aurora to react immediately, or that it brought them close enough for OHEB to gain easier access.
Yeah, no, it's Light who fixes those situations. Because so, let's say JP does find one. All Light has to do is to come up next to that person, whether it be Dominkite or Yue, pop his Law and Order, stun the culprit, whether it be JP or Sanford, and then recalibrate. Like, that's what made this game so interesting to watch, is because even if Liquid goes for these blitz plays, Aurora always had a response.
Yeah, and alongside Light chasing down Carl TZ there to separate him from the rest of Team Liquid, I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually also Light's call. Maybe that is also one of the contributing factors as to why he got the MVP, that it was him who told Aurora, hey, there's 3 of us and 2 of them, let's end this now.
Yep, that's literally just math.
Yeah.
Looking at it, this should have been Liquid's game. They crawled themselves back into a almost sure win position. Victory was imminent, but RORA had that clutch in them. RORA knew that, hey, if we can make this trade beneficial to us, this do be endable.
Yeah.
And it was.
I really thought it was over during that fight we saw near the base of Aurora when TLPH got the first Evolved Lord. They went in so decisively, decided to set up, I believe it was Edward first with the Tsunami Slam, but even though TLPH sort of kited it out and tried to reposition in a way where they were winning in numbers, Aurora and the overall sustained damage that they were able to constantly throw out Dominkite was just so reliable in terms of doing that. Even Yue, although there is a bit of downtime every now and then on the Novaria, it's the same thing. You poke TLPH low enough so they don't feel as confident to just continue with the fight, especially up close to that base of Aurora.
One of the biggest reasons as to why Team Liquid Philippines were able to drag this out is because Carl Tizzy was just consistently getting hella farm, and
Zero
he did not die.
Yeah.
He played this game perfectly, honestly, this YSS. But then, with everything that Liquid was thrown, everything that Aurora threw at Liquid, especially up against OHEB, it really just seemed like OHEB could not find footing at all. Even in the team fights in the late game, when Aurora knew that Carl Tizzy was such a massive problem, they decided, you know what, we cannot get this guy. So let's get the other members that are easier to catch right now. Even though OHEB, near the end there, he juggled the Winter Crown and his ultimate very well, maximizing his immortality. They knew that as long as they can get that Lunox down, that's already a significant chunk of their damage gone, that even with Carl Tizzy alive, it'll be hard for Liquid to fight just with the YSS damage alone.
So you could say that not only literally did Aurora split Carl Tizzy away from his lineup, but even economically speaking.
Yeah.
Because what was a lone Yu Sun Shin going to do when everyone was falling and everyone needed your backup, but there's this Hylos and there's this whole lineup meant to just cut you off and make you a non-factor, even if you were playing perfectly. Stroke of genius here by Aurora. Masterfully done. Let's listen to what those communications sound like towards the win, because this is going to be something you want to pay attention to. Here is the mic check.
Gustang. Hawi tayo sa hawi. Out. Loading last. Tara, blue. May hawi pa. Okay na. Nakuha sa akin. Sa akin. Tingin. Sunbird mga matay din. Patay. Sunbird ako. Tingin ako. Sunbird muna, pre. Sunbird.
Sunbird.
Sanji, ah.
Patay.
Ay, YSS, singa sa YSS Lunox. Singa sa YSS. Papoy na.
Nice! Alright.
Okay.
I want to know who counts. Is that Yue? Is he counting towards his echo?
Yeah, that was Yue who was counting down. It was like 3, 1, 2, 3. Phew.
Alright. All of those Novaria mains watching, take that as a note. When you're doing columns with your 5-man in rank, start counting so that they know. That's amazing. That's besides Light's MVP performance, I think that's my second best favorite part of this match is Yue's Novaria.
Yeah. Also take note of the angles at which he throws all those astral echoes.
Dude, they have two geometrical geniuses.
Yeah.
Hylos, well, Light mainly just finding those weird angles, and Yue's, oh my, Yue's echoes, so good.
I think I saw so many improvements in Aurora compared to last week. I know we only saw them once, but this week is different. Like, this is a different version of Aurora, and I'm starting to believe my gut feeling. It's
even if it wasn't a sweep win, no?
Yeah.
This is a really good 1-point win.
And you know, considering like with what happened last season also for Aurora, I think there's one pick now that I could say is the Aurora signature hero. It's Hylos.
Okay.
It's Hylos, dude. The 2 games that they won, it was with Hylos. Last season, Hylos was a great pick as well for the Hitman and for Aurora.
So, and it's not like a hero that they're forcing.
Yeah.
It's a meta hero now that has been coming back into prominence, and they know how to use it really well.
Yeah, and honestly, it forces Light to play with them much more.
Yeah.
Rather than if he went with setup heroes that goes for really off angles and the like.
But something tells me it's more like Light with training wheels.
Yeah.
It's Light reintegrating back into this new team and into MPLPH, because Light Prime plays with Kaja, plays with Cho, plays with Franco. Like, that's eventually I hope to see that soon. But right now, they're very comfortable with the Hylos.
Yeah, I'll wait for when he starts whipping out those heroes. Whip out some Cool Frost.
Wins with Grok again.
Yeah, I'll win with Grok again. Maybe try it out. But yeah, there's a stability to that. I would call that the Aurora Trinity now. It's Hylos in the Roam, Harith in the Gold, and then Lapu Lapu in the EXP. And then you just slot in whichever pick for Yue and Demon Kite, and then you're going to be good.
Yeah.
As long as you have that 3 to build around, then Aurora should be a force to be reckoned with.
Their opponents should pay attention to that the same way teams have adjusted to, let's say, the CC of Birds the first time they saw it in Falcon. So this is definitely gonna switch up their bans and priorities a bit when they go up against Aurora, especially as they beat TLPH.
Yeah.
It's just not any ordinary team. It's TLPH.
And to all the teams listening, this one's for free. This one's on Renmar, all right? The Trinity, the Aurora Trinity. Next one's, I don't know if it's going to be free.
Pay for it.
That's a good read. Again, the Hylos, the Harith, and the Lapu-Lapu. Who'd have thought that they would force the Lapu-Lapu 3 games in and still win with it?
Yeah.
It's so honest. It's literally right there.
Good commitment.
This is Lapu-Lapu's Edward.
TL didn't prioritize it either in the last game. It was the R-Lot that they went for, but we don't really think it's a flex if it's TL picking up the R-Lot.
Yeah, you know it's going to go into the hands of Sanford.
Yeah.
I can hear our good friend Destroyer now screaming at his screen. Told you, I don't like R-Lot.
Yes.
Yeah. It's I don't even know if they should have went for the Lapu there.
Yeah. You know, I feel like if there was a pick that could have changed, it would have been the Lunox. Was the Granger open for Liquid?
It was.
Yeah.
It was.
The Granger and the Moskov were both open.
Yeah, they chose.
I understand why, because of the results that we saw from it. This also could have gone the route of a snowball through Liquid. And if that was a snowball, they would have ended this fast. We saw it earlier, pulled off by ONIC when they had the YSS and Lunox together in the same lineup. However, now, you also just have to credit Aurora for being able to start the game early with the right rotations, getting kills early on for Edward, and then all the pressure that they applied onto the Lunox negated that possibility from happening.
I don't even know if there was too much pressure or OEB just really struggled in the laning phase.
I think it's both.
Yeah.
Because there was this one moment, right, where he died, I think a few or 1 or 2 minutes into the game.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He was just straight up ganked by Demon
Kite.
Over and over again.
So you could even see there that the Aurora, with everything, with how they were fighting and how they were rotating, they saw the Lunox as that's the one we gotta take down. That's why you can also credit OEB for having a bad game here. Aurora gave him a bad game. They did not allow him to play MLBB.
Yep, and that seems to have been Aurora's key to victory, just separation of baby cakes. We'll leave that series where it is and allow Liquid to recover and, of course, celebrate Aurora's win. But for now, check out Week 2, Day 1 standings of Infinix Fancy Laban here in MPL PH. This is the third time we're doing this, the third season, and the Mines are still on top. Cavalry has played more matches, but the Mines still unstoppable.
Yeah, Aurora just won in the series, but it seems like they're struggling to get a win in Fancy Laban. We still have a lot more weeks coming up for Fancy Laban though. You guys might wanna join in as well. We have 8 weeks in the regular season, and we also have a playoffs for this. So this is a really fun version for the fans to also feel how it feels like to play in the MPL.
Yeah, and the Fancy Laban winners get phones. That's what happened last season. They won the grand finals and they got phones.
So it's not too late. I hope the Auroras in Fancy Laban figure out their trinity. Because Aurora MPL already has. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been an honor and an amazing night. Thank you for spending your Friday night with us. Whether you're in the arena or online watching, here is what the standings look like currently. Aurora shoot up into the middle of the standings at number 5, while this puts Liquid right underneath them at 1 point as well. But they played already thrice in Season 16.
Yeah, it's still weird to see our defending champions be in the lower half, but we're still in week number 2, and I feel like the more surprising changes are definitely still in our second rankings. It's Twisted Minds still staying up there, and I feel like a lot of us are looking forward to see if they're able to remain up there, especially in the upcoming matches that they're going to get into for this week.
Excited to see the rest of the action. Hoping to see more stellar performances, maybe comebacks through APBR and Omega. I'd want to see the teams that struggled last season, continue to give a good fight for the season, because Twisted Minds is already doing it, and that just makes MPLPH more exciting when some of the best teams in the world are struggling back home against the teams that struggled last season.
Tonight's games were a testament to Lakas ng Pinas, and it's been an honor bringing you the broadcast. Tomorrow, though, you better not miss out. And of course, we have day 3 of week 2 happening as well. So buy tickets if you want to come join us and watch live, or clear your schedule if you want to watch online. His name is Renmar. This right here is Brigida. And my name is Leo, at your service. We'll throw it over to Wolf to break down that last series with the Howl, and we'll wrap the show up.
Week 1, Aurora can come to the phone right now. You know why? Because it's dead. Week 2 Aurora is totally different, fresh and renewed. Nakita natin yung performance nila against one of the top teams, the MSC champions, na na-challenge talaga nila down to the wire. At iba yung dinala nila ngayong week number 2. So simulan natin yan with their draft choices. Nakita natin, Kimi's back. Out of nowhere. Tapos biglang may lapu-lapu na nakita natin wins games for the entirety of the series. In fact, yung Kimi at lapu-lapu, masasabi ko, ang nag-shape ng draft ng game number 3. Kaya bigla tayo nakita ng YSS priority, ng Lancelot, even the Phobius priority. Sabay nakita tayo ng Lunox na on the side of TLPH that apparently did not work even up against the Harith. Dahil yan dun sa focus, dun sa mid laners natin at kung gaano siya ka-importante dun sa draft. Ito ang dinala ng Aurora na paghahanda versus TLPH. But more than anything else, syempre may binago rin sila sa kanilang rotation. Pinilit nila yung gold laners. On both wins ng Aurora, nakita natin na umikot agad si Demon kahit papunta dun sa may gold lane. Hindi man ito nagbigay ng outright kill. Although nung game number 1, it actually resulted into a kill. Pero yung pressure na ginawa nila dun sa may gold lane actually affected TLPH's first turtle fights, pati na rin yung overall rotation sila. Nagkaroon ng 1v1 between Edward and Sanford for the entirety of the series that which we really like, and ito talaga yung makikita natin na trend ngayon sa ating metagame. XP laners dictate the meta. But most importantly in this series, the post-first turtle fights matter than the neutral objective itself. Game number 1 napunta ang turtle doon sa TLPH, pero yung post-turtle fight, yun talaga yung nagbigay ng tempo sa team. That happened in game number 2 and also in game number 3. Kaya nga lang, itong mga sinabi natin, hindi masyadong nagmatter dahil nag-late game yung game number 3. Yan ang championship factor, kaya naman nakita natin yung TLPH na na-extend pa yung laro na yan. But Aurora, sabi nga natin, iba ang Aurora na nakita natin today, iba yung nagpakita at iba din yung nag-perform, and that's what we like. And I'm sure that the fans of Aurora are very happy about that. Hopefully, they keep this tempo, pabalik na nga dun sa standings. That's been my analysis of that wonderful series. Ngayon, let's throw it back to Hans and Claudine.
It was nothing but absolute cinema here at the MPL Arena.
What a way to start the week! Day 1 pa lamang ng ikalawang linggo ng MPL Philippines at napakarami ko nang nakikitang posts, comments, and even the power rankings this early into the season.
You know, we were talking about eras from before, eras from now, but one thing is for sure, as of this moment, ONIC Philippines pa rin ang patuloy na namamayagpag, being undefeated in terms of our regular season with that first match, and it was Aurora finally getting their stride and getting their first win of the season.
And you know what, Hans? I'm very excited to see kung ano pang ipapakita ng ating mga kakupunan at sino nga ba ang mapupunta sa tuktok ng ating liga by the end of the week.
Feel ko pwede mo akong tanungin yan ulit once na tumagal pa ang ating season dahil gaya ng nabanggit natin kanina, marami pang magpapakilala. Lalo na, ano bang meron bukas?
Siyempre, every Saturday is Super Fan Saturday. Kailangan natin i-celebrate yan.
And I am sure that everyone is excited for a triple header once again come week 2. Muli, ako si Hansi Leria.
And this is your very own Odin.
Sama-sama nating tunghayan bukas ang MPL Philippines Season 16.
Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, kahit anong lane, we become the monsters. Malakas, Pilipinas, malakas, face the golden sun and repping for the 3 stars. Look at us, to the top, no ifs, no buts, winning any game, para to sa PIN na yes. Di mo matitinag aming boses sa new level, nasa kalye man o mobile, you know I become a legend. Listen, open fire, we unite, we winners. But with pressure, like diamonds are made of. Switching the lane na parang gera, HP racing made a setup. Pagkakatang buhat ni Hilda, full dome SS parang Laila. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay natin to. Dahil tayo'y malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas. Kinikilala sa taas kasi kami ang malakas para sa Pinas. Nasa amin ang alas, hindi dito atas. Kinikilala sa taas, ganito kami sa Pinas. Yeah. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Pag nagsama-sama, just imagine what we can achieve. Laging MVP, no surrender, no retreat. Giving 100 on my all, cause we just cannot be defeated. We are unstoppable, immune and invulnerable. Ready ang equipment, lahat frozen, mala, crowd control. Pakita on the jab, east to the southeast. Taas ang matawad, proud and loud, cause every enemy we devour. Susundan ko ang iyong wakas. Kasama pataas, tagumpay na